Hello, everybody, and welcome to the BTR stream. I'm Lev Polyakov at LevPo on Twitter, which I actually have to put in here. I forgot to do that. But anyway, welcome to the BTR stream. Today, we have a free-for-all Friday where we've invited people on to talk about whatever is on their mind, whatever they think that is going on right now that is the most important to be talked about. So with us, we have Alex Schaefer to my left, great artist, and we have another great artist to my right, Geopolitics. Below, we've got Jules Hamilton, Gravantes, and Tarek Robinson. And below, we've got Hero Alchemy joining us, and we're going to have more people coming in later, including Rachel Haywire and many more. So thank you so much for coming. And let's start this out with Gravantes. You were making a point earlier on about what's going on right now, spiritually speaking. So I was wondering if you could expand on that.
Yeah, because I think everyone's seen the kind of Chick-fil-A CEO thing. In case you didn't notice, or if you didn't see what it was, the CEO of Chick-fil-A had said something like white people need to atone for the sin of racism by polishing the shoes of black people, and he did it. And it was at a church, something like Passion City Church, which that's just kind of a outrageous name for a church. But I mean, this whole thing is an inversion of like the Christian message. Kind of the whole point of Christianity, the idea of suffering, is that suffering is given meaning in which, one could find holiness and salvation through it. It gives it purpose. It's not meaningless that, if things go wrong in your life, you can benefit from it. And conversely, for those like kind of on the upper echelons of society, when Christ says, it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter heaven. It's where you sort of, if you're in that higher status, you have a responsibility for those lower, kind of the French term, noblesse oblige, something like that. But what we're seeing now is just like a complete inversion of that, where sort of the higher social status, you climb it by claiming that you're some sort of an oppressed group, and you sort of deserve X, Y, and Z, and it's complete abolition of suffering whatsoever. It's I don't deserve to suffer. Because I'm part of X group, I deserve this Y, X, Y, and Z, and there's no spirituality to it. It's this hermeneutics of power as opposed to salvation via suffering or someone's lot in life. It's instead of the idea of mercy and helping one another, it's about power, that because I'm X type person, I deserve Y status, I deserve Y power. And sort of that's the complete inversion that I've been seeing lately.
That's interesting. Would anybody like to comment on that?
Sure. I think part of that has to do with the fact that the church as a institution of morals is no longer really in power. The church is now just an institution like everything else, like education, like media, like I said, like everything. So they're following the dogma instead of giving out, the morals like they used to. Now, instead, we have whatever the current messaging is from the elites, from the media, from the people in power. The church is now one of those institutions that has to follow it. At least that's how I see why this is going on.
Yeah, that was something that I had mentioned, kind of where every church put out a statement, and I said, they're making these bland worldly statements that are no different than, sort of what Amazon put out. My God,
yeah.
One statement that put out, it was nearly identical to an email she got from Etsy. Like, the church should not, be a copy paste from Etsy. It's ridiculous.
It's completely ridiculous.
Now, I see De Facto wrote the letter F. I really hope it's not about our stream, because I see our stream going smooth as butter right now. Although he says, he says the stream is skipping. I'll be honest, I'm looking at it right now. It's not skipping for me. Please let everybody let me know. Is this... Okay, see, Temujin says it's fine. I really hope De Facto something's going on to your internet. Not that I hope bad things will happen to your internet. I hope you have a great internet for the rest of time. But I just hope that this stream is going to be fine, because I have been battling the demons of online technology for the last week, and finally I think we got to a point where we have good sound, where we have good streaming quality. I upgraded to Verizon. I got rid of the old system that we used. So I'm doing all this for you guys because I care about this stream. I want this to be a great stream and for everybody. Yes, I'm sorry, de facto, your internet sucks. There's nothing we can do about that. But anyway, Gravantis, that is an interesting point that you're bringing on. What would you say would be the difference from, let's say, I don't know, a pre-Vatican II Catholic system reacting to what's going on right now? Not that you're Catholic because you're Orthodox, but it's like you would say that they have similar qualities of how they would have gone about the motions of the day.
Yeah, I mean, there has definitely always been the idea of sort of the church involved in enacting, helping those that are sort of on the lower rungs of society. But, it was about improving conditions. What we see now is, it's all about power. This idea that, because you're of X group, you need a certain amount of power in X, Y, or Z representation, which, part of the gospel where Christ mentions that, the Gentiles, this is what they do. They argue about power and power's position. Let this not be, what you do. It's, several of the early abolitionists, when they're talking about sort of the abolition of slavery, where they had mentioned, very Christian terms, this idea of the image of God, sort of, this is the reason, the moral wrongness of this. And sort of that's where the church plays a role. But this idea that, it's just kind of going along with the flow, that, because it's not speaking in Christian language, it's speaking in the secular terms. You're speaking in, critical race theory and stuff like this. It's foreign to the idea of a Christian mindset. We have our own language for this, for, the social programs and whatnot. It's just they're not saying it.
So right now there has been a religiosity of social justice. And Tariq, you're right in the middle of the stream over here. I'm very curious what your thoughts are on what's going on right now with the people kneeling down and laying on the ground. And do you see a religious connection to what's going on?
Well, and also, Tariq, it's your first time on our stream.
Congratulations.
Thanks for coming on. We have two new guests. It's their first time. It's Alex Schaefer and Tariq. Can I interject? Would you guys do a short introduction just to say hi? And then, because the rest of us, we've been on several times, so we didn't go through those introductions, but it might help put into context your answers and stuff. Help us roll.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tariq.
So I'm Tariq. I'm a student and I'm an at-large member of YDSA's National Coordinating Committee, and also something of a poster, as you all probably know. Not much to it.
What was that university?
No, so I didn't. Well, I go to Temple University in Philadelphia, but I'm an at-large member of YDSA's National Coordinating Committee.
And what is that?
YDSA is the youth section of the DSA, which is a socialist organization. You've probably heard of it. Bernie Sanders and AOC are associated with it to varying degrees, though, of course, I have my own criticisms of both DSA and YDSA's politics.
How long have you worked with them?
I've been a DSA member since about 2018, and I've been a member of a YDSA chapter since I started school last spring.
Cool.
But so I was just going to talk about some of the stuff going on, and I'm not sure if I can really speak to the religious dimension of it so much, but I think what we're definitely seeing now is a sort of commodification of, social justice language, social justice rhetoric, the aesthetic of social justice. Essentially, this sort of previously subversive, reaction against racism and more broadly against capitalism has been sort of subsumed by the larger culture, and I guess deprived of its like revolutionary content, obviously. Though,
I could see that kind of like after Occupy Wall Street, there was an uptick in search terms having to do with a lot more like SJW speak, as opposed to before that it was a lot more about class consciousness and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, the one thing about capitalism is that it's able to, subsume all currents of resistance and commodify it. I mean, like you said with Occupy, like that was kind of the turning point in which sort of this sort of vaguely anti-capitalist language and culture began to be subsumed by the larger culture. You started seeing, various brands and stuff using this sort of language and aesthetic. Of course, the sort of, I guess, if you want to call it the SJW stuff in universities, that was already a thing for quite a while. But, Occupy kind of like marks a turning point. Though, to be fair, although this, commodification is kind of a disconcerting development, obviously, because this like genuinely subversive reaction against like institutional racism and capitalism was, recapitulated or, reabsorbed. It sort of to a certain extent indicates a larger rejection again of institutional racism and to a certain extent capitalism, what have you. And in regards to the rejection of capitalism, I mean, the looting is directly a rejection of the logic of the commodity. It's instead of paying for these goods or whatever, not we're taking them, we're workers, we produce all of the things that people need to survive. So I guess that's basically my analysis of the things going on now as far as these various brands and cultural figures, I guess, supposedly embracing social justice and Black Lives Matter.
Targ, what is that behind you? What's your background right now?
Yeah, this is just some Sumerian art because I'm currently sitting in my living room, and I felt like this would be a more interesting background than a white wall and flag my roommate has up here.
Is that a Hammurabi on the side?
Yeah, I believe so.
The interesting thing about their hats, and this is my own personal take, is that their hats are, I mean, they look kind of penis-like, but that also, I think, has to do with Kundalini, with a lot of these different spiritual practices that people do to charge up this spiritual essence inside their body to kind of like go up through the forehead. I mean, to go up through the spinal cord. So friends of mine who have done DMT and who have had these very spiritual experiences talk about how at the highest point, it does feel like energy's going all the way up the spine, shoots out the head as if your consciousness is like several feet up in the air. So it's very interesting for me, just on a personal note, to see that background behind you, and I appreciate you picking that one.
Well, thank you.
So, Geo, I don't know if it was you or if it was somebody else, and I would love, by the way, to get to Alex right after this, but I just wanted to touch on the looting aspect that someone was writing about it, comparing it to just consumerism instead of it being a class warfare type of thing. Like, I remember seeing people were stealing these nice-looking vinyl dolls, like these dolls that collectors like to put on their shelves. And I wonder how much of this is like a similar kind of consumerism that you would see like on Black Friday, where the things that people are getting, I'm not sure how much of it is like essentials and how much of it is just like consuming for the sake of consumption.
You want me to go ahead?
If you want to.
Yeah. No,
what about Alex's introduction?
Yeah, let's go to Alex first, please.
Yes,
please,
let's
please.
go to Alex.
Oh, okay.
So,
hey,
Alex.
I'm Alex. Thanks for having me on. I'm. This is all the Zoom stuff's been something new since the quarantine. And just a little background: I'm a painter. I've been an artist since I was 18, and I'm 50. I was a video game artist for 10 years back in the 90s, making stuff for the Sony PlayStation, even going back to the Sega Genesis games. I've been a painting and drawing instructor at the Art Center College. And then for the last 10 years, I've just been pretty much exclusively hustling, selling art and prints online and in galleries and whatnot, playing the art game. And there's so many things that are just like all these dangling loose ends that are driving everyone crazy. It just makes me think of that Henry David Thoreau quote of, there's 100 people that are batting at the branches of the tree of problems and no one strikes the root, and I really feel like, first of all, the entire Trump administration has been like an emergency situation. It's been insane. The media has been going from one thing to another. And just dropping narratives left and right. Russiagate, and then impeachment. And then, before impeachment was over, the story everyone was missing was they were already bailing out the banks to the tune of trillions of dollars way back in like September. But then it was impeachment, and then that mustard fell off the hot dog, and then it was pandemic, you got to stay inside, you're getting yelled at if you wear a mask, and and it's just ridiculous. I don't know how anyone makes any sense of this. I don't know if any of you guys watch people like Brett Weinstein or Daniel Schmachtenberger, or some of these people that are just kind of like smart, brainy guys talking about things from a certain perspective. And, Brett Weinstein's always talking about like his experience with everything in this social justice warriors at Evergreen. That totally to me looks like a microcosm of exactly what is going out right now. And the problem that I see with Occupy Wall Street started off with one issue, which to me is the root, which is bad money, corruption, anti-capitalist, anti-rule of law activity at the top. And Occupy Wall Street, it almost immediately got hijacked by, I guess, what you'd call sort of a SJW, Antifa, anarchist or something that just sort of diluted the message, and just kept it, no, it's Occupy everything, it's Occupy blah, blah, blah. And as a painter and with art and with painting, you always, it's like Occam's razor. The simplest solution is the best and the one that you tend to always want to take. And there are so many simple, doable solutions that are out there. People like Ellen Brown and Steve Keen, and that have simple solutions to the money problem that could immediately be happening, and nobody does jack shit. I painted these burning bank paintings originally, like way back to almost 10 years ago, and everyone's like, wow, you're a prophet. I'm like, fuck, I knew this shit was going down like way back when. I couldn't believe they kept the balls juggling as long as they did, so it's fun it's nice to try to listen to you guys. And
by the way, we could probably share some of those paintings. I sent Jules the link to your Instagram.
If I'm not mistaken, if I'm not thinking of totally different paintings, I'm a huge fan of those. Never knew who the artist was.
Did you do the Citibank one?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my God, that's you? Dude.
I get a face to that one finally. Same.
Big fan of yours. I saw it on InfoWars back in the day.
I did too.
Yeah, that was like, yeah, that was. Yeah, there's
No
some.
kidding.
I don't just paint burning bank paintings, but that is definitely my hottest theme.
Doing a little bit of plein air there with the mask and everything.
Yeah, I do. I love plein air paintings, and the burning banks were, they were a form of plein air.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude.
They blow up on the internet, and it's so weird to be, it's the same problems, and we're going through, this is like Groundhog Day to me. It's, you know, we're repeating it. It's this same cycle. We're back at the same spot, and they didn't come up with any fucking new ideas. So we're just seeing quantitative easing forever. We're seeing them bail out the top. They're bailing out a small group of people who are in control of the major firms that are on Wall Street, the trade. And we have seen already, there is no trickle down. It's nuts. Like when I heard Steve Keen say you could set up a bailout system that would pay taxpayers every month that have debt. You would log into this system, you'd sign up, oh, I have credit card debt, I have mortgage debt, and that money would go every month, $3,000 or whatever, and it would pay down your mortgage or your credit card or whatever you got, your student loans. And the banks would get paid, but they would get paid with the middle interim of the public. So they put the money through the public to the bank. They're still getting their goddamn lucre, but it's having a benefit of also paying down people's mortgages or paying down their student loans. And if they don't have debt, then you just get that money to spend. You know, I mean, I just, the fact that the people are not upset that the same thing's happening again. I mean, I think there's been a teeny creak of a crack of awakening as far as an understanding of how these bailouts work, you know, that I just don't know. I mean, we're already in the middle of it. Trillions of dollars.
What do you think is the solution?
Flies through the system. You know,
what do you think is the solution, or are there possible solutions, or
there's a lot
how
of
do people approach that problem? Because it's also because it's hard to understand. It's, I think, even like many different people would describe these things many different ways.
I know. I mean, on my blog, I present solutions that other people, you know, I mean, I don't have any original ideas. I'm just finding economists that are talking about reality, you know, like Steve Keen and Ellen Brown. For example, Los Angeles, the state of California just signed into law that they can charter public banks. So City of Los Angeles already had all the wheels in motion, and they've got they already have one infrastructure public bank that they're retrofitting to turn into the Los Angeles Public Bank, and that would immediately replace Wells Fargo. Okay, so when Los Angeles needs money, the public votes on a bond measure, and they say we need $1 billion for this, or we need $100 million for this. Okay, but before public banks, then Los Angeles has to go to Wells Fargo and say, hey, we need this money. Wells Fargo has this magical power to just summon currency on their balance book out of nothing. And they loan that money to California or Los Angeles at atrocious interest rates. And they charge processing fees and this and that. And it ends up that for every, you know, $1 million that they borrow, there's another $1 million of fees and interest that they end up paying. A public bank is vested with that same magical twinkle power to summon money on its balance books out of nothing, but they are like borrowing from your own family. They don't have a profit-seeking motive, and it eliminates a parasitic middleman immediately, you know. So even interest that gets paid to the public bank goes to the public bank. You know what I'm saying? Now, and one thing that like Steve Keen turned me on to, and a few other guys.
Oh, well, by the way, how do you pronounce his name or spell his name properly? Steve.
Oh, it's Steve. On Twitter, he's Prof. Steve Keen, Keen, and then it's Prof like professor, Prof. Steve Keen, and you know, it's the simplest an immediate solution to again what I see as like a huge problem. And another thing is to come up with a UBI that's merged with paying down debt, so that you don't just bail out the party that can loan money. You know, something that blows my mind too, because, you know, you're talking about Christianity and, you know, the monetary system, and we're going back to Babylonian times with things like, and, you know, debt forgiveness was a thing, you know, and the Bible had laws about about lots of laws about debt and what and it, you know, in Mesopotamia or in Babylon, supposedly every 10 years, all the debts were wiped off the board. And so you could be a jerk for 10 years and just not pay your debts back, but you know, that's going to affect your social credit score, I imagine. But it was a regular thing to just free the debt jubilee. You know, and they definitely should be doing that with student loans. You know, I would love to see people fight back with credit card debt. Someone always somehow talks me out of it when I get down to the nuts and bolts of it. But all this unsecured credit card debt, you know, everyone's just paying that every month. And credit cards to me are a scam. They are the biggest scandal. And they're a thing that's come about in my lifetime. I mean, when I was 10, 11, 12, you couldn't get a credit card, you know? And in my opinion, and for what I've heard other people talk about, credit cards are what props up bad wages. You know, ever since 1971, America's industry has been, and our productive capacity has been shipped overseas to third world countries and dictatorships where they can exploit cheap labor so they can get this number lower on all the balance sheets. And then the stockholders are happy. But wages have stagnated in this country since credit cards have proliferated, arguably, you know. And the fact that they're just easier and easier to get, and 20% interest rates is like a standard. And it's kind of like what Max Kaiser says, it's almost an interest rate apartheid. If you're like a big bank or a CEO on that side of the fence, you get money for nothing. They're going to get negative interest rates. That's madness, you know. But then if you're on the other side, you're with you don't even have it, you're unbanked. You know, like another simple idea is a post office bank. Public bank, post office bank, something where poor people without a lot of money can get a non-usurious a debit card for their deposits, a safe place to put their money. They can cash their checks without an exorbitant fee from a payday loan place. You know, I'm taking up too much time. I'll shut up for a minute.
No, this is really fascinating.
I know that's
great.
What I'm curious about, though, is when it comes to something like a Jubilee, I'd imagine back then, even in the big city like Babylon, you'd still have people who knew each other more or less and saw each other on a daily basis. And people talked way more with each other when they were just going about their day, much more than some people, I guess, would talk for a whole year. So what I'm curious about here is, back then, I could see there being social ramifications. If you did not pay your debt, then society would just go against you. But right now, since everybody seems so insulated from each other, I'm just curious how that's going to go down, because it feels like there is less of a responsibility, just like there are less of these various Elks clubs or any of these societies that used to exist where there were fraternal organizations. The what?
Yeah, the Bowling Alone book by what was his name? I studied him in grad school. Basically, yeah, the death of social clubs, the death of any sort of communal engagement.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, social media is doing that for sure.
Mm-hmm. Can I go, Lev?
But it's almost like
Sure.
turning it inside out or like upside down.
Yeah.
Social media.
Well, first of all, I think I want to say I'm in the presence of greatness because I have a very similar art style to Alex, and I saw those paintings like literally 10 years ago when Alex Jones was talking about how the banks were trying to go after you, and you inspired me to do this series of the Gilets Jaunes in France. I've done a series of like cars on fire and things like that from the Yellow Vest protests.
Yo, that's one of your best paintings, dude. That one's
Thanks,
amazing.
man. Yeah. But yeah, so I think what I want to talk about would be to riff off of what Tarek was saying, because I feel that by the way, I was just browsing his Twitter account and I noticed that he has the Crumpler follow back, and I'm like, this guy must be interesting. But I think what's interesting now is that we're starting to see a lot of a discourse in terms of economism is going towards a consensus among the fringe parts of the political spectrum that capitalist realism is sort of not working out for everyone for a variety of ways. And I think this was the essence of what Mark Fisher was writing about right after Occupy Wall Street, how it sort of became muddled by what Foucault would call the counter discourses of certain groups of how power tests resistances and utilizes certain tactics as piecemeal in some ways, to say that maybe issues of identity, which I would say are still important, sort of become the subterfuge for distracting us from us being turned into sort of this rootless, cosmopolitan homo economist, where that's all we are concerned about, the big line going up, the GDP, but yet our future is being offshored. And so I've noticed this convergence within the last, I would say, maybe 5 years or even 10 years, where you start to have people that I'm more acquainted with on the far right. Like it's crazy how you have like ethno-nationalists reading Mark Fisher, and you have the quote unquote dirtbag left talking about certain class issues and so forth. I think that it's an interesting time we live in, where the minority of people who are on the fringes are starting to realize that the system itself, for a variety of ways, has displaced us on the most fundamental of levels, because power informs our subjectivity itself. And economic power is a subset of that, but yet it's the ever-flowing, non-stop, virtually totalitarian, terroristic march onward of capital has to invade every single space of meaning and identity there is. And it's really crazy to me, because we're seeing the collapse of the old political distinction since the 80s. The whole boomer liberal political spectrum of, like, capitalism, libertarianism, and the left. I think that's totally irrelevant now. And we're seeing that the fruits, the fetid fruits of neoliberalism have come to root. So, yeah, sorry, that's just a lot right now. But
I just wanted to respond to that and say that people's political imaginations are definitely widening now. It's incredible what's been happening over the past couple of years. Here in Philadelphia, there's actually a homeless encampment, set up by homeless people, of course, with the help of like a local organization, and they're putting forth demands to the city. So here we have 8 empty units, 8 empty public housing units for every homeless person in different, in cities. It varies city to city, but usually there are plenty of units per homeless person. There's just so many empty houses and so many homeless people, but there's enough empty houses for every homeless person. And these homeless people, they're getting together and they're saying, we want houses. We know that there are 8 empty units for every homeless person, and we want to be housed. We want equity with these houses. And in addition to that, we want the police to stop harassing us. No, 10 years ago, that was totally unthinkable. Homelessness was this implacable problem, something that couldn't be solved. It's just life. People just lose their homes and we just have to accept it. But no, people are sick of that. People are sick of having to, slave away for hours a day at a job they hate, just to keep a tiny fucking cardboard box. People are sick of the sort of back and forth between the two political parties that represent the exact same interests. The sort of nightmare of neoliberalism. People are waking up for it. It is somewhat hopeful, I guess. And I think to a certain extent we're seeing this convergence of the far right and the far left, though I would say where the far right, or where certain people on the far right are mistaken, is that they, to a great extent, believe in preserving capitalism. They talk about preserving, the family, traditional values or whatever not, but they miss that as long as you preserve the fundamental mechanisms of capitalism, deterritorialization will always be a factor. If you actually want to create a society where people can sort of form these bonds based on, mutual, mutual need based on family, etc., you have to get rid of this force, obviously, that operates outside of the control of any one group of people or nation.
But and how would you reconcile, for example, left and right accelerationism that says, I certainly am more familiar with like the Nick Land version of it, but what would you say the argument that capitalism itself is like almost a sentient force that will never stop, that like it's a pipe dream that you totally get rid of it? Like what would you respond to that sort of accelerationism argument?
Yeah, well, for starters, capitalism is fundamentally limited by, as you probably know, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall over time. Of course, the Landian point of view, obviously, is that, with enough elbow grease or whatever, we can somehow counteract that once capitalism is restored to what did he say once? I don't know. It's hardcore bleeding edge, whatever sci-fi nonsense.
Towards the outside,
yeah. And I simply don't believe that this is the tendency, and we can the capitalists can do all of these things to attempt to counteract that, but it'll never be enough, at least as far as I'm concerned. At least, history shows us that it'll never be enough. So, the point obviously is to, I guess, move to a sort of mode of socio-political organization, of economic organization, that doesn't, in which these processes don't occur, in which society doesn't fall into crisis every 10, 15, 20 years.
So we also have Not Anarchy Ball here with us. And let me hear. Hey, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just well. Yes.
I wanted to throw in my 2 cents on a couple of these points. Now, when it comes to capital and things like that, we have to remember that the country has been in a complete lockdown for the past 3 or 4 months now. And that wasn't capitalism that created these problems. That was the government that said, hey, workers, we've got an entirely new designation for you. If you're on the unwanted, unnecessary list, well, guess what? You can just go fuck yourself. So if we look at it from a perspective of socialism versus capitalism, and the idea of people power or worker power versus the capital owning class, it's just not a complete picture. What we're seeing now is a lot of poor people who are being digested and spit out by the system, saying, look, there's no room for us in some sort of Antifa commune, and the government doesn't want us either. We have no idea where to go. And those are the people going out there buying the most guns right now because they see the riots in the streets. They're the ones who are deracinated. They're the ones who are considering leaving where they're at just to get out of the harm's way at this point. I think what we're looking at is 2 factions, and like you've correctly said, it's the neoliberals on one side, and it's the state on the other side. Now, they're not really in competition as far as power goes, because let's face it, the bureaucratic class is almost 100% neoliberals. They all hate Trump, and so it's sort of like Trump derangement syndrome has gotten out on the streets in a way that nobody can really contain right now. And if we keep that in mind, you also have to keep in mind the right and the left spectrums when it comes to extremism. They aren't that far apart. And right now, I feel like I've been to a bunch of these BLM rallies, and I've tried to talk to people about anarcho-capitalism, and a lot of people seem really receptive. I've tried to talk to them about mutualism. They seem really open to the idea of forming mutual aid societies instead of relying on the government. And I think that's the direction both extremes need to go. We need to start organizing these mutual aid societies before it's too late, because the state is coming down on all of us, right? And the poor people, they really don't feel like they have any more place at the table anymore. And if you look at the CHAZ, for instance, that was in the upper class neighborhood, gay neighborhood that's mostly occupied by Amazon employees, right? we're seeing now a bunch of people who are talking the talk, but they really have no relationship whatsoever to the struggles of the working class. I mean, these are executives and middle management that are forming a temporary autonomous zone, which is something that is classically been a mainstay of leftists. This is all over Europe, and all these communist temporary autonomous zones all over Europe. They seem to have a checkmating effect against the state, but how can you really say that when this is the bureaucratic class and the middle management class from capitalism?
To be fair, this has always gone on throughout history. Karl Marx was an English gentleman. Lenin was not exactly working class by any stretch of the imagination. He came from a well-off family, as did a lot of intellectuals who got into this movement, and that's usually been the case.
And where did it take hold? It took hold in Russia, right? That was not their target ever.
No, it was not.
They wanted it in Germany. They thought that capitalism was going to lead them to this thing. Well, it turns out the poor people are, they're the ones who are the engines of these change. And right now, it seems like they don't have a home. I mean, they're told, hey, you guys want to leave your houses to go get haircuts. That's just not the case. I mean, let's face it. You take anything these, neoliberal Twitter accounts and celebrities are talking about. All they want to do is shit on poor white people, and it's like, where's the solidarity there, comrade? I thought we were all in this together, but all you seem to want to do is shit on poor white people. And the only place the poor white people feel like, they have any place is in all these alt-right movements. And, there's no future there. That's just race collectivism on a much broader scale and a much more dangerous note. So I don't know. I think we got to go back to the idea that, there is real power when people can get together in mutual aid societies and start doing with their resources that the government has not allowed them to do before. If you look at the citizens patrols out in Minneapolis, these are working class people who are getting together with firearms that they bought to try and patrol their streets to keep their businesses safe. And at the same time, they're showing solidarity with the protesters. I mean, there's something very Hong Kongian about that. I mean, if you look at the Hong Kong protests, the people on the streets and the business owners, they're basically on the same page. They don't want China. They don't want the monolith of tyranny coming down on them. So I think, on some level, it's going to take all of us to say, okay, we're going to put aside our differences and try to network mutual aid societies to make sure that people can get food on their plates. Because at this point, capital, in terms of like international capital, neoliberalism, all the cronyism that goes on between government and these mega corporations, that's the result of government overreach. They've priced everybody out of the market. How exactly are we supposed to go back from that without having a revolution? I don't understand it.
Yeah. Well, I definitely agree with the last point about, mutual aid societies, these various patrols in some of these cities being a promising development. Definitely. What we want to see is, of course, like working people building their own sort of apparatuses of power, like independent of the capitalist state. Though, I mean, I think my only problem with your analysis is, you're framing of the government as, the sort of bête noire or whatever. Obviously, like the government, whether it's the American government, the EU, whatever, it constantly bails out these large banks and corporations. It constantly, social services are constantly gut so as to bail out these large banks and corporations. The government and these corporations, they've essentially fused into one, and that's how it's basically always been. Like, Western governments have basically always preserved the interests of large corporations. But
was it the case until the progressive era, though? Because from what I understand, it was around the time of the progressive era when we started getting all these big trusts and this collusion with government, where a lot of the economic growth that we actually had, before that, I wonder if we would have kept going in that direction without that collusion, whether we'd already
you
be in
see-
the stars by now.
Well, sure.
That was already
Though,
the golden
actually,
age.
Oh, wait, hold on.
yeah.
That was already the golden age of the mutual aid societies in America. We had fraternal orders, we had mutual aid societies, we had church groups, we had all these other people working in conjunction to feed and help people
Well,
back, at the start of the progressive era. Now, if you look at the trajectory, people have thought that they can change their communities better with a vote than they can with their hands, than they can by talking to their neighbors. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we've got this technological divide right now. I mean, we're all on Zoom. We're not in a meeting house. We don't go down to the town square anymore. We get on Zoom and we talk to other like-minded people. See, that's part of the problem. If we can get outside of those comfortable spaces, we can actually, and a lot of people feel right now that, they can make a bigger impact online, but I don't see it. Like, a lot of people think that if they just talk bad about the BLM protests, that's going to somehow, make their voice less able to be heard. But the fact of the matter is, if you get out there and you actually talk to them, you talk about what they want, about what they need, you have a much easier time of stepping into a society. The conservatives are always fetishizing the 1950s. The 1950s was basically the death of the mutual aid societies as a real factor in American societies. But before that, in the 1920s and 30s, the mutual aid societies had over a third of the members. You could get a year's worth of health care for a day's worth of labor. And these things were not politicized. The people who politicized them and ultimately destroyed them was the American Medical Association, who said that if you're a lodge practice doctor, that you don't get access to ERs and all the rest of this stuff. And they allied themselves most firmly with the federal government. All the rest of these organizations, they work hand in glove with the AMA. And if you look at the Freemasons too, the Freemasons got together at the Fraternal Congress and said that we're going to make a mandatory minimum dues for all of the fraternal organizations in the country, not just Freemasons, but everybody else. And since that time, it's been declining on a much more rapid scale than anybody could have imagined. I mean, I think right now we're talking about less than 1% of the population is a member of some sort of mutual aid society or a fraternal organization. And, that goes from one third of the society with a lot of purchasing power, a lot of ability to get what they need in everyday life, down to less than 1%. And, we're wondering why everything's gone bad. I think the view that politics is just an impersonal machine that you can put your vote in and get back results, it's just flawed. It's somebody else's machine. We have to identify that and realize that unless we get organized on the outside of politics, we'll never be able to organize enough on the inside of politics to change things. We're only voting on what we're told anyway. That's why we've got Joe Biden versus Donald Trump.
Well, yeah, I want to. Oh, sorry. Did I cut you off?
That's okay. You go ahead and make your point.
Yeah, no, I want to push back on a point someone else said earlier, I guess about, the U.S. government being small up to, say, like the progressive era. Well, I mean, there were very, very high protective tariffs in place for most of the 19th century. Frankly, the idea that small government conservatism built capitalism in America is a bit fallacious. But going back to what Anarchy Ball was saying about the decline of mutual aid societies here in the United States, well, a large part of that happened during the 80s, during the advent of neoliberalism, where Reagan over here gutted the unions. Thatcher in the UK, the unions were totally gutted over there. Today, most American workers are not a part of the union, and that's by design, obviously. With the advent of neoliberal austerity came the, total defeat of the workers' movement in the form of the sort of thinning away of unions. And, that's, I guess, a really interesting aspect of, Bernie Sanders' platform, which he planned to get people back into unions. Maybe that might have done something to help, workers organize or whatever. But the point is, we need to start doing stuff for ourselves. Like you said, obviously politics isn't a machine where you can put a vote in and expect results, because the results are always going to be the same. They're always going to end up benefiting the ruling class and not the rest of us.
Tarek, I have a question about.
Tarek, also,
yes.
have you traveled internationally? Or
yeah, I've been to Vietnam and Canada when I went to Vietnam recently, and I've been to Canada when I was fairly young, and also Jamaica to visit my family.
I was just curious.
I'm originally from St. Petersburg, Russia, by the way, where a lot of this stuff was going on back in the day in relation to the workers seizing the means of production there. I mean, I don't want to go on the whole thing about how that didn't work, because obviously, like, we saw what happened. We have evidence. The question.
Oh, yeah, it's sort of my view that the Soviet Union was a capitalist state, though of course some people will disagree with me on that.
What do you mean?
Well, one of the defining characteristics of capitalism is production for exchange and wage labor. And of course, throughout the entire history of the Soviet Union, people were paid wages. Things were produced for exchange and not for use. So, and of course, capital was, you can extrapolate that it was accumulated. So by that definition, the Soviet Union, as well as every other supposedly socialist state that has existed, were capitalist.
I have a quick point to make about that. When it comes to capital accumulations, I think people expect it to be sort of like a linear thing, like, all these different areas can, accumulate together at the same time. But economically speaking, that's just not possible. We have stages of production, and we have all sorts of other things that require pricing in the market that will accumulate capital at different rates. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But at the same time, if you've got centralized control over the whole system, it's not going to even out to benefit the most amount of people, because you've got a centralized authority making guesses at what they can and cannot price into their markets. I mean, if you take the war on drugs, for example, I mean, it's been a monumental failure for the United States government. And part of that being is because they don't know how to price the protection against drugs into their neighborhoods, because they're centrally planning all of it. So, the neoliberals who have perpetrated this drug war, they don't know exactly what they're doing, but they do know that foreign entities can make a buttload of money off of the sale of drugs through the use of financial instruments. HSBC, for example. So if we take a look at the real impacts of these things, especially like the labor movement. Like the labor movement was more interested in getting to a solid agreement between the workers and the capitalist class in the 1930s, when you had a major influx of socialist influences coming from universities and coming from Russia and things like that. And they actually referred to the unions who more so wanted to get back to work as mini fascists. And that's a very important thing to note, because when they got more political, they started focusing their efforts on politicizing the state unions more so than commercial unions. And the state unions, sort of like what we're seeing now with the police unions, that's another state union that has been very politicized by the left. Now, granted, not completely by socialists, more so by the neoliberals who saw them as an economic tool. They can basically use the police unions as a complete smash or a hammer against justice in any location, like you saw in Atlanta just 2 days ago. When something happens the police don't like, they all go on strike. Now, if you look at the crime rates when they go on strike, it's sort of a non-starter. But what it does is it scares the political class into doing whatever the police unions want them to. Same way with teachers. When the teachers union go on strike, all the workers have to stay home to take care of their kids because they don't have the government-run daycare anymore. So it makes a very unpopular candidate. When you've got these state-run unions who basically have double voting, because not only do they get to vote in the elections, they also get to vote and negotiate anywhere along the process, they can essentially hijack any government they want to, which is a big problem, especially when you look at how these unions have donated to these political candidates. You see, it's more of an engine for political change or attempted political change than it is an engine for prosperity for the workers. Now, if we go before the 1930s into the fraternal history of labor unions, we find that we had Freemasons who made it a job to go around the country and negotiate between capitalists and laborers and get things done, get the improvements they needed so that these people could have a living wage and still continue working. The problem is the strike isn't the only solution. And what you have to do is find equitable decisions for both parties. And we don't really see that anymore. And I think that a big role to play in that is the politicization of socialism instead of the community building aspect of socialism. Because all of these fraternal organizations, they came out of a sense of fraternity, which is not really well established concept in historical records. Like, you'll find fraternal organizations all over the historical record, but you don't find historians examining the role of fraternity and how things are divvied up, right? So if we take a look back at that and figure out ways to increase fraternity, I've got a couple of book suggestions. If you'd like, I can give them to you after the show. But there's a lot of information out there. It's a very dry subject, but I've been working on it for the past couple of years now, and I find a lot of promise in it. The problem is people on the right, they have an allergy for anything union, and people on the left want to turn unions into political hammers that they can smash people with. Neither one of these are good ideas. They need to be used to benefit the workers and keep them working, keep them, accumulating capital so that they can retire and leave a better life to their children. If you look at stuff like Mooseheart, for instance, which was a orphanage for Moose Lodge members that was in Chicago, Mooseheart had a vision of training all of the orphans to get a trade, get a skill, and get back into the economy so that they could make a life for themselves after their fathers had died of, either in war or in industrial accidents or any of this other stuff. And they pooled their resources to get it done. Well, it turns out Mooseheart did such a good job in training the youth that most of them didn't go into trades. They mostly graduated from college, and they mostly went on to academia, and they, had very influential lives. Now, we don't know about stuff like this. It's not talked a whole lot about because, we're all supposed to forget about the storied history of American fraternal orders. Like, these things are not taught in schools, and I don't really see a lot of movement on the side of the left talking about the many different various associations that have existed outside of labor, outside of organized labor, which were a very important part of American history and frankly, a very important part of socialist history because, you got people like Peter Kropotkin who talked about mutual aid societies all the time. He wasn't necessarily just talking about labor unions.
I actually do have a couple points I want to make, but Lev, if you want to introduce the
I'm going to first introduce Rachel, but even before that, I want to make one quick historical point about the Soviet Union. So if you look at the Soviet Union around like the 60s, 70s, 80s, it was a historical superpower. You can't put, let's say, excuses of CIA meddling into this equation because it had a lot of resources, it had lots of territory, while at the same time, the biggest cities, Moscow, St. Petersburg, regular people couldn't get toilet paper. So there was definitely an imbalance going on at that point. Everybody was working. It was illegal not to have a job. You must have a job. But the job paid incredibly little, and there was very limited things that you could get for that money. You could go into the black market. that was one route that was obviously taken with rock and roll and blue jeans and all that. But I just want to throw that out as an example of you can have the biggest territory in all the world sphere, and if things aren't going good economically, that's going to affect so many people in your best cities, regardless of your intention. But with that, I wanted to bring things over to Rachel. Rachel Haywire, thank you so much for coming in here. It's a pleasure to see you. Unfortunately, not face to face as of yet, but hopefully soon.
Yeah. The last time I remember doing a video with you was for that whole transhumanist party fiasco. It's been a while. How have you been?
I've been really good. We've been doing these streams. They've been very successful. Speaking of which, guys, please, if you have not done this so already, subscribe. Please subscribe and help us grow. And we're going to be doing Left Thinks the World is a Sphere, unsubscribed. Amazing. Okay. So
Gennady was on, we had a transhumanism. Well, we invited you to that one. We did a transhumanism anarcho-primitivist clash as one of our BTR streams. A number of people here in this conversation were also in that one too. Gennady was there. He was kind of ganged up on, but he's a great sport. He never lost his smile, and he just, just like rolled off, everything rolled off him like water off a duck's head, But I think it's also good to like expose everyone to just the whole gamut.
It's a hell of a stream.
Just to be clear, I have disavowed transhumanism. I believe it's an immortality cult. I side entirely with the anarcho-primitivist. I'm a futurist. Transhumanism, it's the scam. I think that it's an elitist run oligarch about a few people. They want to get into the public health sector, so they call themselves transhumanists, but they're not really interested in evolution or cybernetics or artificial intelligence or virtual reality. They're just interested in, I want to live forever. And it's like, I kind of don't want to associate with you guys. That's how I feel about the transhumanists. And I heard that the candidate, Ben Zion, who bought votes from Bangladesh, was recently kicked out of the transhumanist party. So, I mean, the whole thing is just a mess. I'm glad to have distanced myself from that community. Anarcho-primitivism all the way.
Well, we should definitely do one with Serpent Mound and you coming up real soon. We'll talk about Uncle Ted. So some of the things that you were interested in talking about today, I mean, I definitely want to relate it to exactly the things that we were just talking about. And you want to talk about the occult, aesthetics, futurism, and riots. So we were covering the riots somewhat, and I wanted to bring this back to what Graventus was talking about before, about this being a quasi-religious fervor that's going on right now, and your particular thoughts on that, Rachel.
I have no idea what Juneteenth is. I've never heard of it before. Happy Juneteenth.
It's new. It's new. It's to celebrate the emancipation.
Okay.
I believe it. Sorry. I believe it's to celebrate the arrival of the Union Army in Galveston, Texas, in 1865, when they were announcing the end of slavery, because the Emancipation Proclamation de facto didn't apply to the states that had seceded, obviously.
Okay, that makes sense. That's why so many people are celebrating. I had a hard time figuring out if it was a riot or a Juneteenth celebration when I was scrolling my Twitter feed, because I just kept seeing people, like looking like they were at a riot with Juneteenth hashtags. So I really, there's just so much conflicting information. Now I understand what the holiday is about. That sounds pretty important.
Sounds like you had the black cube trauma, because we were talking about on a couple episodes ago. Everyone was associating, people were posting blackout tiles on their social media, and they were associating it with Saturn's cube, which has some esoteric relevance. And we were on the subject of occult and esoterics. So I imagine some people maybe even subconsciously got the trauma from the social signaling where it's like, oh, a new thing we have to learn out of obligation, or a new thing we have to learn out of obligation. Like, oh, I'm not a good person if I don't learn about this out of obligation. People can just become so desensitized. It reminds me of I forget which Malcolm Gladwell book it was. It might have been David and Goliath.
Oh.
But he talked about people's experiences of living in France when it was getting bombed by the Germans, and how people, after a certain amount of time, like at first you'd be shocked when a bomb went off. But then it came to the point when bombs were going off so often, like they were being dropped so often, that people never got anxiety from a bomb explosion. And also there'd be stories of like a bomb going off like 20 feet away from someone, and they would have like no emotional reaction to the bomb. They'd just be like, oh,
that sounds
like, they're normal.
That sounds pretty Nietzschean, right? I mean,
it's a weird adaptation thing. It's just what happens to people. You get desensitized to things that are initially stressful, and then the more and more they come and go, things that are initially like stressful. And sometimes that's like homework. People have like homework trauma, right? Like people, I'm convinced, stop keeping up with current events after college or school, because they're like, how can I make sense of any of this? How can I trust any sources? You know, it's so expensive. And the social cost of having an unpopular opinion, like, also makes it expensive to get into kind of this stuff. So I think people often just want to go with the flow.
They want to grill in peace. They just want to grill in peace.
The occult connotations here of using sigils. Riots are a sigil in a way. Holidays are a sigil. These are reactive pieces of occult architecture that are used to enact certain decisions, certain forces, certain hooplas from the masses. We have everything from corporate logos to social justice hashtags. They're occult in nature. Hollywood is big on occultism, symbolism. They're all Straussians, you know. They're speaking in an esoteric language of symbolism because they're probably afraid of what would happen to them if they told the truth. But at the same time, I've developed a theory, and a lot of people don't agree with me here, but I don't believe that anybody is actually purged for their viewpoints. I believe that people are purged for their lack of elegance and their lack of decorum. Decorum, I don't know, I went to art school. And that people pretend like they have a problem with people's views when they really have a problem with people's tone, delivery, you know, because you can be like an extreme right nationalist, but if you're occult and subtle about it and academic and, you know, you keep it on the DL and you speak in code, you'll be fine. But you could be like a center right, or even like a so far left that you're on the right, you know, working class weirdo that says the wrong thing, and suddenly you're all over the news as being a racist.
Yeah, can I bring something up?
Do you think that's true?
That? You know, we all saw this video. It's like Karens. You know what I'm talking about? Karens.
Yeah.
And there's this woman who is a Karen, and her husband is like a Karen's husband, I guess. And she is talking to this fella who's filming a video, and he's just stenciled Black Lives Matter on the little front planter in front of where he lives. And she walks up to him, and she's being like, in her mind, I imagine, very diplomatic. She's like, I understand the message and I totally support you, but you don't live here, and so you shouldn't be doing that. That's not the way to express it. And then, you know, it turns out the guy does live there. She was making an assumption about the fellow, and he filmed the whole thing, and she lost her job. She lost her makeup sponsorship. The guy worked for some financial architecture firm.
Exactly.
And he got laid off. It's so weird. Like, it's a minefield. Where it's getting afraid, people are getting afraid to make any kind of comment. But
I
then
wanted
to not comment is to now comment. So if you're not saying anything, then people can be like, well, why aren't you saying anything? To be silent is to side with the
By the way,
fascists.
not that I'd compare the two together as far as what they ended up doing. Quite obviously, I think we could all agree on that. But there was that famous photo I recall of people doing the Hitler salute, and there was this one guy who was just sitting there with crossed arms. And that is kind of like the idea, I think, that people are getting, where some people are afraid of not just going with the flow and saying whatever slogans need to be said, or else they may be seen as the odd man out.
We do need to account for the fact that people that are doing the Hitler salute are probably mentally ill, socially retarded, and don't understand social norms, where the people who were like legit neo-Nazis that have a lot of power are going to pretend to be liberals. And I think that's something that we need to understand as a wider society.
Yeah, I think I kind of want to like point out that I guess past a certain line or so on the social hierarchy, being canceled basically does nothing. Like Louis C.K., toured a little recently, I think. What's his name? Aziz Ansari also toured a little recently. Like, I mean, of course, if you get canceled by your friends or people well, like, that's pretty shitty. But, if you're, like, wealthy and famous and connected enough, like, you basically can't be canceled.
Yeah.
Like Bill Maher, for example.
Right. Like Louis C.K.,
you got to look
I
at
don't think so.
You got to look at what they did, though, right? Like, if you're taking the example of Aziz Ansari, like, this was just a woman who had, a feeling of regret after, giving this guy a blowjob like 3 times, I think. And if you look at Louis C.K., he was jerking off into a planter or something like that. I mean, if you look at how they treat people in power, those, like, how they got, Jeffrey Epstein off the first time, they're just like, oh yeah, that's just a prostitution charge. We're not going to talk about how, he was doing this to hundreds of little girls.
Right. Right, exactly.
What we're talking about are 2 separate things, because you can't really cancel people with power, right?
Yeah.
But you can, seriously affect anyone's career that's outside of those spheres of power. I think it takes a much finer tooth comb to actually get through this stuff and see. Because, like, for instance, in that video you were talking about with the Karen and her husband, if you'll notice, if you go back to the video and watch it, the guy who was filming them never said he lived there. He was trying to bait them into making racist comments so he could post it on the internet and get them canceled. They didn't know he lived there. If he'd have said it from the very beginning.
So ridiculous.
You can cancel people.
I live here.
Hold on. You can cancel people with power. It happens all the time. I think it's more about, you can't cancel people with like purity of will, right? It's sort of like the Gordon Liddy effect, where Gordon Liddy participated in Watergate and they tried to break him, right? They just like threw the book at him. They just because they wanted him to talk, and he was like, I'm not gonna. And so it was this total farce. They threw him in jail for a ridiculous amount of time, and he loved it. I heard he took the place over, and then he wrote a book about it, and then they just had him on Fox News all the time. So it's like they canceled him, but it's his will that brought him back. And you see this happen a lot with people. Like, if they have
Justin Murphy and so
bad about their spirit, if they have if there are some people who are ashamed because they realize they did something wrong. And then there's people who feel ashamed just because like other people are busybodies. But if it's really hard to feel shame if you don't think you've done anything wrong. Like, people that feel guilty for anything feel guilty because they think they did something wrong. If you don't think you did anything wrong, you have nothing to feel guilty for ever. So even if people try to cancel you and make you feel guilty for something you shouldn't feel guilty for, you can just compassionately respond and just like carry on, keep going. Like, like, what does this being canceled mean?
Well, for example,
I don't agree with
People
that.
terrorize you.
Wait, who doesn't agree with that?
Wait, I don't
terrorize
know.
you.
I don't
Like,
agree
and they'll
with-
do things also with a smile on their face and terrorize you.
Okay, but
Like,
wait.
Okay,
I
Rachel, and then whoever
things
didn't
people can
agree.
do.
I don't agree
me.
with that. I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with that. You can get canceled if you are somewhat powerful and if you're famous and you're a public figure and you can make the best out of it with your strong will and form a new career, find a new industry. But the really powerful people are invisible. We do not know their names. We are all a bunch of ants to them, including Louis C.K.
Yeah, those are the people who are never going to get canceled. But no, what you're saying is correct about the force of will, but I think canceling is a far more material concept. Like, if you could start depriving somebody of something access to before the canceling started, that could be considered, a canceling, right?
Right.
So it's just a material concept. The spiritual concept, yes, you can be uncancelable.
The goal
matter
of
what
canceling
situation you're
people is works against that strategy, right? Because people are becoming more robust to it. They're getting more and more examples of like different types of recoveries from being canceled, right? They're learning like the difference between like, oh, like you were a monster and like now we know and that's why you're canceled, versus like, oh, those were faux pas, well, but at the end of the day, that's just like amateur social ridicule, not like, oh wow, like you were being really awful. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
I think people are kind of canceled for pretty superficial, mild things. Like,
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have
to-
Kimberly and Tim on soon, and Kimberly's husband Tim Napier got canceled on Twitter. Oh, in fact, he's joining us right now, so he's gonna be able to talk
awesome.
about this. What exactly
you can ask.
transpired.
You can ask for certain responses. Like, something that drives me crazy is when someone triggers a response and then acts like they didn't.
Well,
Like,
okay,
do you know what I mean? It's similar to gaslighting.
Jules, you're talking about a couple different things there, though.
I agree.
I think there's a very important concept there, because like people all consider state laws to be above everything else, right? So they'll post a video and they'll claim to be libertarian, and then they'll have the laws listed in the video that this guy's breaking. It's like, well, I'm not trying to cancel him. I'm not trying to get him arrested. I'm just speaking the facts. The fact is there are no laws. There are no victimless crime or criminals if you're not reporting it. And if you're listing all of the things in the video, like I saw this recently, somebody was trying to do this to CHAZ Simone or Raz Simone, like listing all the crimes he was guilty of by distributing weapons. And it's like, this is a pro 2A person that's doing it. And it's like, wait a second. Do you believe all laws on guns are infringements or not? Because it seems to me like you're trying to do the same thing cancel culture tries to do to all the guys on your side. And why? You've never met Raz. You don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's not doing anything worse than any cops. That's something that.
Raz.
So it'd be worse if they knew him though. It'd be worse if they knew him.
I
Like
love
if
that
you were
guy.
like his real good friend.
So,
I'd actually like to sort of highlight a recent canceling that was sort of manufactured, which is that of Doja Cat. I don't know if you've all
yeah.
heard. Yeah, so the gist of it was that she was canceled for apparently frequenting white supremacist chat rooms as a Black woman. The rub was that like these weren't actually white supremacist chat rooms. Like they were just
she liked image boards.
Like, yeah, they were just like edgelords and stuff, and she was like stripping for them. I guess she was like, I don't think she was underage at the time, but yeah, people were saying that she was like racist and stuff, and it was sure, she might have like said some problematic things in the past, but people definitely blew it out of proportion, and more people would see tweets or whatever and be like, oh, Doja Cat's a racist, then make a joke about it, then more people would see a joke and then they would be like, oh, Doja Cat's racist. And a lot of the times when people are canceled, the canceling is sort of manufactured, as in you take something that they've said or done before that's somewhat questionable, and then you sort of blow it out of proportion, and that ends up snowballing. And before you know it, like, you're actually racist, or you're actually sexist, or etc.
But don't you think
So
that's
the
how
term-
you raise snakes to bite you? Like, the only strategy that I could imagine that for is if you want long-term chaos. Like if for example, if you want people fighting against each other, if you want there to be chronic distrust, if you want people malfunctioning, like, that's the strategy, right?
I want to bring
and the problem is then you then create an anti-fragile environment that then becomes immune to it and hostile towards you.
By the way, I want to bring in a Hero, because Hero, you had something you wanted to say for a long time, and you kept getting interrupted. So Hero,
It's my fault for being a bit meek.
speak away.
There are a couple points I want to make, so sorry if I'm a little bit long-winded. But to start with, when we're talking about canceling, Jules, you're mentioning a couple things here, but you're defining them all under canceling. Canceling has come to define a wide spectrum of social pushback that we get for the things that we post. It could be anything from just, a bunch of people dogpiling on someone. It could be getting banned from a social media account. It could be getting blacklisted from like large things. It could be getting expelled from a college. It could be getting fired from your job. It could be losing your bank account. There's like a huge range of them, and there's different effects of it. Some people, they get a lot of pushback on Twitter and they're like, oh my God, I got canceled. It's like, well, are you really canceled? Or are you just getting a lot of pushback? Maybe unfairly, like in the case of like Doja Cat, maybe it's kind of unfair, but there are some real ramifications. Like, again, I live in Silicon Valley, so I've seen this have real world effects, people's businesses being boycotted, people's, livelihoods being ruined because they said some of the wrong things. Part of that I actually wanted to go into with what Anarchy Ball was talking about. He said something about the fact that, we think that being online is like a good way to get our message out and meet people and things like that. That if you say something about BLM in real life, that it's, it's going to have like all these horrible ramifications. Well, it's like, well, okay, well, it depends on where you live. I know for a fact that if I went out and started talking about some of the things I'm saying online, especially about the riots and protests right now, I'd probably get lynched. I know that from experience because I've gotten my ass beat plenty of times just for saying like libertarian viewpoints when I was a libertarian. That is just something that will happen. It really depends on how the culture is around you, what the people around you have been sometimes taught to think.
Do you probe before you speak? Do you probe before you speak?
I mean, I do now, but sometimes people overhear you. Sometimes people listen on your conversation, stuff like that. Anyway, the point is, that it's very dependent on what your environment is and what kind of pushback is going to come up against you for the things that you speak. Kind of going off of that, I was really liking a lot of what we were talking about, these economic arguments, because I think that they're really foundationally important for a lot of the times that we're going through right now. In a lot of cases, a lot of the kind of further left and the further right, that is something that we can kind of come to agreement on. I'm certainly no capitalist. I think that a lot of the neoliberal capitalist arguments that a lot of people on the quote unquote the right have been saying have been extremely harmful to a lot of working class people for a long time. And I wish that this was the argument that a lot of the riots and the people against the riots right now were talking about. I really wish this was focused on economics, but I largely don't see that. What I'm seeing right now with the riots and the protest, I'm not seeing economic arguments at all. What I'm seeing is something that I'm much more concerned in, because I'm not smart enough to go through, economic things like a lot of you are. I'm more concerned about culture and the social fabric of the country. What we're seeing right now is a blanket rejection of authority by opportunistic anarchists. At least that's what I'm seeing. We're not seeing, when they're looting stores and they're looting businesses, they're not looting big corporations. They're looting the small businesses, the things owned by the working class people. When they're going out and making statements and pushing things over, it's not anything against the quote unquote capitalist system. It's against the founding fathers of the country, the people that founded the continent, things like that. This is a blanket rejection of authority, and this is an attack on the framework of the country we live on. This is not so much an economic attack as much as I wish it was. So those were the things that I wanted to say.
It's something I want to jump off that is to see sort of the benefit of those who sort of are in the elite of society, where these mom and pop shops get burned down, and you see Amazon release a statement, we're in support of these movements and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly.
They definitely benefit from this. It reminds me of the line from Hillary Clinton, a while back, or whatever. She was like, well, what does if we were to break up the banks, how would that stop racism? How would that stop homophobia?
Right.
These sort of more minor differences that are exacerbated by those who are in the upper echelons of society are to divert the focus of people, to get off it. Because, if we're too busy fighting one another over, race or something, they're going to exploit that. Amazon's going to get rich. They're going to buy up all the property that, gets burned down. The politicians are going to make these lame, statements in support of X, Y, or Z. Hey, vote for me and things will get better, even if I've been in charge for 30 years and nothing's changed. These are definitely a way for those in power to stay in power.
Divide, conquer, turn the working class against each other so they can claim more power.
Yeah, exactly.
We have elites fighting with each other. Elites, they're having an infight, and they're bringing all of us into it to try to get them to participate in their 4D chess game. And it's really
they're just
important
trying to figure out what's the best way to screw all of us over.
To not fall for it, to not engage with it, because whatever you're doing, whether you're rioting or protesting riots, whether Black Lives Matter or All Lives Matter, you are essentially a pawn for a group of bickering elites. And that is something that a lot of these people don't realize that are around the streets.
There's also another aspect I want to...
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, respond to some of the stuff Hero was saying. And I don't know what the situation is where you are, but I mean, I walked through downtown, what was it, the Sunday after, most of the looting happened here. Most of the looting happened on the previous day, Saturday. And most of the stores I saw that were looted were like Foot Lockers, a Target. I really don't know where looters are mostly targeting small businesses, but what I can say is that there is sort of an antagonism in lots of these inner city communities between the Indians, Koreans, Arabs, what have you, who own these corner stores or whatever not, and the local, population. I mean, just because there is a good bit of distrust between them, and I think in the cases where those places were attacked, it was more an expression of like the resentment that exists as a result of the antagonistic relationship. I mean, because the feeling is that these people's money is going outside of their community,
So I would agree with you on the, I'll concede that, maybe, it isn't just the mom and pop shops, it's a lot of other things. And you're right, where it is, it might just be from resentment, but I will push I think this has much more to do with the social fabric of the country, much more than it has to do with an economic upset from these people. I don't think the people doing this are looting these stores because they're mad at the economic system we have necessarily. I think their primary motivation is something much more social and cultural.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I think there's an economic dimension to it, but I don't think...
I'm skeptical of that.
I don't think, of course, like the deprivation people have been facing over the past few months, what with this crisis is the sole cause of it. I mean, but think of it this way. Lots of people, at this point are unemployed, don't know how they're going to pay their rent this month. When it happened, okay, it was late May. Lots of people didn't know how they were going to pay their rent on the 1st of June, didn't know how they were going to get groceries. Then they turn on the news. They say people are breaking into stores, buying stereos and stuff. Getting stereos or like sweatpants or shoes or whatever not. Okay, so you could say how like it, going through your head like, okay, maybe I can go to a store and steal something and sell it, and I can have enough to pay my rent. And of course, it's not just people, breaking into stores to sell stuff. I mean, obviously, stores that sell necessities were broken into too, like pharmacies, for instance, because prescription drugs are very expensive.
Sure, I would agree with that, but I think I don't think the primary motive in terms of the looting, I don't think it's an act of desperation for trying to get these necessities. I think largely it's just them breaking in and trying to grab what they can as kind of a rejection of authority in general, and that like, okay, you know, fuck authority, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna grab what I want, it doesn't matter. The whole system's corrupt, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna go in and grab what I want. Fuck these people.
But
Is it both?
misjudging
Is it
authority?
both?
Well, I'd
Aren't-
like to
aren't-
ask.
I'd like to throw something
Like
in
they're
there.
telling
I have a
themselves
point
that's
about
what
the
it
cancel
is,
culture thing.
but they're not, right? They're not going after authority. They're literally picking on people for no good reason that have nothing to do with any kind of power or authority dynamic.
Well, they're
Like, I don't
attacking
think all
America
this
as a
stuff is
system.
about power. I think
It absolutely is
there's
about
I think
power.
some people
Well,
I think
let's-
people have been brainwashed to think that's all it is.
Why
And
is
then
looting a
they
political
don't
act?
realize how much of it is just inside themselves.
Wait, Anarchy Ball
Like-
was asking. You were asking why is looting a political act?
Couldn't it just be that they just wanted shit? I mean, everybody's looking at it as a political act because we've sort of strayed away from being a patriarchal, information, consumer-based society into a matriarchal one, right? We've got a lot more symbolism going on. We've got a lot more pathos instead of ethos and I'm sorry. Let me think of this. Logos. There we go. It's all a matriarchal system. Like everybody's looking at these videos of people looting a store, thinking, "Well, why are they doing this?" That's not the right question to be asking. You can see why they're doing it, right? You're looking at it from a symbolic angle. I don't think there is any symbolism. It's just there. It's open. It's free stuff, and you get the same kind of response that you do on a Black Friday. You know, I mean,
But
does
at
anybody
least they're
ask,
never
why
doing
did
it
they
to their
turn
friends.
Wait, there's a lot
That's the
of
thing is, it's
nuance.
easier
That
to
is what
do
I'm
that
saying.
Yeah,
when they're
well,
not your
yeah,
friends.
there's
Like the
multiple
second it's like
reasons,
an impersonal other.
Wait,
Like,
there's a
it's
lot
just-
of nuance here. I'm big on
People
individuals.
take advantage.
I like to look at the individuals and not the whole group. I think there are different motivations for the rioters. Some of them are horrible people that are craven, opportunist criminals. Others are desperate. You have everything from starving people who just want to eat to terrifying thugs, and they're all involved together. I don't think we can like assign rioters as like one motivation. There are many motivations here.
I want to go to Geo because
And
Geo,
I
you had a
just-
point that you want to make, and then I want to go to Tim Napier, who's joining us once again.
Hi,
Well,
everybody.
no, well, my point's kind of off topic to what we were talking about cancel culture. So maybe go to Tim, and then I have a bit of a longer point addressed to Rachel Haywire. So again, another person I've followed for a little bit here and there for a long time now. So
All
yeah,
right, well,
go
that
to
sounds
Tim.
great.
And go-
So then, Tim, what do you think about this situation with the looting?
I think it's absolutely reprehensible, and the behavior should have been stomped on immediately. Because if you give a mouse a cookie, he's going to ask for a glass of milk. And if you let somebody break a shop window because they want to have a temper tantrum, someone's going to get raped and someone's going to get murdered, and it's going to fall at your feet. So, in my opinion, if someone were to break into my house, they'd be dead on my lawn. I don't play games with that. My family's here. So, I think people have let it go too far. Rooftop Koreans should have been from day one. That's my honest opinion. I think an expression of rage is an expression of rage. If you want to test your animal violence against mine, you're not playing a man game anymore. You're not playing constitutional. You're not playing protect me with the law. You're playing whose violence is going to win. Mine's going to win. So I don't understand why this is even a game anymore. We have people getting sodomized against their will. We have people whose businesses are being burned down. For what? Because someone died? You want to get mad at police? You're going to kill people that didn't do anything wrong? No, that has nothing to do with a protest. And the First Amendment is pretty specific about how you can protest legally. If you're not doing that, you're not protesting. You're trying to do something else. And that shit's got to get stomped on immediately. I don't know if you guys know anything about human history, but you can't let that shit go. It doesn't stop with one window, ever. So that's my opinion.
with you, man.
It might not be popular, but that's my earnest opinion. And I'm not the only one with that opinion. I'm going to say what a lot of people think and won't say.
I'm with you, man.
Like, if it's your family, then if you feel very different about it, I'm sure.
That's a good point. I definitely do not disagree with that. People should always defend themselves against acts of violence and aggression. It's absolutely unacceptable. Whatever the motivations of the rioters are, it is not okay to be doing this, and you should always defend yourself against it. So that's it. Thanks for speaking out on that.
Well, I think that goes back to the problem with policing in general, because they produce a excess of brutality, but they've got a complete.
Do they though?
Well, in a lot of cases, look at how they responded to any sort of riots. The very first thing they did is start shooting with rubber bullets and stuff, and it wasn't even riots. But you see, less than lethal force causes people to get even more angry.
Well,
you know, so
I mean,
they've lowered the
problem
stakes for
wasn't just
themselves.
Like in Uncut Gems, how the main character locked that guy in the little glass box for so long.
Yeah.
And he was so agitated. It didn't even matter that when he was opening it, he was going to give him a ton of money. He was just so angry at having been jerked off that he shot him in the face.
And look,
like,
the self-policing
terrible.
mechanism of that group completely vanished the second he was let out of that cave. What do you think happens when you've got a whole bunch of people on lockdown for 3 months? You know, the self-policing mechanisms most of these people have are gone. They're sick and fucking tired, you know?
just stop
And this
riling
is the
people
perfect-
up. We got to stop
Look,
riling people up.
The problem with that too is where are they being told to express their rage? Because cops have no power. Look at a cop.
You
An
can
individual
take,
cop
you
can
can
only do what he's
heal
told.
rage. You can
So if you
make
want to
rage
target
go
your
in
anger at
productive
somebody,
ways.
You have to pick somebody who's actually going to
It's-
control what influences
People
are
are
affecting
riled
their
up.
life.
power comes
People
from
are
their
riled
violence.
up, so you have to
One at a time,
calm
guys.
it down, right? Because that's the problem. Is like, because the problem is you have people that are all riled up, and then you have people that are afraid to deal with people who are riled up, and then you have people that I actually think try to strategically rile people up that are already at their limit, right? It's not like you're picking on someone that's not at their limit, and then if they lose it a bit, it's like, oh, come on, like you have it so much more together, right? Like why is this getting under your skin? Versus like, oh, these people have been very clear for a very long time. They've been at their limit. And then you're strategically riling them up. What? So you can have control of them? Because it's so transparent to anyone who just steps back and looks at the dynamic and all the pieces.
Well, there's also
Yeah.
pieces that we haven't talked about before, which is foreign influence, which, if we go back to the 60s, the Soviet Union put a lot of money into a lot of the protests that were going on at the time. They were funding Antifa.
Like
they were
what?
funding the American Communist Party. So I think that today, other foreign powers are still doing that, including Russia and including China. I don't think this is just an American thing. I know,
Well-
Tim, would you agree, disagree?
I would absolutely agree with you. And another element people don't seem to realize is there is a domestic threat here that is multinational. So I can't just call it domestic, but it's pure nihilistic and it's beyond ideological. I don't know if anyone spends time on the internet talking to people that aren't just posting memes, but they're really having conversations about whatever broken fallacy or ideology they're running, whatever sort of software that makes them reject person-to-person communication. But a lot of these ideas culminate around the concept of a rejection of the entire paradigm, burn it all down. It's not a joke. And the anarchism that we're seeing take root right now, it's been waiting for an opportunity around the corners. And it'll blame whoever it has to, and it will hop on the back and piggyback through whatever it can. It'll support whatever hand-to-mouth movement, be it political or otherwise, it needs. But there are people that don't want to see anything built out of the ashes. They'll just say that they do so that they can get to the next step. It's a lot like people will blame inner city ideology on that. They'll say it's hip hop culture is the problem, or they'll say it's punk rock culture that's the problem, or they'll say it's football hooliganism culture that's the problem. They're talking about the exact same thing. You take a disenfranchised group, you give them a purpose in fighting something that is their direct hands-on enemy, and then you continue to take away their privileges in the open society. And they will niche themselves and they will fight over their smaller piece of turf and their smaller piece of turf until you have powder kegs that you can use politically, like you're saying, or you can use them geopolitically if you want to talk about the entire world utilizing over not full coups, but societal overthrows between one another in culture. And then you see the way that impacts like people that are split from their home countries. Look at Antifa in Ireland right now, for example, and look at the Scottish National Party. That's a serious issue. They're not fighting for independence from each other. They're fighting for the EU. They're just bullying up on people to force in proxy policing. They need the UN to come in and enforce what they desire to be equality of outcome. Because a lot of these people are coming from third world nations where the quality of life is Z, not B or C or D. We're talking no quality of life. So they are okay with a totalitarian government, and they'll diplomatically vote for that because now you're letting them have a vote. And they'll say, no, you don't understand. My grandkids are going to be fat and not have to work ever. And people are saying, that's not what my country's about. Doesn't matter anymore. We have the numbers. We have the vote. That's what demographic replacement is. It's nothing to do with a conspiracy theory. It's nothing to do with racial injustice. It's just numbers on a chart to these people. You don't matter. Your ethnicity doesn't matter. You're a citizen of my country. You're my employee. You work for me, and your taxes will feed me, and your body will feed me. And now we got people like Bill Gates talking about biohaptic feedback utilized for biohaptic feedback utilized for nanites in your body, or for geocurrency. If you're going to earn geocurrency through your active existence. Now, by looking at websites, you looking at the website is going to be like a quark seeing itself. It only changes when you observe it. Schrodinger's theory that you can attach to actual theoretical physics, that's the human being now. We just view things to see that they exist, create monetary existence through advertising with each other in corporations. I mean, this is a slowly building system that's been going on for a long time. We're almost at the cusp. People are ready to say, I give up. Infodemic, I don't know what's real. Tell me what's real, oh powerful state God. Please tell me what I should and shouldn't eat. Tell me what I should and shouldn't say. Who should I love? Who should I marry? What should I accept? What should I reject? I'm so scared. Leave me alone in my house. I mean, look at us now. Would we ever dare to have these conversations in public?
Yeah.
It
Try
I have these conversations.
Actually.
Having it right now.
Good.
I have these conversations in public all the time. Frankly, I hang out with people who respect diversity of opinion. I have friends on the left, friends on the right. We have a common understanding among each other. We participate in civilized discourse, and we are not afraid to say anything. You know, that this big fear of cancellation, and I am somebody who's been canceled from the Transhumanist Party. I was canceled from the dissident right because I had an angry editor. I've been canceled multiple times. I just, you know, strength of will, like we're talking about. I am happy, you know, like before the lockdown, I would go to the bars with my friends and we would have these discussions and we kept to ourselves. We didn't have to worry about like to the bar and like attacking us, you know. Open discourse is part of being in America. It's the First Amendment. If you have a problem with it, you can get out of here.
Well, now recently we've had cops with pizzas with glass in it, and you know, reports of poisoning.
Bleach.
Yeah, bleach. So that's like, if you're going to your local barista, that's going to be something to possibly look out for if she's been following you online, and that's a very disappointing thing to have to
He
live
was
in.
going to say something on cancel culture, wasn't he?
Yes, by the way, Tim, everybody was
Can you,
asking
hear me
about your cancellation on Twitter.
Oh, okay. The general story of it?
Yeah, just the
Okay. Okay. I don't use epithets. I don't target people personally unless they're making a mockery of themselves. If you make yourself into a meme, I'm allowed to point that out. But for the most part, I don't go after people personally. It's not really what I'm into. But I will attack ideas viciously, and I used to ridicule them to people's faces a lot. And you're not allowed to do that to blue checks. But I've never been like suspended or anything. I've just been told like that comment breaches whatever. But I went to dinner with Kim and her aunt Ann. That's Ann Coulter, and Milo Yiannopoulos and his partner were there, and we all took like a big group photo. And I posted it with a caption being like something like ominous and esoteric about like you don't know how big my team is or whatever, some joke. And by the time I got to the subway, that picture had been flagged as graphic imagery, and you had to click through a voluntary check to see it. And then my account was outright banned for posting content that violates terms of service. And I was able to like log on to the Wi-Fi of the train and get one last tweet out, and I have that screenshotted. And that's like the most vulgar I've ever been, because I just pointed out everything I thought was wrong with the system in 250 characters. So I was like, I know I'm next on the chopping block. I was able to retweet my own "you're banned" suspension mark, like my own "you're banned" thing that it sends you. Like I was able to retweet an image of that because of some goof in the system. And like that tweet alone probably would have been enough to get me kicked. But that was the only time I was ever really vulgar on the system. It was about suppressing ideology, because I've never accepted the narrative, and I've been fine with people calling me names because I really don't give a shit.
Was there like a threat in the post?
No sort of threat. I just said I said he could shave his Sunni beard off because we get it. I said there are only two genders. I said he should have stayed in Africa and built a country that he liked instead of attacking mine. That sort of thing.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe I could kind of see where that would get you banned, though. That's the problem.
But
you really can't engage with it.
Nothing I said was wrong. Nothing I said was like, what? It's
Twitter's a private company. Twitter's a private company, dude.
Well, I've noticed over
the years, like knowing the party you're at, right? Like you can say things to people that in some circumstances is appropriate, and in other circumstances it isn't. It can be the same string of words,
You know that like
It can
maps
be
are allowed to talk
one
on
time
Twitter,
it's
though?
okay,
And, like
another
NAMBLA's
time
allowed
it's
to have
not
accounts
okay.
on Twitter.
but that's-
ISIS can have accounts on Twitter.
But
Farrakhan
it's
can
the
say
chicken
that
and
So,
the
yeah,
egg
that's
thing.
true,
What
but-
was the straw that broke the camel's back? Was it that final tweet, or was it the Milo
No, it was the
Yiannopoulos
image.
picture?
It was the image, because I was able to tweet.
It had to be the combination. It had to be the
probably. I think
combination.
someone. No, because this is the thing. and
There's
Twitter
no one
not-
thing there.
they
They're
do
looking at it
target-
as an isolated case.
Yeah, like no, but this is the thing. I think that there's a certain way to sort of become imperceptible. Again, to use a Deleuzian term, but in a lot of ways, it is dependent on what you post. In terms of if you know someone that someone on Twitter is very egregious against. Like for example, one of a good friend of mine online, Eli Schiff, actually got banned.
Yeah.
Not for anything. Well, not for anything particular, because the designers, the design team on Twitter just like absolutely hate his guts. And this is what I wanted to talk about, because I recently reread Rachel Haywire's article in The American Mind. It was part of the series, The Aesthetics of the New Right, I think it was called. And I think that's really a good jumping off point in terms of creating institutions that can be sort of, can shelter people from cancellation. Now, I consider myself an outsider artist, but I have enough sort of feel of what it must be like within the professional art world, because there has been a number of artists that have been quote unquote canceled quite severely. There's been Diana Havas, who's been hammered at by that lunatic Luke Turner, who is a unoriginal hack.
He
and
has
doesn't
me
know anything
blocked,
about
and
aesthetics.
I've never heard of.
There's been other
I've never
people.
heard of
There's
him.
recently a friend of mine, a friend of
Oh.
Yeah. But more recently, one of a friend of mine, a friend of Gravantis, Reagan Lodge. He's a great illustrator and animator who does his own series, all DIY, all doing it himself. Really brilliant. He was quote unquote canceled. He actually had his income affected by a certain forum that he wasn't even that a part of. But the fact that he was present on this forum meant that he was quote unquote canceled, and he was an evil, terrible neo-Nazi, even though he isn't. He doesn't believe in all the Hitlerian nonsense. But that didn't matter, because the people really, like, they literally wanted his blood. So to bring this to Rachel Haywire's article, she critiqued the recent Moldbug piece about the aesthetics of the new right, saying that a lot of the problem is that these alternative political groups, they do not want to fund aesthetic organizations and institutions. And sorry, my internet, I don't know if my internet's cutting out.
No, we hear you.
Yeah, but basically the biggest problem, I think, is to like, in some ways what Jules was saying, the biggest problem is to create anti-fragile institutions that can shelter artists, shelter thinkers, shelter alternative people. And this, of course, happens on the left as well. A lot of DSA people have been canceled, as Tarek knows. A lot of alternative left people have been canceled. I don't even know if that term is a correct term, but a lot of more alternative people on the left have been canceled as well. And the biggest problem, I think, is that we still have to rely on these organs in society for income. There are people that have been destroyed because they don't conform to a traditional, not traditional, but to a let's call it cathedral institutional model of allowable opinion. And I think it's tragic. I think that we need to create parallel institutions. That is fundamentally vital. I wrote a piece in 2018 about this, called Art Address, where it was right after the LD50 gallery, where what if there was a million LD50 galleries that were promoting dissident art, right? But because it was just that one, they were demonized as Nazis. I'm talking too much.
No,
so.
that's exactly what we need. And thanks for reading my article. That was called "Who Owns Vitalism?" It was about the vitalist instinct in what I call the art right. So I have a book. It's called The New Art Right. It's about vanguarding the alt right into a creative faction of philosophers, musicians, artists, weird, interesting people who are not really into this whole like alt right kind of like bad object, infighting, hate. It's about people that are creative, expressive, vitalistic.
There's plenty of infighting though.
Want to get their work out. And the art, right, for me, is a way to build parallel institutions. And I felt like Mencius Moldbug, who I was critiquing, while he was very against the cathedral and he was very into promoting, Bronze Age pervert, he was all optics, but he had no concrete plan of action. He had no understanding of aesthetics. He had no understanding of culture.
That's sort of his bag,
Well, he's a programmer. I mean, come on.
Wait, have you seen those photos of him on the motorcycle, though? No aesthetic.
Very aesthetic.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so
I'm
I
sorry,
think that he
isn't
just
he the one who posted that side by side thing, left wing architecture and right wing architecture, always posting.
No, that was Wrath of Gideon, I think. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Moldbug is the NRX.
Yeah, he's a good thinker. I mean, like, his critiques, I don't agree with many of them. I think that, like, his plan for the coronavirus was absolutely absurd. I disagreed with pretty much everything there. But he did make some early critiques. He did point a lot of things out very early on. But it seems like a lot of people in that circle, they're only focused on OPSEC. They're not focused on building parallel institutions. They're simply focused on OPSEC, and that's all they care about. What are they called on the CHAZ? OPSEC bags? What's the word? Optics bags? And I don't think they're actually doing anything.
Tariq, what do we say to people who say you look like a hologram right now? What should we say to anybody that come on, why'd you have that hologram on that show?
Yeah, my laptop webcam is pretty shitty, so you're gonna have to bear with my translucent self for the rest of the stream.
Cool, man.
It'd be like you had the face mapping and everything. It was like so high tech. It's like so subtle. Like, how did you even pull that off?
Very cyberpunkish.
Yeah, I had no idea. This is just
they've done the demonstrations, but they're gonna be like, "Come on, why are you pulling our leg?" So.
I had a point to make about Moldbug. Moldbug's never been about activism. He's always been about accepting the way things are, and he would much rather have the acceptance under a monarchy than under a democracy, because he feels like a monarchy would be far more stable. And there's really nothing you can do in terms of politically unless you have control of the cathedral. And once you have control of the cathedral, you're basically begging to be canceled by it, That sort of idea.
You can never have control of the cathedral, but you can break its illusion and just be that influential, right? Or influential. That's the problem, is they want you to think it's about power. So you're dysfunctional and playing to their hand. When it's all about influence. It's all about
brings a good point.
It has nothing to do with power. That's the trick. They want everyone thinking it's about power, so they're dysfunctional with each other, and so you play into their hands. It's all about influence. You don't need to take over the cathedral. Just think about how high school gossip works, or how office gossip works, or how insider industry gossip works, or FBI gossip or CIA gossip.
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
What do you mean they?
I think
You
it's all
said
about
they.
There's no they. There is no they. They is a general transferable. It's a general transferable pronoun. That's the problem. That's the misconception. Is like you're trying to describe the weather like clockwork, right? And when
Bro,
really,
I just want to know who they was.
there is no they. I said so many different things.
They is another
I said
version.
so many different things.
They is another
The
version.
cathedral.
Are you trying to get him to say Jews?
Mindless. Yeah.
I think they could
Every
be
time.
Wait a minute.
one that
Okay.
is too big to fail.
There is
is a
no
they.
there is no they. There is an us that can become a them.
Oh, there is a they.
To them we're us. To us we're them. Us will become them. This is a populist binary. Not to sound like a Marxist, but no, there isn't a they. There are individual actors participating in collective herds that often change factions based on their opportunities. it is silly to put everybody into one group. There are always going to be outliers. There is always going to be the one, person who doesn't agree with the tribal, instinct. There are going to be many people that are outside of the them. And I think the them we're referring to here, the cathedral, let's call them the academic global empire, whatever this personal they is, even they have their infighting. They have their us's and their thems too.
Yeah,
I just meant like, as far as the they,
more of a
do you mean the royal
discursive
they
sort
that
of
is
thing. Yeah.
I mean, do you mean the royal they that is governmental? And then if you did mean governmental, are we talking like the globalist governmental or the individual state actor? Because there's so many different theys in the pie right now. It's like a sample cake you buy at a fucking cheesecake factory. It's one slice of everything. We've got a chapter over here that is radical Islamist. We have a chapter over here that's radical old Americana that just wants the corporatism structure to stay the way it was with War Forever and Halliburton rebuilding what we blow up. There's a faction over here that just wants to stay with like radical disarmament. That's like the Weathermen, the 60s, that radical faction. We've got another section that is radical Zionist. We have another faction that's radical anti-Zionist but really pro-caliphate. We have another one that's like not pro anything, just wants to see the dissolution of a whole puzzle. And all of these different factions, they're electing people into office now. They're getting their movies made, their songs produced. So when I said they, I don't mean, I'm definitely not trying to take it to one specific
But that's
group.
the thing
I
is
mean,
people.
Right. What level of orchestrator are we talking? Because the music and the movies and the media, the culture, so to speak, that's got a few different theys influencing it. Some political, some apolitical. But politically, it's like politics has some elements that are very cultural and almost theological that are influencing it, and then others that are self-oriented. So like I don't mean to be sardonic. I'm saying which they, like literally which they.
Well, I mean, in general, there is largely a general push towards if not the same, a similar direction from a lot of these groups. It is largely, and it is largely funded and orchestrated by people and that we would call globalist elite types.
Yep.
When we say they, we are loosely meaning these people. You are correct in that there are different subgroups within this they. There are the people you were talking about, these militant groups, these disarmament groups. There's a lot of different ones. There is infighting there, but largely they are pushing towards a more globalist future, and I think that is loosely what we are referring to.
Yeah, that ties back to what Lev was saying, because if you take a step back, you realize that a finger in every one of these slices is coming, a lot of it's all coming from the same international or external influence, trying to start 6 or 7 of these movements domestically and make it look grassroots. Because they just want discord.
But even when even when you're saying international, there is also, let's say, people in China who are working with some of the globalists, obviously. But then there's also people in Russia who also happen to have their money overseas in the West, and they're also working with the same banks, but at the same time, they have other priorities. They want there to be a complete destruction of the West. So those, I would say, would be like the 3 major powers that are influencing and coordinating or fighting amongst each other in various ways.
Yeah, the dinner table setup's the best one I've ever heard, where it's like, we want everyone in our country to be able to eat from this dinner table. We want the whole spread, the whole Thanksgiving dinner. Someone is just worried about potatoes. Someone else just brings the turkey. Someone else just cooks it. Someone else just, and if we let it go the way it's going to go, we're going to sit here and hold the tablecloth and rip it, and we're going to pull it. We're not going to get any food. The food's going to rot in the middle of the table, and we're all going to starve. Like, we've got to stop trying to fight. And like, now that the table is set, stop arguing about who brought what. We've got to find a way to make this thing work. Start serving and passing plates around. Because like if we don't get to it, someone else is gonna eat our fucking dinner, man.
I think as soon as you start suggesting that there is conference table somewhere or a dark room in Russia or China or whatever your boogeyman country is, funding all the groups you don't like and moving things behind the scenes, you kind of get into deranged like Russiagate lib territory. Though there's only like a few media companies here in the United States that own basically all the movie studios and TV channels. And, there's only a few companies that produce all of the print journalism. In fact, I think it's the same 3 as that produce all the other media. There's definitely a very small group of people responsible for the information and media diet of most people in the West. But I don't know if you could say it's one conference table and they plan exactly what's going to happen.
Well, it's
Things are a
definitely
little bit more complex than that.
Well, it's definitely not a conference table, but
And
It's-
there are
That's why
many-
it's not
there
about
are
power.
many- There are many.
That's why it has
conference
nothing to do with
tables.
power and everything to do with influence.
There are
Power is
many-
influence. Influence is
There are
power.
many
And people, because
conference-
it's so important, because people that think about power misfire, you make people around you dysfunctional, and you play into the hands of people that want you to think that way.
Power
It has
perceived
nothing
is
to do with
power achieved.
I'd say it
It's
more is like
all
a,
about
strength.
If I may
influence,
interject
and
for
it's
a
so
moment here.
important to people who feel like they have no influence, right? Because it's so much easier to realize you have influence, right? And it's
control
a
the
lot less
influence is to have
pathological.
power.
Like thinking about power all the time is pathological.
I want to get
Right?
Geo's
No,
take.
but
While
Jules,
thinking
I wanna
about
get Geo's
influence
take.
all the time is
Jules.
one of the healthiest things a person can do.
Good, Jules. I want to get Geo's take real quickly, though. I just want to say that I imagine it as a metaphorical Thanksgiving table with buzzards just trying to eat as much as they can, not really anything organized. It's all a metaphor as far as the Thanksgiving
Or pigs
table
at the
goes.
trough. There you go.
You just
Exactly.
gave me a new print idea.
No, I think that the problem is the term power itself. I think there's a misunderstanding in that power is a purely reductive or oppressive force. Power is a productive force. Power is what informs our very subjectivity, in my opinion. But of course, that power in terms of a productive force, there is power and there's resistance within power, and it's the negotiation between power. So I think that, being a part of what you would call the conspiracy movement or whatnot for many years following it, I think that there is no sort of capstone at the top, but it's more of a series of discourses that compels certain elites towards certain conclusions. Now, they do collude, and they're elites, and we are run by demonic reptilian pedophiles. But, besides the demonic reptilian pedophiles, I think that there is a certain series of assumptions and conclusions that come from a discourse informed by that power as a productive force, rather than just merely. Now, I understand what Jules is saying, that to think about power all the time is pathological, but it's to think about that one specific type of power over. Power over isn't the only reality of power, because power itself is a sure-tested form of creation and resistance, and testing those resistances and so forth. And this is where I think that Moldbug comes into contact with a lot of that critical theory literature. However, I would say that brought up a very good point, in that the problem with Moldbug's formalism is that he thinks that, smart people become the elites, and of course they're, neo-cameralists, and they just go in there. And it's so, again, the whole problem with NRX and a lot of the eggheads in NRX is that they thought it was like 1, 2, skip a few, 99 Imperium, and there you go. But no, the reality of it is that to break into these institutions, because they're run by certain discourses that have formed over time and have evolved, you can't just simply say, well, all the smart, bright people that are, going to inform this neo-cameralist CEO board, they're going to go in there, it's going to be beautiful. It's like power doesn't work that way.
Can
Because
I
you
say
have-
something
Also,
about
I just
the-
kind of. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you can go ahead.
So Plato's Republic was actually about elites unifying to become guardians. This is known literary history. It's all written about in Plato's Republic. It's a group of elites that think that they have power and control and supervision over the rest of the proles, the masses. So this has been going on for a while. There are various conference rooms of these elites meeting. Some of them don't know they're elites. They actually fancy themselves as the public, because there are so many layers. And I maintain the fact that nobody can get canceled that has that much power, because we don't know their names. The worst people, the people who used Epstein as a client, the people above Epstein, we will never know their names, and they will never be
The flight
canceled,
logs.
because
Yeah, the flight
that's
logs.
how much power that they have.
Yeah, it's like one of my favorite things to
So-
point out is Rothschild. The name Rothschild, that means red shield. And you think about ideologically and theologically, that's concepts. Look at like the church. All right, you have to look at church buildings, especially the way that they were built, the stories that were being told that are then adopted into the coats of arms for various kingdoms and families, like the House Windsor, the German family, the Queen of England and all them. Their coat of arms, it falls under the worship of the red serpent. And that falls under the idea of cowering beneath the wings of the black dragon, this entity that will protect the public from all enemies as long as they serve it. And that goes back into the idea of creating a reality in which you can accept a monarchy, the idea of fealty. It has to be ingrained in you culturally, right? So what I think is interesting is Rothschild means red shield. So we have this family that everyone demonizes as the big whatever network, whatever cabal is there, they're a part of it. We're looking at we're looking at a curtain, and you know the whole thing's a stage show. We know that the whole thing's Mockingbird. So it's funny that we can all agree that we're going to look right where they tell us to look all the time and still say that we know something about something. Like, it's in the language itself. Esoterically, you're absolutely correct, in my opinion. And I don't know, but I know. We know. Like, it's obvious. We're getting played. To some degree, we're all getting played. And what I do like is we're catching on faster and faster. I've never seen people catch on to getting played so fast. If the Kennedy situation had been now, they wouldn't have to wait for his Zapruder film. People would have been on that by the weekend. People would have been like, well, here's all the tapes you need. Look at what just happened in Albuquerque. The internet won that guy a complete drop of all charges within 48 hours. 72 hours, he's walking out. He's not even being charged anymore. So everyone's like, no, here's the photograph. So the dude had a knife. Here's the photograph. He got hit with a skateboard. Here's the photograph. Like, and now they completely dropped all charges. If the internet had been around forever, they wouldn't have been able to get away with it to this degree, which is why I think the infodemic we're getting right now is so dangerous, and why I think it's really important to ask where the information you get is coming from. Because the reality that you build, like the tent stakes you put in the ground to build your reality, they're getting manipulated all the time, down every pipe. And it's really hard, in my opinion, to find an objective true source, because the more you gravitate towards something, the more it means it's feeding into some bias you have and you enjoy looking at it. So it's really difficult to continue to take in sources you disagree with and find a byline. Maybe just for me, but I think for everybody. We seek comfort. We flee discomfort. It's why not everybody's a musclehead. Why not everybody's in perfect shape. If we loved comfort, or if we loved discomfort, rather, we would all be the healthiest motherfuckers we possibly could. Because
Definitely.
we would constantly be seeking, oh, that hurts, I want to do that. Instead, we seek laying down.
But what hurts more?
Cavemen.
But what hurts more though is mentally. When you lay down too much, you feel like, oh shit, I haven't worked out all this time, and you mentally feel a lot of pain. That it becomes the inverse after you work out, where you feel a sense of satisfaction that you wouldn't have gotten if you keep eating chips all day. Like that's the other.
And the other, exactly. And the way that I describe it as the juice, like you get it from interacting with your world, however you do it. Some people that are really into their art, whatever their art form is, they get their juice from just practicing that. And they get it because they're interacting with other people. They're saying, do you like this color or this color? They're sending pictures all day. They're testing different lights. They feed their whole passion into their world. How they eat their lunch is going to be determined by how much of the painting they've done. Because if they finished on the color blue, it might influence whether or not they want fish or chicken. Their brains work that way. There are people that are like that. And I totally respect that, because you're still engaging with the world physically. You're interfacing with it. But in my opinion, if we back away too far from who we actually are, and I don't get to talk to you guys, I don't get to talk to anybody. If I didn't talk to anybody in my active life, if I stopped working with other people and just did it by myself, took one-man gigs all the time, I didn't talk to anybody, I would so rapidly, anybody could rapidly devolve into, I'm only going to gravitate towards things that are comfortable. I'm going to unfollow people I don't want to listen to. And the next thing you know, you're in an echo chamber and you don't even realize it, which is then going to ruin your whole equanimity when someone approaches you with, yeah, but have you seen the other video? And you're like, what other video? No, what? No, I got a tattoo about it. What are you talking about?
Well, this is why I'm so happy.
I had a quick note about the Rothschilds, if I could go real quick.
Sure. Oh, wait. Before you go, I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is the most diverse panel. I mean, honestly, so many of our streams, they just have the most diverse panel in all of YouTube history. So I just want, we have a member of the DSA here. Tim, you had the Galveston flag behind you. Yeah, or a hologram. We have... It's amazing. And we also have, by the way, speaking of national emblems, we have Polish Prince joining us. So after Anarchy Ball goes, I would love for Polish Prince to speak and spread his wings. So Anarchy Ball, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about the Rothschild family. It's all about this lesser magic idea. That's where the idea of power comes from. Like, you've got the glamour of it. I mean, like, we still call them the Rothschilds. We don't call them the Bauer family. They just chose their last name, and they were able to create infamy off of the fact that they're able to choose their destiny. Like, it was a lot more common back then. Obviously, you could just choose whatever name you wanted to in whatever town you wanted to go to. But, they sort of kept that while everybody else stayed segmented and regimented and trying to build their future in their own foxholes. These guys didn't give a shit. They went wherever they wanted to, and they did whatever they wanted to. And for that reason, they've been able to, secure that kind of a power influence base for all these years. Like, conspiracy theories about the Rothschilds could have been the thing that kept them in business for so long, because everybody knows it's the Rothschilds, and everybody whispers about it in big business, everybody whispers about it in government, and they've got their own whisper campaign. Why can't people on the alternative end of the spectrum start up something like that? I mean, I've studied alchemy. I know about all of these fictitious characters that these elites talked about, who lived for supposedly hundreds of years, and these rumors spread around for decades and decades and decades, talking about these mystical individuals who would travel around Europe with no home and no family or whatever. Could be completely fictitious. Even the stories about Pythagoras, right? How he stopped aging at age 35, and he had a golden leg.
I don't believe any of this. I don't believe anything that I hear about the Rothschilds. I don't believe in I think history is a debate. The news is a debased reenactment of history. None of us have ever met a Rothschild. For all we know, we don't exist. We have no idea.
I would say none of us.
What is actually we have no idea what is actually going on. But there were these folk tales that get told to keep the working class, subservient. And I don't buy the Rothschilds narrative. I think that's just a way to turn working class people into.
It's what keeps them in business.
I think.
It's
not. I think they're.
Wait, Jules. Go for it, Targ.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I think they're just one of several very wealthy and influential banking families. Though obviously they happen to have a bit of mystique and myth about them. Though like one of you said, that's kind of what has kept them in business. But it's more useful if you realize that there are probably several Rothschild families with about the same level of control and influence over our politics, our economy, our culture, and the whole 9 yards. And I guess sort of to go off of what Gio was saying about the sort of discourses that operate outside of the desires or intentions of people in power, there's also sort of the material aspect, that is people in power have to contend with the various crises that present themselves just as we do. And of course, as people at the sort of commanding heights of society, they sort of control the extent to which these crises affect them and us. Of course, you see that in financial crises when certain companies are bailed out and stuff. But also, during the 70s, when we entered the long crisis and the rate of profit started falling precipitously once again, the ruling classes of in the global north, they had to contend with that. They had to respond to it just like ordinary working families did. So it's useful, I guess, to understand that the forces, both discursive and material, that order society are outside of the control of any one group of people.
Yeah. I would like to
I just wanted to say thank you for having me. I got to get going.
Oh, Anarchy Ball, thank you so much for being here. This was great. I think you had a lot of amazing things to say. And would you have any final statements that you would want to make before you go?
Yeah, I think it kind of wraps everything up. If you take the Rothschilds as an example, they were able to create a mystique around themselves that they were able to keep in business for all of these years. We don't control the narrative, but we do scare the shit out of the normies. So maybe it's time we use a little bit of that mystique. And I love the idea of the Boogaloo Boys for that reason, because it creates that mystique. We've got hundreds of articles talking about us, talking about how we're public enemy number one. We can capitalize on that just by doing good things for other people wearing Hawaiian shirts. That'll scare the shit out of them even more.
I don't understand why you want to scare. I don't understand why you want to scare anybody. I understand,
here's the idea,
having a laugh, but I don't understand, why you'd want to scare anybody.
If you create a mystique, that mystique causes people to be afraid because of the fear induced through gate-kept media outlets who believes that we're a big threat. When you expose them to the idea that we're not so bad, and that maybe the idea of of having, you know, an insurrection, at least at the very least of the mind, can turn these people on your side almost immediately once they see your ideology in action versus the mainstream ideology in action. Then that mystique works to your favor. Like, for instance, I guarantee you all the people around the Rothschild family don't believe that they're anything special, but at the same time, they're able to play off of the mystique to get what they want. Fostering that kind of lesser magic glamour idea is what, you know, fringe elements of ideology have never been able to capitalize on.
That's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
There was like to use the Nazis as an example, they had the Black Sun, which was a mystical cult kind of society.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I mean,
That was
Fool society, real society.
That's more of
Right.
like they had the connections to get things done. I'm talking about us without power. You know, I'm talking about like Emma Goldman.
None of
was
us
able to
don't
produce
have
a mystique.
power. I hate this terminology. I
Okay,
really do.
well,
It's so
I think because I
foucault.
think
It's so
I think
foucault.
it's
yeah.
manifest. It
Yeah.
manifests dynamics. Like, a lot of people are not wise to the significance of diction, and you can make things that would be intractable like very soluble just with diction alone. And some people know this subconsciously and they witness it happen in front of them, but because everyone's working with their own lexicon, and people tend to be kind of, you know, they like to do what works, right? Whatever's good enough, whatever gets you by. They're not thinking in terms of influence. They're thinking in terms of power. Then they think, well, I have none, therefore I have no influence. And so then their diction suffers, right? And then they play into the hands of the people who are just dominating the diction game, and you would never notice.
Something
Okay,
interesting to think
well,
about.
I was more talking about the sense of we're not necessarily inside of the temple looking out. I'm just saying if we can see our own power, then we can start to use that sort of mystique and use it to our benefit. Also, if you use that mystique to create mutual aid societies to help out your community, that would go farther than any vote ever could. So just keep that in mind. And I gotta
think
get going.
Thank you, Not Anarchy Ball. Thank you for coming on. This was awesome. Love listening to you.
It definitely was. And I want to bring the focus to Polish Prince. Polish Prince, thank you so much for coming on the show today. And you were
he definitely said some things before. Like, we were just talking about what was all this nonsense about Rothschilds and Mystique and just like legendary shit and like symbolism.
Well, let's see if I'm curious.
It's such a mess,
Prince
right? It's like,
something to say
is
about
that
it
just
too.
how we talk? Is that just what we do? We just say ridiculous things. Oh, nobody said any ridiculous thing.
Okay, I want to get to Polish Prince, but first I do want to add in one thing about that to kind of put a temporary pin on it, which is I saw a photo of Jacob Rothschild together with what's her name, Marina Abramovic, in front of this painting of Lucifer with his dick out, and to me that was more of like, I don't know, it was just so obvious to me that it's just like a joke, like they're playing just some kind of a game with people, like
gaslighting.
Oh, like you guys,
I mean,
you guys think we're like evil and creepy. We're behind the Lucifer painting.
I mean, come on, for fuck's sake! Like on Epstein's island, Little St. James, there's
Little
that
St.
temple.
James.
What the fuck happens in that temple? It's clearly a temple of some sort.
It is,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously the
dental equipment and everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
obviously
painting
It looks so cheap though. That's the thing I hate about all this stuff, is that it all looks cheap and tacky, and so does that snake thing in the Vatican.
Yeah, but have you ever been to a lot of these people's houses in northern New York and everything else? They are cheap and tacky.
And we might have been
It's what they're
conditioned to
into.
view them that way.
No, they are the upper middle class, the bourgeoisie, not the Rothschilds, which I'm very skeptical. But the upper middle class, they have horrible tastes in art. They don't understand literature. They don't understand philosophy. they are just really, really basic and normie. And also the more bonehead, meathead factions of the far right, they think we're all a bunch of Marxist intellectuals we need to keep that in mind. We are not all one group. This is not us versus them. There are anarchists, there are nationalists, there are right-wing communists, there were alternative centrists. And I don't think that it's wise to say it's us against the elites, because there are so many different groups here. Now, if we did have a unification of the people, and we did go against these powerful entities together, that would be amazing. But because we are so disagreeable, because we fight amongst ourselves and have all these intra-tribal conflicts, what we're seeing is a bunch of hyper agreeable, high conscientiousness, low neuroticism. I want to call them NPCs, but they are watching us fight. They are making money off of bloodshed. This has been going on for centuries.
Yeah, there's definitely been going on for centuries. I would see it that way. If you want to look at it as paradigm of someone in control, but I would bring it back to, Jules was talking about power earlier. All I would define power as is my ability to exert my will over someone else and their inability to stop me. So whatever, if I have the most power over the person who has the least ability to stop me from exerting my will.
But that's right? Such a narrow definition that if you really try to reduce it to its most literal interpretations, those are very, very few rare circumstances.
I don't think so. Like, I can give you a primary example on a micro and a macro. Like here's a macro of it, right? A macro is if I drive my car in a way that somebody doesn't like in a small town, they can pull me over and they can say, you know, what's going on in your car, bud? You're freaking me out. And they can get all of the local cops involved. And they can come search through my shit. And they can mess with my whole afternoon. They can decide whatever I have they don't like. And that's it. Like, that can be the next several years of my life could be tied up in that event. Inversely,
but
right?
That's an influence thing.
No, I mean, that would be direct power. I wouldn't have a choice. And if I tried to run away, it would go poorly for me. So I'm saying, like, that's power. And just like that's power, if I were to just decide to pick up a heavy piece of wood and walk into my neighbor's house and take something, I'm a lot bigger than he is. I'm pretty sure he doesn't own a gun. So that's power. I could just do it.
You can definitely use power sensibly and coherently in these circumstances. I do think that it will drag people who think in these terms more, as in I think it benefits very few people to think in terms of power dynamics, and you generally play into people's hands that can compensate in ways that's very unique to their position and resources. If you think about your influence, it's a much more divergent way of really breaking down how things like power work. We're not talking about like power in an arm wrestle. You're not talking about power in terms of overwhelming force. Like the second you're talking about power in terms of your social pull, like you've obscured something that would be beneficial to be unobscured. Right? Like because if you're using social pull to create a negative campaign for a result that could even have non-social, like internal side effects, like emotional hangovers are real. Like if you look at what happens to some of these, when you talk about psyops, we had a guest on Logo Daedalus. He tweets about the psychological torture of having been anonymously swatted twice for no reason. That's an overt example of that was power that came in, but it wasn't power that triggered the SWAT. It was influence, right? As in someone with no power influenced the SWAT team that had a lot of power to psychologically like impact Logo Daedalus, this is what he thinks, so that he would be easier to control from his malfunction.
Look, it seems like what you're describing is a paradigm in which the only way power exists is if it is physical force. Because you're saying that the king...
That is what I'm saying. Because otherwise it's meaningless. Because otherwise it loses meaning. Like I could use power the way you do, and I wouldn't get as far. I would hit more walls talking about power the way you do, right? There would be more walls, harder to scale, talking about power the way you do, right? Power is pure force. It's pure force.
I'm gonna
Otherwise,
use my
well,
power.
influence
I'm gonna
things.
use my power to switch things over to Polish Prince, who has been extremely patient with us. Polish Prince, how are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm glad to be here. I was told to, that I'd be talking about, the India-China conflict, and I come on here and it's talking about like Rothschilds and, all these theories and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, what the hell?
Huge fan of you. I used to follow you on Twitter, bud. You're really nifty, Polish Prince. There, you like a lot of Kim Coulter's stuff too. I saw you like something she put out the other day. I used to interact with you a lot before I got my account picked. It's cool.
Really?
Cool to talk. Yeah, cool to talk to you.
Oh, right on.
So, Polish Prince, before we get started on that, though, I wanted, as we were asking new people before, because you are a newcomer to this stream, can you just tell us in brief a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm an American-born Polish guy. My parents came from Poland. And I've lived in America, being like half Polish, half American, because well, culture-wise, I don't have a full Polish upbringing because I grew up here, but I also don't have the whole American upbringing because both my parents are immigrants. I'm sort of interested in politics. I'm a right-leaning Catholic, and I'm really into guns and music and all that kind of stuff.
Hey,
right on. So we were going to talk about the international things that are going on right now with India and China, as well as your, I guess I could say, mother country of Poland, even though you're living in the United States now. Where would you like to start?
I'd like to start with the India-China thing, because I could probably go on for like an hour or two about all the things that Poland is doing, with its military and the militarization of its culture. I was looking up a little bit of news on the India-China thing, and the thing that caught my eye the most is that, for all the deaths that occurred, it's like 20 Indian soldiers are dead, and 35 to like 43 Chinese soldiers are dead, but neither side shot at each other. They apparently ran up to each other and beat each other to death with their fists, rocks, wooden clubs, and all that kind of stuff. So like these guys weren't even medieval. They went freaking ape shit,
There
was a long-standing
They went full
agreement that they would
caveman,
not
man.
bring guns to within 20 miles of the disputed border. So they beat each other to death.
Yeah, so like
They're waiting in bushes.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the last time this happened was that, at least that I know, was at Manassas battlefield. It was during one of the battles in Manassas, where Union soldiers and Confederate soldiers got super close to each other, and at that time, they both apparently ran out of ammo, so they started stoning each other to death. Just throwing rocks on the ground, and there are actually two piles of rocks where both side soldiers were chucking them at each other. So that's pretty crazy. And this conflict goes back a few decades, since the 60s, and they've fought like two small scale wars over this and narrowly avoided a third one. So yeah,
it goes back further than that. If you look at in Kashmir anyway, between the Sikhs and the Islamists that are trying to push in from Pakistan, it's been going back for thousands of years. They've been boiling Sikhs alive and forcing them to convert in that area for a really long time. So they've had a lot of beef with their unfriendly proxy soldiers that are now being marched in to fight on behalf of China. It's about to get wild.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, these kind of conflicts have been going back a long time, that's all I know about the most recent conflict. But yeah, I could talk a lot about the Polish rearmament and modernization program. They're spending a ton of money, just upgrading their old, Soviet equipment, and introducing new platforms. Like they've been trying to get their shipbuilding capabilities up, but those keep on failing for one reason or another. The previous administration wanted to get like 50 medium lift helicopters, but that got canceled in favor for like 8 Black Hawk helicopters for the special forces. So that pretty much leaves the Polish Air Force with a helicopter fleet that's around at least 40 years old. So that's pretty old in terms of helicopter airframes. But the most fascinating thing that I've noticed recently in like the past 6 years in Poland are these militias that are popping up. They're not anti-government, as we have some tendencies of that here, but they're in case of like a Russian invasion, they're modeled. I wouldn't say modeled, but they take their spirit from before the Second Polish Republic with these groups called Związek Strzelecki, which means riflemen's associations, and they're these clandestine and semi-clandestine paramilitary unions that civilians got together in to potentially gather together and uprise and put the Second Polish government or put Poland back on the map. But instead the Austro-Hungarians caught wind of it and just drafted them into their military, and the Poles fought for whichever side would most likely give them independence. They kind of bobbled around different places, raised different legions, but they were our first soldiers in a way, because 6 months after statehood we got invaded by the Soviet Union, and we almost lost. If it weren't for the miracle on the Wisła River, we probably wouldn't have a country right now. But in the interwar period, they kept recruiting, and they raised, they trained 500,000 soldiers, those would go on to be invaluable in fighting the Nazis. But yeah, these organizations have varying levels of cooperation with the Polish Ministry of Defense. So you can potentially get easier access to firearms permits. You can have a shorter basic training if you decide to join the military after service in these paramilitary organizations. Some of them even have armored cars like BRDM2 scout cars. So it's not like a joke. Like these guys have support of the state, of the Polish government and military and police and stuff. And because of the rise of these groups, the Polish government formed the Territorial Defense Force, which is kind of like the National Guard of America.
And is that to keep that group in line, or do they work together?
Oh, they work together. Yeah, they work together. Like the members of the paramilitary groups of the civilian guys. It's made up of current and former, active duty and reservists, policemen. So, there's a lot of support, for these groups.
Yeah, I think it's really awesome what's been happening in Poland. And I think that the cultural shift between Poland and Romania and Hungary is really epic, because we're seeing nationalism not just become a popular thing, but you're right, it's mixing from citizen groups into state, and the state's reflecting the wants of the citizenry, and they're changing policy to reflect what the citizenry is asking for. And I'm seeing that it just spread into Romania now with their recusal of LGBT propaganda. They're saying they're not going to show it to children anymore. They're going to let them see it when they become adults. Like now Romania is agreeing with Poland and Hungary that they're going to start enforcing that legally. they're also saying that on your ID, your gender is your biological gender for all state purposes, so that there's no more, like, you can identify as whatever you want, but the government needs to know what you are in case you get arrested, because we're not going to put you in with someone you shouldn't be near, and we're not going to like give you permission to enter spaces you obviously shouldn't be in. And it's like, that's a fine way of putting it, man. And people are trying to paint them as all sorts of everything negative. And it's like, no, all they're doing is listening to the state, because all the state's doing is listening to the populace. The populace is saying 90% of it saying this is what we want. The local government isn't doing what America's local governance does. It's not saying, well, fuck you, we're telling you what's good for you. It's saying, oh, this is what you want? Okay, this is what we'll give you. And it's what I like is it's spreading through a lot of the Eastern Bloc. I'm hoping that it goes through Bulgaria next, personally.
Yeah, I think I heard in Romania or was it Bulgaria? I can't remember which country, but they recently just said that you can't learn gender studies. You can't take gender studies courses in your universities there. They made that illegal, which was pretty fantastic. And one thing I noticed, which was pretty interesting, people are calling Poland anti-democratic, but it's pretty much just to try and shame Poland for. And a lot of these other Eastern European countries, and to not being patriotic or to believe in what you really believe in. They're trying to shame you and say that you're not democratic, when in fact it's quite democratic. Poland's a Christian nation, and they voted a certain way, that was for, more pro-Christianity, more for tradition and that kind of stuff. And, a lot of people who didn't like the outcome are calling it anti-democratic, even though, they probably haven't got they probably haven't got a total clue about anything about Polish politics.
Tarek?
Well, yeah, in the case of Hungary, what do you make of Parliament allowing Orban to rule by decree? Do you think that's, totally democratic, or that bodes well, I guess, for the future of civil liberties in Hungary?
Well, Parliament voted for it, and, I believe that elections have consequences, If that's what the people, wanted and voted for, then, that's what they wanted. And that's what they got. And I believe that, I may be wrong, but I remember hearing a few weeks ago that Orban relinquished control and gave, back the powers to the parliament.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean,
he gave back the bulk. He gave back he said that he's only going to exert it in absolute emergencies, but that he doesn't want to live in a sense where he feels like a dictator, like he's being accused. He's like, no, I want the people to have a say. It's just the parliament's not going to be able to do anything without the populace voting on it. So if the parliament makes some decree that goes against what I'm saying, because the parliament doesn't want to support Christianity and Polish culture, then I'm going to come back in and say, nope, that's nixed, that's vetoed. But if you do what the people,
legitimate authority.
Exactly. He's saying if you do what the people want in the areas where the people have elected you to do what the people want, you're fine. And that's, in my opinion, all the point of a republic, man. Just do what the people want you to do. What doesn't fly, what flies in California won't fly in Arkansas. Just so don't tell them they have to do the same shit.
And Eastern
I'm
Europe
hugely in
seems to
favor
be...
of that.
Sorry, here?
I was just saying, I'm hugely in favor of that. It sounds like true legitimate authority. Like that sounds wonderful.
Well, the Eastern Bloc, I think it had a vaccination of communism from back in the day, because a lot of these countries were ruled by the Soviets, and they know what it's like. So they had a little bit of that vaccination, so they know what to watch out for, which is why I think that they do value certain freedoms that they have today, and that's why they're also watching out for Russia, which wants to expand its territory. And would you agree, Polish Prince?
I'm not so sure if Russia is the really big boogeyman that it used to be. I think the big boogeyman that we should be focusing on is China.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely sure how much Russia wants to expand.
Well, there's Russia and there's Russia actors, right? Because I imagine Russia and China have the best hackers, right, in the world. I mean, that's the word on the street. But I imagine a lot of Russian hackers have nothing to do with the Russian government, but they're still a product of their culture. So like people
Well-
talking about like Russians just like trying to take things over, it could just be like just a lowbrow instinct. It might not be
Well,
like
it's an
Putin-
interdependent relationship between the Russian people and the government, where a lot of Russian people, when they're encountering a lot of problems that are going on in their home turf, as far as food running out, problems with, like most people in Russia don't even have access to a proper toilet. Like they have to go outside to like an outhouse or something, or public restroom. So I think that
right.
one way, one way of
so
getting their attention away from all that bullshit that's going on is to do something like go into the Crimea. I remember relatives of ours, they completely forgot all the problems that they had in their lives the moment that that happened, and they got super patriotic about Russia taking over another piece of territory. So I see it as just another way for people to forget about the problems within the home and focus on like, yes, we got another piece of land. And I don't know about Poland. All I know is that friends of ours who live in Latvia, who live in Lithuania, they are particularly concerned about Russia. Maybe they're concerned about China too. I'm sure they are. I just don't know to what extent. But that is a threat that they see that's lurking right by them. And I think it's good that there's a bulwark happening right now between the U.S. and Poland that would make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and just to finish off or compliment on what Jules was saying, I went to this thing called PutinCon. It was a few years ago in New York City. It was a whole day seminar, like Comic-Con, based on people that survived Putin's regime. People that had survived this regime came and told stories. There were a bunch of soldiers that had defected because they didn't want to shoot civilians in Ukraine. There were a bunch of people whose families had been locked up because of their political dissonance. There were women who had been kept in basically the type of chambers you keep lovely ladies in until they get to a certain age. It was a fucked up day to hear some of these stories, but something I have to correct you on is the FSB dumped about $3 trillion into a troll farm that they connected literally in the building next door to one of the FSB headquarters in Moscow, and then another one in St. Petersburg. And they employed more citizens from what would have been STEM. They pulled them out of the international STEM field, and they say, you do meme shit now. You do troll shit now. Get in there and get on the computer, learn what they're doing, get in the message boards, and you need to connect ideas memetically. And people were being like, yeah, I made art, I made comics, I made all sorts of stuff. I wanted to work for Dark Horse. I got in the international market to do that for animation. And they went from working on something for Wizards of the West Coast, the Dungeons and Dragons people, to working in a troll farm where all they did all day was sit on Facebook. And when people would post certain pro-Iranian memes, like in Farsi or whatever language in Arabic, they would go on and they would channel the memes to go against the more right-wing party in Iran. That's all they did for 12 hours a day, and that's how they got their stipend paycheck from the government. And he said that there were hundreds of people in just his floor, and the building was just trolls. Every room, like cubicles, like Dilbert comics. And it's like all they did was fuck with other countries.
What do you think's effective about that? What do you think's effective about that? Because some people think about ideology as a fixed thing instead of a provisional thing, and I think it totally informs their entire makeup and how they approach everyone, even on individual basis.
What I think is effective about that is if I can make sure that every time you go onto any comment thread anywhere, and anytime you say Biden 2020 sounds like a good option, somebody else comes in and says, no, Biden sniffs kids all the time. If you like Biden, you like kids getting sniffed. Therefore, if every time you say something, somebody says that, after a while, your little world, if you don't get the opportunity to talk to a lot of people about this subject other than online, your political world is going to be shaped a certain way, especially if every time you say anything, a different person with a different voice and a slightly different narrative comes in to dissuade you, to zap you and slap you on the hand. If that happens every time you go online, it's incredibly effective. Try going on Reddit sometime and saying something you really think instead of saying something that's popular. We'll see what happens.
It's like they're hacking belief systems somehow. It's like people have learned how people's ideas change and evolve over time, and how ideology
memes aren't cute pictures, man. Memes are more than cute pictures.
Ideology is often poorly defined, and it's really about in-group signaling most of the time. Like it's much more about, oh yeah, we all watch the same movie, like the member berries in South Park.
Well, it could be both.
When it's about like in-group dialogue, and it's about things that over time just change. And a lot of people don't admit it to themselves, or they're not aware of it, or they're like uniquely stoic and impassive. That's what's going on, is that the genuine art of persuasion is being brute forced on the global consciousness.
I don't think it's
right?
brute force, and I've got to say that you're going in a weird direction here, because you're saying
brute force is like,
you started this by saying ideology fundamentally is people's connection to the change of their idea. No, ideology is a stock set of ideas.
Unless it's dogma, it's provisional. I'm saying ideology, unless it's dogma, is provisional, meaning it only exists in a current state in the present and is subject to change.
Saying
right?
it's reactionary.
So I'm saying unless an ideology is dogma, it's provisional. That's what I'm saying.
I can actually say that.
And I think a lot of people think in terms of ideology as dogma, and so they think of it as dogma in other people, when a lot of people are not committed to dogma if you know how to poke their epistemological stems. As in, like, there's bare words to people. There really are. That triggers the aporia and can also trigger awe in a person, that forces their brain to reconfigure to accommodate new information. But if you never know how to do that to people and you just treat everyone like a Chinese finger trap, like, you're just going to keep reinforcing this illusion that all these different ideologies that are incompatible are all dogmas, and the dysfunction will just always be chronic. It's a power game. Make sure you get your power, and I guess we're fucked anyway. It's totally not how it can work. As in, there's a lot of divergent options that people don't even realize can be manifested. That's the nature of emergence. That's why you can't predict this stuff.
Look, a lot of it is choice. Like, I feel like you're negating a lot of the ideological prospect of choice, because if we're going to talk about like a riot, or if we're going to talk about a fight with a spouse or a fight with a girlfriend, or if we're going to talk about any sort of conflict you're going to encounter, any opportunity socially or asocially, it comes down to personal responsibility and choice. And it doesn't have to be dogma. You can just have an objective center that says, okay, I'm mad. Instead of smashing this, instead of yelling, instead of putting my hand through the wall, I've learned enough through my experience. And this could happen to an atheist who's completely adogmatic and understands morality based upon solely the legal system. And if it's not illegal, they feel free to do it. And if that's their moral system, they're probably an asshole socially. They're probably a very funny person. But to be honest, I know people like that. We all do. I wouldn't say that that person's ideology is succinct. I wouldn't want them to like hang around my kids, because I don't know what they think is right or wrong. But it doesn't mean that they're like going to murder people. Doesn't mean that they're going, but it does mean that like they might not believe the same things I do. So they might think it's okay to give my 12-year-old pornography or something. And that's not holding it against, or like not give it to them like to give a child porn, but something like give them a firecracker, or tell them a dirty joke, or tell them, you know, your grandma's going to die soon. She looks old. Like some concept that is not morally wrong. It's not objectively false. But if you don't have the same ideology as me, if you think society can function in a world where my daughter can get an OnlyFans at 16, I don't think that we can communicate well as like in a neighborly way, because I think that, and then this relates back to our talk of what we were just talking about with Poland and Hungary and Romania. Ideologically, I want a government that's going to back up my belief system, where certain things are not okay and other things fundamentally are okay. And I think that like look, people say that I'm alt-right or extreme right or far right. No, I'm not. I'm just right wing, and I'm hard. I'm not soft, and I'm right wing. That's it. That's all it is. I'm not saying I want anything different. I'm just saying, if I'm saying it makes me uncomfortable and you're saying it makes you comfortable, why is your voice?
So you want to legislate against social contagion, as in you're identifying the reality of social contagion, right? Which is why a lot of people in New York don't like hanging out with people of differing viewpoints. But if you think about social contagion as also like having the potential to change behavior of people in your family, right?
Well, I mean, like grooming is a thing, right? You understand? Hold on, you understand that
legislation. You're saying here's how we like. You're identifying social contagion, and then you're saying so the
Let's
right.
use the word grooming instead of social contagion, because I don't know that term, and it might have an influx I don't understand. But grooming, we both.
It doesn't. I'll explain what I mean. Social contagion just means things that are contagious that are socially transmitted, right?
Like
as
patriotism. Patriotism is a social contagion, then.
It certainly can.
So I don't want to use that term. I'm
certainly
talking about
can be.
negative concepts solely. Okay, so let's use the
But
language.
that's the problem is,
more...
so, I mean, I've heard your wife mention don't yuck someone else's yum, but there are things that, like,
he's also very
like distinct on that line. When you start talking about sex, when you start talking about censorship, curse words, comedy, etiquette, manners, right? Just like tone of voice, like so-and-so's too loud. Their music's too loud, right? Like suddenly you start speaking loud, right? Social contagion is real, especially if you're in a place like New York. Like it's hard to get into the co-ops. It's hard to get into the private schools, right? You need to like social contagion is something that people understand, right? And that's what you're talking about. But you're saying,
right. I just feel like that terminology
you want to use the state. You want to use the power of the state to like
as a reflection
give
of the
you
will
a little
of the people.
CHAZ or something.
As a reflection of the will of the people, yes. That's what I'm talking about. That's all the state is. Like, look, if the people say we don't want drag time story hour, and they go to
why
their
not
local,
just socially shame people out of your neighborhood?
Because
why bring
this
this
and the local legislature backs it up and says you don't have to have this. That's what government's supposed to do. It's not a mini CHAZ. That's what government's supposed to do. What don't you understand about the way the world actually works? That you constantly try to redefine it in a way where all the goods are bads and everything's inversed into a way where it's like, okay, autistic.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Re-inject a complete. Okay, I know what I'm talking about. I talk to you like every week. And we go through this shit every fucking week.
Sure. I just don't think you would. I just don't think you would get along with anyone that
I get along with everybody
that couldn't deal with you in this one mode.
Okay. Well, first of all, Jules, I'm struggling to figure out what point you're trying to make, you know, with the social contagion threat or whatever. And, well, Tim and I guess Hero, I mean, you guys have kind of been working off of the people, like, as an abstraction. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that. Like, okay, what is the people?
Okay, the people, I guess, I'm a big fan of republics. I think that a republic makes more sense than a democracy because a republic would imply that the area itself can choose for itself. I think that, for example, I grew up in Trenton, New Jersey. I don't think Trenton needs to have the same sort of social programs that West Memphis, Arkansas needs to have. I just don't think that those two would translate very well. But do I think they both need some sort of assistance? Sure. But that does not mean you can come in and dissect the situation and say, okay, well, let's diversify first. And that means let's take every neighborhood and make sure that it reflects my eugenic aspect of whatever ratio it should have from an external perspective, and then enforce that in every school and in every industry. No, that's not what those areas need. Those areas need to be listened to as far as what they individually want. For example, like you could take any community, it doesn't matter the ethnic demographic of the community. If you went in and asked them their problems and the solution was, well, why don't you change every aspect about the way your community's ever been and enforce ideas that now lean towards a group that hasn't ever lived here before, and we just flood you with them. Like that doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't make any logical sense to have them reverse everything they're doing either. If you have a community that's mostly like done cattle and bovine, it doesn't make sense to tell them to start learning to code. There's no why, what are you going to do to disrupt the beef industry? And what if that local town requires that beef industry? I guess someone might be talking about going green, but that doesn't mean we can cancel the Lancaster County because they all do milk for their cows. That's how they make their money. It's how they've always made their money. They might need a different level of interference from their government than maybe a neighborhood in New York City where people are getting shot twice a week. That's totally different levels of intervention. So I think the community itself are the people in both areas, and they shouldn't have much to say to each other politically, but socially they can communicate all they want. They can say politically we do this, politically you do that. Maybe you could listen to us, we could listen to you. I don't think it makes sense for a legislator from New York to tell someone in Arkansas how they should live, because although they're both the people, they're not each other's people. That representative doesn't represent those people. They don't know dick about fart from none of that. So it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. So when I see the people, it doesn't make sense for someone like, all right, in my opinion, the people then would be the populace of whatever area that the local representative has been elected to, and how that representative takes the people's wants and goals and takes a step forward under the next level. If we all paid attention to what dollar we spent and what person we voted for, our communities would look like we wanted them to look like. We could have homeschooling. We could have better schools, work schools, eliminate schools altogether and have everybody do homeschooling in your neighborhood. have that only 6 blocks by 6 blocks. Instead of the CHAZ, have a school that's run by a bunch of retired college professors who live in your area. That could happen as long as they were making their test scores good enough. Why can't that happen? Because Scholastic is tied up with your local legislators. That's why it can't happen, because corporatism gets in the way. And then they start blaming color, and then they start blaming religion. They say this charter school only lets this faith in, and this group only has that color there. And they get you to fight with each other instead of pointing the finger and going, wait, how is it that a job, like a local representative job, how are these people leaving there millionaires when they're supposed to get paid a government salary of $70,000 a year and they're living in the most expensive district in town? Those numbers don't add up. Someone's passing favorable legislation for their freaking friends, aren't they? I mean, the corruption, in my opinion, affects the people on an individual level and then on a macro level. That's what I mean by the people. I don't want to go on a tangent.
Yeah, I definitely agree that oftentimes people's communities are shaped by people who have nothing to do with those communities, people who have no interest in the social fabric of those communities. Though I would only push back at the notion that people, like all people living within a certain area, have exactly the same interests.
I mean, I'm not going to say that they have exactly the same interests, but I would say if you, I mean, do you mind I ask, what kind of area do you live in?
Yeah, well, right now I just live in an urban area. You know, there's row houses. People mostly get around via the subway and buses.
Okay, well, then I think everybody could agree that, like, they want to have clean public transportation and clean streets. So that's like a start. And then everyone that disagreed with that would probably get shouted down in that local meeting saying, what do you mean you don't think our neighborhoods need to be repaired? What do you mean we don't need to clean up stuff? What do you mean we don't need more cops on the subways at night? Like, what are you talking about? Like, and then we'd say, well, here's my problem with it. And then the community would be able to say, okay, well, how about we have 2 MTA officials and how instead of a cop, or how about we have a cleanup day this day, or we increase littering fines in our neighborhood, or we do adopt a highway program. I mean, I do think that not everyone's going to want the same thing, but if you give open to democracy and your area is full of heroin addicts, they're going to vote for we're allowed to shoot heroin out in public. And you're not going to have a choice because you want to.
They actually probably wouldn't.
Well,
those people actually
look at San Francisco and think again. Look at San Francisco and think again.
Okay, sure. But, you know, okay, let's use the example of like a city or whatever. Like, yeah, most people in that city are probably going to want clean public transportation. But what about all of the very wealthy people in that city who don't have to use public transportation? They don't care. If it's cheaper to, you know, not pay people to clean the train stations and the buses and whatever not, and if they'd rather the money go somewhere else, well, that, you know, there's a clear conflict of interest there.
That makes sense.
So you have people, like living in the same place, but their interests are not the same, you know?
Yeah. So if you want to do it through a vote, then that's what I'm saying is if you pay attention to the money, the populace of that city should be able to outvote the rich guy that says, nah, I don't want you to have clean streets. Everyone should be able to say, wait, what did Mr. Foggy Bottom just say? That he doesn't want the town people to have clean streets? This is fuck Mr. Foggy Bottom.
So,
I don't want to buy your products anymore. Well, in fact, and then you know what happens? Protesters show up and they smash Mr. Foggy Bottom's real estate up. And now he wants to leave town or donate. How about you use the people's anvil that way? How about it works just once for the benefit of the people? Instead, they burn each other's houses down and nobody gets anything out of it. And then they ask for more money from the federal government, who's already said, I'm not going to give you any because you won't stick to basic policies like don't let people that shouldn't be there. And it's like, look, nobody in the community says, yes, I would like illegals to come in and move into the houses in my street. I don't want citizens to be there. I want people that don't respect the Constitution and maybe have been kicked out before. I want them instead. Nobody actively says that. Instead, they say, I don't want to be cruel. So if you can say you don't want to be cruel, that's great. But do you care about your neighborhood or not? Because your neighborhood will suffer if there's people in there that shouldn't be there. Your neighborhood will suffer if there's people like campaigning that don't give a shit about it. And instead, if we allow cancel culture to exist, that anvil gets used, that hammer gets used against people that shouldn't have been silenced at all. Why did the electric car get killed in the 90s? It was political. I mean, all of this shit's always but it's not just politics, it's money. And it's not just politics and money, it's where those two intersect in a bad way. Because you need politics to have money. You need Elon Musk to give a shit about something. Look what he did for Australia. He stopped their power grids from going out.
Okay, but these people can't give a shit about anything. It's just not in their material interest to.
Yep.
Right.
No, we're talking about atheism or amoralism, however you want to refer to it. I think it's evil to put gold over human life. That's the most evil thing I can think of going back historically. Yeah. And there are people that will choose to say, not the idea of decimation, not I have to eliminate 1/10 to save 9/10. That is a horrible thing, but it's understandable. I understand it. What I do not understand is saying I would rather keep a small amount of money extra on top of what I'm already making and allow these people to die. Like that is calloused beyond measure. There's also a difference between I'll shoot a looter. I've said it before. I'll shoot a looter. I'll shoot a looter right in the face. I'm not going to shoot to wound. I've never wounded anything in my life. But that doesn't mean to me that I don't care, that I won't mourn for the fact that he decided to throw his life away by testing his violence against mine. But I'm allowed to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And if you get in my way of doing any of those three while I'm obeying the Constitution and you're not, guess who's getting shot? Like, I'm doing what I should be. That's all you should do, is your own personal responsibility. And my big problem with socialism in general is that it seems to imply that personal responsibility can be passed over to the next person. And that's nonsense. If you don't worry about you, why should I worry about you? I have me and mine to worry about. If you won't even worry about you, why should I worry about you and everybody else? No, because then I'm not going to get anywhere. And I want more for my kids than I had. And if I don't work hard now and even harder tomorrow, they're going to have less. And that's unacceptable. So I'm not going to feed somebody who won't work because because I'm big, generous, big back, my back's strong, climb on it, I'll carry you across the river? No. I will voluntarily do it out of charity if I have to, but that doesn't mean I stand here as a raft.
So first off, Gio asked me to say that he's sorry he had to duck out, but his internet crashed on him and he has to go reboot it, so he might not be able to come back on. Hopefully he can. If not, he wanted me to let you guys know it was really good talking to you guys. The second thing is I would say that I agree with Tim's assessment on this. Me and him both come from a similar place on needing moralism and how society should function. My concern is always with culture. So when I'm talking, Tim might actually disagree with me on how I interpret this. When I'm talking about the people, we're definitely both talking about the same thing. The people as in the will of the populace of the area that's being legislated. What I'm concerned about right now, and this is something that kind of puts me at odds with a lot of conservatives, or not so much conservatives, but the right wing in this country. My concern is that the will of the people is being coerced and changed and influenced by a lot of media, institutions, education, things like that. So while I would agree with Tim, like, you have a city meeting about something, and the people in a normal circumstance, the people that would be saying, no, we shouldn't be fixing up the subways and the walkways and things like that. Normally they would be shouted down and pushed out. What I'm concerned about is we're currently seeing in not exactly the same way, but in a lot of circumstances, these kind of reactions are being shut down and shut up by pressures from people that have a lot of, well, I won't use the term power because I'll apply by Jules' reasoning. I'll say influence. The people that have the large amount of influence on this, the people in education, the people in media, the people in these institutions, they are coercing people's views into opinions that what I would argue are intrinsically detrimental to the well-being of their communities and their cities.
Give an example.
Yeah.
Let's see. Increasing.
I wonder how this will be looked back on, this moment.
What I'm saying? I don't know, dude. I'm not always right. This is just my own personal take on things.
Roll the dice, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Things like increasing immigration. Like, again, I'm in California. I'm in Silicon Valley. People here are always talking about we need more immigrants here. We want more tech companies here. We want these things here. These are things that this is part of the reason why we have such a large homeless population in California. Workers are getting displaced. They're not hiring locally, bringing more people in than we have jobs available for the local populace of the state. Things like that. We're seeing institutions and education and the media, trying to get people to think in this way and vote in this way. And there is a large pressure on social media and in person right now to think this way. And if you voice dissent against that, you're shouted down. What I'm saying in terms of where I'm appreciative of how these Eastern countries are doing things is that they're applying a moral standard, and they're the populace there is they still have a strong Christian morality, which is something I'm interested in. Again, this is my bias. This isn't just me being impartial. This is me being incredibly partial and biased about this. But they have a Christian morality, and they're holding fast to that. And instead of letting institutions get in the way and pushing them around, there's a legitimate authority that is appealing to this voice, and they're saying, no, we're going to uphold the foundational values of this country. We're going to uphold the people's will. It doesn't matter what these institutions and things are saying. I'm going to hold up that. And I have a lot of respect for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the funny thing about, supposed foundational values or tradition is that, there is never one single set of foundational values or traditions of which all of culture is sort of downstream from. I mean, look at our current moment. Obviously, there's a variety of currents, both ideologically and culturally, sort of vying for control. And that's how it's been throughout all of history. I think
right.
it's... Yeah.
I'm saying that the people on my end do not have a fair shake because their voice isn't being represented well.
Yep.
Yeah, as in, okay, people who would prefer to have, less immigration and I guess less tolerance of LGBT ideology, as you would put it, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's not say, I wouldn't say less tolerance. That's not exactly where my position is, but
well, yeah, no.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, there's a difference between exclusionary and inclusive. There's a difference between exclusive and inclusive. For instance, I've never wanted to be part of an inclusive gun club, but exclusive gun clubs are fascinating. These exclusive drinking clubs where you have to get a membership at the door means you can still smoke inside at the bar if you're a smoker, and the state law can't say you can't do that because it's an exclusive club. Doesn't mean you're not a member. It means you have to do certain things, pay certain dues, accomplish certain deeds in order to become a member. And once you are, you can celebrate and enjoy all the benefits of being a member. It doesn't mean everything's for everybody, because not everyone can walk in and pay the membership. Not everyone can go through the membership process and give an email address. And I'm sure there's a process in which they look at you and decide yes or no. Now, if you're deciding arbitrarily, you're deciding off of like color, you're deciding off basic creed, you're deciding off of anything other than ideological standing. Like if I can look at you and determine that you're gonna behave the same way that I will, but there's some arbitrary thing, I don't like your glasses, you're not coming in, that's where we can look at why you're excluding people. But if I'm gonna say you can't come in because the only argument we have is Protestant versus Catholic, and it gets heated, but that's all we've got right now, and we don't want to add Islam into the mix, that's a prudential decision for that country if that's what they want to say. And at the same time that I agree, there's always going to be some Satanist in the room going, well, my people have hated you forever, so the Protestant Catholic conversation is stupid. The rest of the room can't say, yeah, but atheists didn't build, or Satanists didn't build this country, the Protestant Catholics did. So if we're going to argue about this and have this be our message,
though. They were all heterodox.
That's regardless.
It's
got nothing to do with it. I'm talking about the culture. If you want to go back and redefine what their culture is, argue with that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, my only point, and I think maybe Jules was meaning to hint at it, was that like culture, or the culture, is never monolithic. Again, like I said, there's always these various currents sort of vying for supremacy. Like, okay, if you want to allude to like the culture of this country, like the culture of this place, like that's never a singular thing, I mean, I totally get like where you guys are coming from. Like you guys have particular values, of course, and it's, I guess, okay to have those values, but I think it's a little fallacious to assert that they're based on, something that previously existed, when in reality it never existed.
What never existed?
What was that? Say that again.
Yeah, no, as in like this notion of, I guess, a traditional culture that's like totally monolithic, that there's no sort of conflict within it between people with different views.
Don't get me wrong, it's certainly imperfect, but it's not that it didn't exist, it's that it was flawed. It's that there were exceptions, there was a lot of tolerance for things that did not fit inside that bubble. I'm not looking to go against that. I'm saying those are good things. We should be tolerant of things that do not perfectly fit the box. I'm not some crazy. What I'm saying is I would like to see a society that is at least in some degree focused on holding those values like they did in the past. I'm a conservative. Of course, that's what my disposition is. Obviously, you might disagree. You're probably not a conservative. That's fine. We can have that debate. My point is that there is no voice right now, or at least no loud enough voice. There's no institution backing up people, and especially not on the right wing. And I assume the left wing also doesn't have a fair voice for things that people on your end might say as well. But I'm speaking from my own camp. On the right, there is not a lot of voice for people that wish to, bring back a focus on these values.
And how those values then impact and influence culture. Because I agree, there's never been a time in which we were completely monogamous, or not monogamous, but monolithic. There's never been a time in which we were one sole element. But like I just started with saying, and I think you might have overlooked or not quite heard this, like for Ireland to say, we are willing to go back to harsh, I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Troubles in Ireland,
yeah,
the IRA,
yeah.
But if for them, and many people are saying this now, they're more willing to go back to a time like the Troubles, where there was high escalation of tension between Protestants and Catholics than they are to contend with the Islamic rape gangs that are now moving into Ireland. They don't want that there. And they're saying, we would prefer a culture that was Irish, meaning Celtic, and Gaelic. And on the backs of that, we had a debate between in what way we worshiped the same God. Like that, be it through the church, the Catholic Church, or not. And that's a conversation they were willing to contend with. Having a third element interject itself against the will of the people, but in the will of the government, which is saying you require this in order to be, now you're okay in the global face, in the face of the global politics, because you're taking in these people. Now you're better. The populace is saying, no, they're attacking us in droves. We don't like it. It's changing things we don't like, and they're not being listened to. That's what I have a problem with. If
The issue is, Tim, because you're correct, but the issue is, what is the current will of the people? The current will of the people, and if you ask me, it has to do with a lot of influence from media, from institutions, from other things. Yep. I think the will of the people does not currently reflect that inclination anymore, much to my dismay, and that's part of the problem why I complain so much. I'm so concerned about culture because I feel like those inclinations are no longer represented well. I think the will of the people has changed to a degree that kind of, an interest in bringing it back to something like that, I feel like that's becoming increasingly impossible.
So, we have doublethink. Doublethink exists now. People are afraid to say. Yeah.
Do you think, greater tolerance for immigrants or LGBT people or what have you has been brought about, pushed through these institutions by some sort of external group, or by these people sort of asserting themselves politically and socially?
It's a little bit of both. I would say that largely it's probably corporations that largely profit off of them being here. But it is also probably there, people advocating in their own self-interest. I'm a nationalist. I think America should put their own interest first. Of course, there's foreign lobby groups. When foreign lobby groups come here and advocate for themselves, I'm not going to say like, oh, these people are evil for advocating for their own countries. It's like, of course they're going to do that. They're self-interested. I don't want them to do that, but that is a thing that they're going to do. I don't think they're evil for doing that.
It doesn't make them evil, but like, all right, if I were to move to Brazil, I'd have to learn Portuguese. I'd have to start paying into the Brazilian tax system. I'd have to get a job in Brazil. I'd have to make sure that job was regulated and I was paying my taxes properly. I'd have to, get my groceries from a local store. I'd have to pay my rent to a local landlord. If I moved to Brazil and squatted behind a factory and sent all my money home and claimed welfare assistance and took money away from the local government, and I never learned Portuguese, instead I demanded they write things in English, do you see how I'm in the wrong?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just want to point out that like immigrants, or at least as far as the U.S. is concerned, do pay taxes and like are
not all
statistically. Of them. I mean, sure, not all
I'm
of
just
them.
saying, you see how I'm in the wrong if I did that. If I did that, would I be in the wrong?
Oh yeah, you'd be in the wrong. So I don't think it's fair to say that like most immigrants, at least as far as the U.S. is concerned, coming from Latin America, what have you, don't pay taxes. I mean, because
legal immigrants pay
it's
taxes.
not, right, but those dynamics should inform our immigration choices. It's so unfair that you have people that follow the protocol and then are cut in line by people that disregard it. But somehow the system doesn't count.
So here's the thing: our immigration system
disregard it, and then just making it harder for many more people that are following protocol.
Yeah, well,
here's the thing: our immigration system is so like broken and labyrinthine that oftentimes like there is no like easy way to come the right way.
Dude, if I don't have the money, I don't get to just steal it. Like if I don't have the money, I don't get to just steal the object that I want. I have to do it the right way. At no point can someone say, "Oh well, it looks too complicated for me. I'm just going to take it." That's going to get your ass shot. That's not appropriate. That's illegal. You're violating the rules. If you cross that border illegally, you're breaking 7 penal codes. 7. You're not. There's no such thing as an illegal immigrant who's not breaking the law. That's bullshit.
Look,
Tim, you're pro 2A, obviously, right? And do you think that people who break, gun laws in places with draconian,
all
terrible
gun laws are
laws
draconian.
are
All gun
bad
laws
people?
are anti-American. All gun laws are unconstitutional. So whatever you're
Okay,
gonna say,
and
put that
I
in the
mean,
beginning.
all right, so the United States has basically had like an open border for most of its history. So
Nope.
are borders now like very American? I mean, because before, like, if you got on a boat in Ireland, Germany, whatever, and you came over here, that was it. You didn't have to, go
That's
through
how my family
immigration
came
or
here. We
anything.
had to go through a whole immigration. Actually, that's a lie. Our last name got rewritten because the guy couldn't spell it. So I don't know
I think
what.
he's
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about an
up
earlier
to like a
period.
certain point, like in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Like obviously there was Ellis Island and Angel Island, but like for most of history
Are
before
you talking
that,
about before America actually had the American flag, before the Civil War, before we were the United States of America?
no, I'm
No.
talking about the point like before, again, well, Ellis Island was built like I believe, if I remember correctly, in the late 1800s. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a point before that where you came over, and as long as you were free of disease, you were allowed.
And
stay
that
in the
later
country.
point, was that after 1865?
Yeah, the later point when, of course, there was more
It's close to
procedures
the turn of
involved
the
in
century, if
coming
I remember
into
correctly.
the country. Like,
Yeah.
that later point was after
You
1865.
ever heard of the 1965 Hart-Celler Act?
No, I haven't. Oh, is that the law that allowed like that basically opened up like immigration laws and stuff,
Yeah.
like allowed lots
Yep.
of.
Yeah, it's you should look that up actually if you want to really get
Okay.
into this topic. The 1965 Hart-Celler Act is pretty significant. Well, it changed the rules with which we used to allow immigrants, and it also changed the number that we were going to allow, because for the entire existence of this country, we've been hesitant to admit too many people. The first third political party was the anti-Masonic Party, because we're really into pattern recognition. We don't want to get ruled over subversively from within. We've forgotten that now, but you have to look at the quotes from our first couple presidents talking about how we don't want to get blocked in a bipartisan system because then we're going to get manipulated by unseen forces. Like they've been talking about that forever. That's the way
You're
governments
wearing a symbol on your head, and your background's a symbol, by the way.
I mean, I think that's a little bit of a pedantic criticism, but like, I don't know.
How so?
So, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, actually, I'm interested in what Jules has to say. So,
In regards to,
the symbol.
My bandana and my background.
Symbols are a form of communication.
I love this country.
I think the
Don't step on
intention
me.
of freedom of speech is very clear. I
Yep.
think there's a strong utilization function from state rights that comes from decentralization. I think a lot of this drama goes away with decentralization. The thing is, there's been this push for homogeneity, right? A homogenous culture, a one world government. And so we're all participating in a lot of social experiments we did not sign up for. So I think people are learning to make the best of it, right? Because everything's always changing anyway. And it doesn't really matter like how things started sometimes as much as it matters to identify the present and then to, with your imagination, creativity, like try to maximize your options for the future, right? Like I think one of the great things about the spirit of America is the American dream is about self-interest. And there is a group interest in self-interest,
Yep.
right?
Sure.
As in the stronger individuals are, the stronger a group is, right? But somehow like we've been kind of shamed into feeling proud of very healthy things in a lot of circumstances. And people are turned against each other at every scale, right? Like, I think that, this is a tough time because there's all these diasporas going on with immigration. And then you also have the social media that permeates everything. It just does. And you can keep your kids off it if you want. But if there's one kid in their classroom that has access, like the whole group is going to get that social contagion. And so when we go back to what Tim was talking about earlier, how, you know, he's disturbed by girls with OnlyFans and this merging of, I mean, maybe some people would be disgusted by the idea of high art and porn merging. Like, God forbid, right? Like when people's Victorian standards change, right? It's sort of like, it's like the opposite of a teenager being disillusioned by the happily ever after fairy tale, right? As in, they were given a noble lie to help them commit to something. And just the social pressure from everyone doing the same thing will make it strong enough to last. And this is important for civilizational stability. But that's like the thought process of a social engineer. That's the thought process of like a monarch who's thinking like, how do we organize people as numbers on a page?
You could be your own
right?
monarch.
Instead of like realizing that actually everyone's really smart. And a lot of people that you think are stupid have, no, this is real. A lot of people that you think are stupid have the capacity to become very smart just from stimulus. It's true. There's people you can meet who are very sharp. The next time you meet them, they're not sharp at all. And then the next time you meet them again, they're incredibly sharp.
Well,
Like behavior shape brain.
Thinking of
things around you shape your brain.
If
like
you're talking about stimulus, if you're talking
that's
about
why
porn,
a re-education school even works. That's why you can have a brainwashing.
That's why we're talking about trying to build a community in which you can control some of the stimuli so that I can give them good stimuli so they can be more on point. Because if I give them negative stimuli like pornography and alcohol and sex and drugs and violence, and I give them the option to just see constant rage and murder every time they turn on TV, and they have no centralized focus, they have no sense of community, they don't build anything with their hands every day, they don't watch things grow and live, they're not going to get good stimuli. So what you're describing is arguably an argument for the kind of governmental structure I'm advocating for. One in which you can say, these things are good because this stimuli leads to good citizens that are happy and healthy and not depressed. And these stimuli lead to depressed, unhealthy, unhappy citizens. So maybe we should just tell them these are really bad and then not let corporations use them to advertise products to people.
And
So
there's always
maybe-
going to be
I think
stimuli
that's
in the
looking at
periphery, though.
people in a very binary way. And this is the problem with government people, right? When they pass laws to affect behavior, it's the unintended consequences of the
But let's not talk
intended
government then. Let's
simple
talk republic.
act.
Let's talk having a smaller state somewhere where they could decide what kind of images are going to be, let's say, shown in the public square or something like that. I think it's very important in the whole history of us existing to have a spicy area somewhere in the periphery where all the bohemians and the artists gather. I think that's what actually makes it interesting. You know,
Like,
when
Tijuana's great, but yeah, now that all of California is a drug open zone, Tijuana's not so special anymore. See what I'm saying? You want to have a dirty spot where you can go. You want to have a TJ. You need one. Everywhere can't be TJ, man. Everything isn't for everybody. Everywhere can't be 24/7. You have to
I
have
just
some
think
areas
the
that are
drug
clean
war
and
is
sober.
such a.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
The drug war, I just think, is such an easily solved problem, but I know I'm in such a minority. I just think Alex,
You have too much faith in people.
Alex, weren't you saying how people are constantly going at the tree of problems and never
Yeah.
going at the roots?
I mean, one thing I've noticed, because I definitely focus on another level of the problems, I guess. No one has brought up a couple of things. The money, and no one as a solution, okay, to a lot of problems, our monetary, and no one really has significantly brought up China. And in fact, the success of China. China is succeeding in a way. China right now is America in the 20s and the 30s. They have built 1 million miles of superhighway. And this is all since 1988. China is, the only thing China is failing at right now is human rights. In every other way,
just like America was during the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, I mean, China, see, America entered, does anyone here know what MMT is?
Modern monetary theory.
Yeah. And America entered the era of modern monetary theory in 1971. I mean, does anyone else here see 1971 as a significant moment in American history? Probably the most epical shift.
Well, if I remember correctly, the dollar was taken off the gold standard permanently.
Yep, it's called the Nixon shock.
Yep.
And that was when America entered the era of, as Neil Kashkari says, infinite money. Neil Kashkari just went on 60 Minutes and said, America, I have infinite money. Now, the powers that legislated themselves in 1971, infinite money, told a huge lie to the American public. They kept the power of MMT to themselves, and they told the American public that they're still on the gold standard, that we have to tax you in order to have good things. We have to take one thing from you so that we can give something else. That is bullshit. And the thing is, China has not been living under that lie. Their government is working so tight with the banks. They fund everything. The Chinese banking system writes off so much debt, you wouldn't fucking believe it. But they don't give a fuck because they are building an incredible nation right now. Everyone in China is richer than they were. Everyone. From the poorest person in the middle of Shitsville, China, you know, with a bison and wooden wheeled carts and shit. Everyone is doing better in China. I can't believe that no one is talking about the money. And to me, that is the one place where you can have concrete, immediate solutions, not wishy-washy, feely, social, I don't feel good because you said that. Oh, I'm mad because you...
At the same time, China does have...
There would be less racism in the country if people got a fair fucking wage and they didn't have to go into debt servitude to have a credit card to prop up the bullshit American dream. There'll be less drug abuse.
Well, I mean, China kind of has...
There will be less domestic violence. There'll be less crime. I guarantee if you really reflect on what happened from 1971 to now, that is the turning point, and it's the Federal Reserve lying about the money and pulling the complete wool over the rest of our eyes. And what have they... I have never heard the government complain for endless war. I've never heard them say, well, shit, we got to raise taxes and find out how we're going to keep these guys in Afghanistan for 10 years. Oh, no. I've never heard America complain, oh, how are we going to fund Homeland Security? How are we going to pay for all this surveillance state terrorism that is the blowback of bad foreign policy that is endless fucking war? You know, I've never...
Well,
the Pentagon and the Defense Department are $26 trillion in debt. They have zero accountability. They have been spending that money to empower themselves for 50 fucking years.
Absolutely.
And then they go around and they tell
let's
us
get
we don't have shit.
Trang, get your word out.
What?
Trang, you were saying something.
Tarek, you mean?
Tarek. Tarek.
Oh, yeah.
Alex was flowing. He's been sounding the whole thing. Where's your sense of proportion?
But I was just I mean, I guess I like the idea that like the average Chinese or like the average like working class Chinese person's life is really great is like a little iffy. I mean, they do
better
have
than
this,
it was in 1971.
Well, China does have this very like extensive sort of forced labor system called the hukou system. You can look it up if you want. But like I really a lot of like your points really do, you know, resonate with me. As far as like I guess if you want to circle back to the drug thing.
And
like,
we can quickly get back to the Rothschilds. Wasn't it Amschel Rothschild who said, I don't give a shit about the society or the government. If I control the money, I got it. Boom. That's all I give a shit.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, absolutely.
But that is a common sentiment. Like I would imagine you can find very distasteful quotes from a lot of mega elites that are easy to fit into a narrative out of context. Here's the thing. The central banks are a problem. Like, I'm against the central banks, but there's also like so many Rothschilds, and like families are not monolithic the same way that like people like and institutions aren't monolithic. Like, it's very rare for like one family to like live with each other their entire lives, as opposed to you have these families where it's like, you know, their kids go to boarding school, then they're off at college, and then they're, you know, just like all living separately, like in different states or different countries even, right?
But
And
not for the common person.
you have to, I mean, some families are like Succession. What is that? The new HBO show. And then some families like don't share anything at all, right? There's no family business. It's like, oh, if you show interest in it when you're younger, like learn about it. And if you don't learn about it, like don't worry about it. Like, and these are companies and just like mega companies in general. Like, if you're, and this is only interesting, I think, to people if you follow people like Bill Gates a lot or Warren Buffett, who advocate for like major estate taxes, where you've cultivated a political party on the far left that celebrates ending billionaires. And basically anybody that's mega rich, right, is assumed to have like moral failings to be that successful at all, right? Behind every fortune is a major crime. And I think that this can make, again, diagnosing specifics difficult, as in it can be effective for like having a lingering cloud over a subject. But if you want to have any understanding of the subject at all, you're going to have to like get past this like illusory mystique that people have from rumor mongering and just like get to specifics.
Exactly.
Well,
Yeah, no,
I
agree.
mean, I'm gonna-
Cutting through minutia
okay.
is absolutely essential. Like you just mentioned Warren Buffett. I can tether that directly to China and my next point, because I've been sitting on it since Alex, which was a very good rant, by the way. Like the idea of Warren Buffett building that empire. I used to work for one of Warren Buffett's subsidiary companies. Used to sell Kirby vacuum cleaners, right? And what they literally were is $2,400 blocks of debt. And all we would do is sign up to find a way for you to do a deal with a third-party company who would sell you out $2,400 worth of debt, and you would develop a payment plan to pay it off. Now, if we could sell it down, I could sell it for as little as like $800 cash and still get a profit. But it was ideal that I set you up on a payment program at $15 for the next 6 years every month until you eventually default on it and miss one payment. Then they get to come after you for everything. And that ties directly into the fiat currency system we now live in which if we handed in every dollar, our national debt would go back to zero. You just keep pumping it back through, and our domestic product has nothing to do with our international product. We're just like, we're trading company chits in the company stores spending gold coins. We're fucked. But beyond that aspect, I would say to tie directly to China, not only do they not use that system, but I mean, it's an unfortunate fact, but like hard fascism from your government works. And especially if you have a 50-year to 100-year goal plan like China has, their 100-year plan, their 1947 plan to 2047 is going to be a hell of a year, man. 2047 is going to be very interesting because China vowed after World War II they were going to turn it around, and they started working really hard, and they're starting to see the fruits of their labor. I mean, they're moving into the India Sea, the South China Sea. They're moving around the other side of Japan. Japan's now buffing up its own military because China just built new ICBMs and intercontinental missiles. Their whole fleet has just tripled itself. They're inducting more citizenry into their military than any other country on the planet right now. And if you look at it in a scaled timeline, man, Xi Jinping has really been going on it. Everyone in his own brigade that's been caught hoarding gold, look up China Associate Gold Arrested, or any variation of those terms. That anyone that's been stealing anything from the government in China, they've been stealing precious metals. They've been getting caught up in it because the government's doing this whole purge myself decimation thing every step of the way, like a caterpillar or a snake shedding skin. It keeps rebuilding itself, and it bases most of itself off the theft of intellectual property. Look at all the Harvard professors. 56 Harvard professors were just arrested doing dirty business with China. 56 were just arrested doing business with China, including virologists who had connections to labs. So we're talking about biospecific weapons with people that study biospecific viruses and not neurotoxins, prion viruses that develop in your brain, like the cuckoo laughing sickness. Fucked up shit. And they're selling it backwards, not just so that they can implement what we're working on, but so that we will teach what they want us to know. We talk about putting ceilings on ideas. Jules, you're a big fan of that concept. You bring it up over and over, how linguistically I choose to influence people, however I will choose, depending not only on my cadence, but the pattern of my speech. So if I drop the pressure and the anxiety from my voice, and I bring you in to tell you and explain in cold terms that there is another country who not only understands the way that
warm terms,
that look, there is another country that's aware of how the United States functions. It knows how we function on an interpersonal level because they make the money from hip hop and sneakers and basketball. They determine who buys the iPhones that are made by child labor and then who uses those iPhones to film other people calling them fascists. Do you not see the ridiculous level of thumb in buttery we have found, in which we are fighting over concepts created in other countries who are booming as they move into monotheism, secular, one-minded, purge everyone that doesn't get along, only one child per family. Like, they're getting into it, man. And people talk about how we need to be more accepting and more tolerant and more liberal over here. That promotion is coming from our enemy, who is becoming less tolerant and less liberal. So do you see how it's almost as if you can use psychology as a weapon to weaken a nation while your nation becomes the opposite of what you promote elsewhere? It's like, hey, I ridicule someone else for not eating enough sugar when in fact I know that oh geez.
No, you're still here. I mean, your
Okay,
camera's
yeah.
off, but
when in fact,
here we go.
When
You're
in
back.
fact, when I know for a fact that the thing I'm ridiculing you for is not good for you. Can you still hear me at the least?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing I'm ridiculing you for is not good for you. I'm criticizing you for not smoking weed. I'm criticizing you for not taking the knee. I'm criticizing you for not doing whatever this thing is. And in reality, it's inherently bad for you. Like, the whole thing seems backwards because we're watching someone who, you're right, they're succeeding. Militarily, they're succeeding alone. If you want to talk about World War III, hop in the car, bitches, we're going shopping. Like, we're looking at Pakistan and Korea. We're looking at Pakistan and Kashmir. We're looking at North Korea, South Korea. We're looking at Russia, Ukraine, Russia, Crimea. I mean, that's old, but we're looking at Syria still. We're looking at Iran neighboring and shoving shoulders with everyone around them. But the 57 states of Qatar are moving like a mailed fist. We're looking at an entire global shift towards not just communism or socialism or capitalism, but I would say towards populism or just something more, an ambiguous something more. So there's globalism promising something more, definitely going to deliver something less.
So I want to tie together something Alex was saying and what Tim was just talking about, because Alex was saying that there's a monetary system in place, like Keynesian economics, that is like basically draining the life out of the population, like through value and productivity. But then there's also global go forces. If I were to make an analogy to the board game that Google's AI like beat the leading champions in, Go is a territorial game about surrounding your opponent in order to convert them. And it can teach you a lot about life on different scales. And if you look at the global scale, if there's an economic problem here or just dysfunction in general, it makes you more vulnerable to macro forces, right? So there's two choices with how to okay, let's say China is encouraging degeneracy. They're basically saying, watch Vice News, be polyamorous, legalize drugs, like be super libertarian, have open borders,
be depressed, stay at home.
Okay, so because let's say China's doing that because they think it's going to encourage dysfunction. And now let's say you're just like some Irish guy or something who's like really into some faith spirit shit, right? You're now faced with okay, how can I influence forces bigger than myself? Do I try to discourage people from doing the unhealthy things? Or do I encourage people to be healthy despite unhealthy things all around them?
However,
right?
you memetically,
because I don't think you can put the cat back in the bag. Or like, I think once Pandora's box is open, you've got to find the hope and how that works, right? As in, you don't want to be recklessly optimistic, but you can look at degeneracy from a conservative perspective. If you're thinking, certain things should just not be tolerated in polite society, like a healthy family man, a healthy contributor to society, should not be engaged in dysfunctional behavior, right? And I think it's a very clear, easy position. But then there's the reality of like, what do you do about adolescent rebellion? What do you do about
what do the Amish do about it?
Reformists. Springer.
Right. What the Amish have done about it is very extreme. And the problem, the Amish depend on other people who understand the system or can, deal without it, right?
The Irish Mafia. Amish Mafia.
No, I think the Amish just live by themselves and they have their friends use electricity for them, right? As in, like, they're not allowed to drive a car, but someone else can drive a car. Like, they're not allowed to call someone on the phone, but someone else can dial.
Yeah.
That's a Shabbos Goy.
Like, pick it up.
Well, there's always been an out group, just like the Jews, let's say, on the periphery of Europe. There's always been an out group that you would dump certain tasks to that they could do and that you didn't want to do yourself.
I mean, to move even out of there, but along the same line of what we're talking about, I think that I just think that if we're going to talk about China as a group or as a being that is moving through the world on its own, I like the dragon analogy because it's spreading out succinctly, and now it's taken flight, and we're watching it. Like, look, if you talk about the Google analogy to Go, that's what I wanted to talk about. Boom. You know what they just did to the Federalist? Google just defunded all the advertisers to the Federalist, not because they posted something they didn't like, because the Federalist is a right-wing magazine, but because they had a comment section that was not moderated, so people could say whatever they wanted to there. So in exchange, Google said, okay, if you won't moderate that comment section, we're not going to let you post any monetized ads. So your entire newspaper will now make no money from clicks. So the response is to do the Google method. I surround your company and I unconstitutionally tell you cannot support free speech on your platform. Your response is, well, what do you mean? I'm allowed to say whatever I want. Section 230. If I can have whatever I want in my comment sections that might be bad, and you can have whatever you want on YouTube comment sections that definitely violates not only TOS, but whatever other arbitrary rules you want to apply, like how come mine has to go and yours can stay? Because Google owns YouTube. So if you're going to say that Section 230 says Google isn't responsible for anything published ever, then why is the Federalist responsible for things published by users, not the Federalist? Because they own everything, so they can say whatever they want.
Well, yeah, this is what happens when public goods like the internet, like these forums that we use to talk to each other and share our worldviews, are owned by for-profit companies that frankly have no interest in the public good, have no interest in fostering a more healthy discourse.
Yep. But they're willing to donate millions to supposed populist grassroots organizations, and it always seems to lean in the same direction, towards more book burning. It doesn't stop with one book, guys. It'll never stop with one window. And people I know going.
And I mean, you probably don't believe me, but it's happening to people on the left too. People on the left people on the left are getting banned from Twitter. People on the left-wing sites are getting penalized by Google. This is happening to every single group that purports views outside of the window of acceptable debate.
It's just great because since 2015, 2014, 2012, 2011, we were talking about it and we were told y'all right-wingers are just conspiracy theorists. There's no such thing. So you know what, dude? Welcome to the party. Like a lot more lefters want to. I hope a lot of lefties that build these 500,000 follower accounts get their shit zapped and they go, wait, my whole life is run through that account, and they can feel how every right-wing journalist has felt for the past fucking 10 years. Like, we've been warning about it forever. Everyone said, oh, Alex Jones is just crazy. There's no big tech censorship. There's no big tech mafia. No, we were telling the truth, and y'all called us racist and stupid and crazy. Like, all right.
Yeah, I mean, I think people who were a little smarter, a little more skeptical, could have figured that stuff like that was going to happen. I mean, because obviously,
it seems always hindsight is always 20/20. But what seems obvious to me is right now, if we don't stop and turn to one another and say, hey, the idea of free speech means you get to say things I don't want to hear, and vice versa. It doesn't mean you can only say things I find acceptable. The idea of the Second Amendment means you can defend you and yours, but you can't point your gun in my face over a parking spot. All of these things make sense. Why don't we look to the people that are claiming to represent us and say, hey, if you don't say these things that we think make sense, we're not going to support you in office anymore. GTFO. We used to tar and feather these people. Now we write blog posts. What happened to us? We're a country formed upon grabbing them by the laurels and saying, get the fuck out of office. You're done. We're taking this now. That's how we were started as a country. And we're sitting, like, everyone's just complaining about it. Left and right and center. Everyone's saying that voice doesn't represent me. Why is that voice claiming to represent me? Trump supporters right now are going, why are Republicans claiming to represent me? Nothing they're doing represents my interests. They're shitting on cops. They're letting riots burn down. None of this has anything to do with Black lives anymore. What's going on? People on the left are saying the exact same thing. And all of a sudden, no one's listening to us. So why are they our representatives? Who are they representing? They're not representing my interests. And I'm not the only one getting really mad. I'm just going to be one of the people that's willing to say something about it. So I had no plan on being a person that did this shit. It just started happening. The more people started saying, hey, well, that opinion sounds valid. And I kept going, why isn't anyone else saying this logical thought? I'm not some sort of super genius. These thoughts are incredibly logical. Why aren't other people saying them? Because they're afraid? Or because what? Because they're back in the corner?
I have trouble following. You're on a very passionate role. But I find it hard to follow because there's a lot of information to digest, and if it's not stuff I'm intimately familiar with, it can make it very hard to even know how to respond or where to begin, because I don't even want to like make you re-roll and be like, oh, what was that first thing you said, or what was that?
Well, part of it is it's program, right? I learned this from Simon Harris, rest in peace. He just passed, I think, last month. Within the last month, he was a content creator from UK. Guy was a genius, absolute genius. And the way he discussed memetics, especially for like the white identity movement for people in white Christian countries that are like, why am I suddenly the demon every time the political discussion comes around to me? Why do I have to apologize for existing? That group used to have these spokesmen for it. And one of them was Simon Harris. And Simon Harris used to say, when you memetically communicate with someone, aim 2 steps above their competence level and don't hold back. If someone hears it and they're interested, they will look it up. If someone hears it and they understand generally what you're talking about, they'll follow along. If it goes completely over their head, at least you said what you felt and you didn't lie and you didn't spread propaganda. And but the problem is we're complaining about people dumbing down society on this show. At least you've been in some of those streams, and we're complaining about people's attention spans and things like that, and the stunting effects on people's behavior and just like innate capabilities.
Well, Jules,
I understand it as a fast way to build a strong social circle, but as far as like being like a Ben Affleck coach to like, you know, people that don't have the same experiences as you.
What do you mean Ben Affleck coach? Before you go any further.
He's got that movie where he's the basketball coach. I just mean like being a basketball coach in general. I literally mean if you're only talking above people's heads,
I'm not only.
You're doing it so that to keep people away from you. You're not trying to lift people up.
No,
Jules,
that's not true.
You're talking at the same
about.
level as he is. A lot of these things go over a lot of people's heads just as much as what anything that Tim is saying. If anything, I find Tim's things that he's saying easier to follow.
Maybe I perceive
that's not an attack. That's just I'm just saying.
No, of course it's not. Of course it's not. See, you're exactly right. But so I could be projecting. I would imagine Tim is frustrated by his opponent's frequent either refusal or inability to articulate him in a way that he would agree with, that he chronically feels misrepresented and characterized, and he's got this tension. But I also wonder if as a result of that chronic experience, if it's also entrenched you to treat your opponents the same. Like you also can't give their best arguments or describe them in ways that they would not think are mischaracterized.
Oh, I can understand. That's a very valid point to make. And the only point I can make to kind of, here's my, I would say that I treat people as they treat me going forward until the ideas get into a level where I can determine what I see as an idea that is not only synthetic, but in bad faith. And it's not like the person saying it to me is acting in bad faith, but in my head, the lines they're drawn out. I've studied ideology more than anything else, more than politics, more than belief systems like religion. It's ideologically understanding what center we're getting to in enacting certain belief systems or approaching certain subjects in certain ways what I've used as my divining rod, right? So when I can see that an argument is actually being made to justify the preservation of one concept, but in doing so, the inverse directly destroys my position, my people, my community, my culture, the thing that I wish to preserve, the thing that I love, it's not that I go in because I hate something, I stand against it. I only put my back up when I can see that something is targeting what I consider to be sacred. For example, like things that attack the family unit. That's why I really don't like the BLM movement. Because if you read their charters they're releasing, hold on.
Doesn't freedom of speech attack the family
freedom
movement?
of speech does not. When you read like the BLM charter, and they specifically say like our goal is the dismantling of the family unit because the patriarchy is the problem. I have a problem with that because fundamentally that doesn't lead to anything good. Psychologically, 80% of people in prison grew up in single parent homes with no father present. So I'm seeing a perpetuation of the same system by those arguments. And anyone that doesn't understand that, that's their fault for not understanding that, but it's a fact. So if they don't understand it, I'm not going to hold their hand. I'm going to talk to someone who might be listening, who might understand it. Because any person that understands just a little bit of the truth of it, the red pill of it, not the jump down the rabbit hole, red pill crap, but just there are some things that don't make sense. And there are arguments that are made in bad faith because they're emotional, and emotional arguments feel good. So if you're just existing on emotional arguments, you're just eating fast food. There's no nutrition there. You're ultimately going to starve. There's nothing good for you.
Tim, what would you say about the quote of Yuri Bezmenov, that ex-KGB guy, where he said that they are programmed to think and react to a certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information. Do you think that there are people who are stuck in that way that you can't do anything about it?
Absolutely, man. It's look, I refer to it as NPCs is a good one. I think Rachel, was that her name? She said that before. But NPCs, non-player characters, that's a good version. But if you play D&D especially, NPCs are like your bartenders and stuff. They just give quest information, but they're not a real player. They're a scripted bot. So with certain people I interact with, they read a script. When I say something to them, I say, the first thing that you do when you want to secure an area is to build a wall. If you want to preserve the ideology inside, look what they did in CHAZ. First thing they did is build a wall. We need a wall. Everyone understands we need a wall. So the response is, oh, I can't hear what you're saying logically. So I have to say, well, I connect that argument to, and then j'accuse, and it's a programmed response. What I've just said does not invite any questions of race or any questions of religion, any questions of supremacy or inferiority. I've just made a declarative statement. And it's usually the litmus test because I have a private Insta account. Before I let people in, I use sometimes if their account looks fishy, I'll ask them a question. Like, do you support a wall? Like, do you think a wall should be on the northern and southern border? Do you support a wall between us and Canada? I'll make a joke about it. And the idea is, well, yes, of course, borders are important. It's not to exclude anyone. It's to include and protect what we have here that we don't want infringed upon by people who don't want to play by the rules.
Why couldn't they just outsmart you and just say, yes, I believe in the wall, just for the sake of getting in there?
I mean, well, now I have to change the question, but it's normally it's easy to tell because if they say yay or nay, it's normally if they start flagging me, I just keep a record of who I let in and who I don't. I have a notebook with the piece of social media, the tech device, this one that I use for social media. I have a notebook with people because I got 30 strikes in less than 24 hours last time I was public, and I don't say epithets. All I do is promote the idea that if you're white, you don't need to feel like you're bad. If you're black, you don't need to feel like you're bad. If you're whatever, really native to any country, and you're getting replaced, you can get mad about it and not feel like you hate anyone. You can just say, why isn't my government looking out for me? Why aren't I at the top of the list? Why is some caricature of me at the top of the list? Like that, and that's a legitimate question. But promoting that idea forward and saying no one speaks for you. I don't have a card that says anybody from Trump to Richard Spencer. No white guy you see speaks for me. I don't have a fucking card for them. LGBT members are the same way. Nobody voted. There's nobody that say I speak for the LGBT community. Shut the fuck up. No, you don't. So like it's the same thing for the black community, especially. Look, both Oprah and Candace Owens speak for the black community. Shut the fuck up. No, they don't. Like, and I know people that are more right-wing than me that are dark as hell, can't even get a sunburn. So it doesn't seem to make any sense to me that people are going to play this game about generalization.
Does anyone speak for the community then?
No, absolutely. I don't think anybody speaks for any community. Like again, it's kind of like what we were saying about culture before. Like, I mean, there are obviously different groups, different factions, different currents within every community with different interests. It's stupid to think that any one person could represent the interests and ideas of an entire community.
But in order for politics to function,
we built a government on that.
We need these synthetic hype. We need these.
What do you mean we built?
Like,
What do you mean we built our government on that idea?
We have an indirect democracy because the politicians are supposed to represent their constituents, right?
It's supposed to be a
they are representing their communities, and that's why we have the ebb and flows of government in terms of we have there's limited time you can be in office. Like you have to be reelected, or there's also maximum terms.
Well, sure. I mean, so ideally, like communities should be able to govern themselves. I mean, there are all these difficulties with like expecting a single person to represent the interests of like an entire group or area or what have you. I mean, like ideally, and I think this should be everyone's ideal, like people should run their affairs by getting together in a single room, a town hall or whatever, and hashing all of their issues out. Like that's how society should be.
Well, Tarek, it's interesting that you pointed that out, because that is exactly what I was thinking right now in reference to what you were talking about earlier in terms of the workers uniting and being able to rule themselves. Where in this very interesting book that I was reading called The Age of Entitlement, talking about the changes that were going on in America during the 60s and 70s by Christopher Caldwell. Really interesting book. I highly recommend you look it up. But in that book, they were talking about different theories of the elites, where one of the ideas was that there is always going to be an elite. Even if you go to the most democratic of places like a town hall, there's going to have to be somebody who's going to determine who's going to speak first, second, third. So in any kind of structure, you're always going to have those people. They're going to be people, maybe they are more charming. Maybe they're able to, speak louder. Maybe everybody kind of agrees, okay, these people are going to kind of like be the person in this town hall who's going to have this responsibility. And it is a responsibility. Yeah. They're going to have to live up to it. But I don't think we're ever going to be able to live in a society without an elite. To me, it's more of a question of what is the health of the elite. And right now, I don't think the health of the elite, at least from the things I'm seeing, is that high.
I mean, yeah, sure. I guess in a society that was sort of radically democratic in a sense, like obviously then the gradation would be based on, charisma, social competence, etc., rather than ownership of, a factory or a software company or
that
whatever.
Would be a little bit difficult to negotiate at higher levels if you're talking about charisma and things like that being applied to much more complicated systems, I think.
Look, like the way
Robert Moses, there's a book about Robert Moses who never had a driver's license, and he's responsible for all the bridges in New York City.
What does one have to do with the other?
The reality is that there are people that think about systems, and then there's and how we were talking about elite as an kind of an abstract concept, but it's kind of like a reptilian concept, just in terms of the amygdala of the brain. No, because
I appreciate. I'm not laughing at you. It's just that always we make that joke all the time.
If you think about it's just evolutionary psychology 101, right? As in, you're attracted to people who have strong qualities you want to absorb, right? It's not just about sexual selection. It's about the fact that people are contagious, and you're attracted to people who have qualities you want to absorb. Right. And the problem with what I think when Lev says he sees the elite as unhealthy, I think what he sees as a problem is you have people who are being elevated for like peeing in their mouth, or just having a million prescriptions, right? Or just being so pathologically unsocial that they can't operate in an environment that's not just extremely surface level and superficial.
Yeah, a lot of the most famous people from society have been like that. A lot of the most celebrated authors or poets.
And we're discouraging healthy people from stepping into the spotlight, because you look at the Britney Spears syndrome. If you can have a strong, spirited person who can just be so torn down by the piranhas of her just personal social environment, that like people can lose their shit for a little while. And then people, when they lose their shit, like people really take advantage of you when you start to lose your shit. And more times than not, it has nothing to do with the individual as much as it has to do with just the social madness they're being put through over and over and over and over again without end.
I'm talking about slightly different people, though.
I'm kind of interested in this idea that like in any sort of society there will always be an elite, and when you say the elites now are unhealthy, what exactly do you mean? I mean, do you just mean like in the sense that they are pathological, psychologically?
I think the elites are very healthy. I just think there's a trend with the youth that you can trace to Vice and the, you know, places like the Young Turks or the Autistic Mercury or us, or just, you know, just kind of punkish, you know, alternative media culture jamming stuff. But I think that you have to make judgment calls to like what's healthy and what's not healthy, and in different circumstances.
Jules was talking about celebrities. The kind of elites I'm talking about, not that I'm saying that this is a great guy by any means. I still have to look into his bio and see what exactly he did, what are the good, what are the bad. But somebody like Alan Dulles, for example, who founded the CIA. I wouldn't compare Alan Dulles to Britney Spears. Those are two completely different things. Or we look at somebody like Winston Churchill. I think the closest may be somebody like Boris Johnson, who can fully recite the Iliad in Greek. He went to a really prestigious school. Like, even though he looks all like messed up with his hair, you know, like...
Okay, so basically, like you're saying that, I guess instead of paying to build libraries and speaking 7 language nowadays, the sort of oligarchy is like made up of dipshits. And I mean, I guess that's fair. It'd be cool if you know, they'd build libraries and stuff and be generally cultured and whatever not. But I mean, yeah, could you elaborate a little bit more about the, you know, there being like an elite, you know, no matter how society's organized?
I believe that there should be a horizontal elite rather than a vertical elite. To give you an example, let's say something like Russia right now. Right now in Russia, you have bureaucrats who are not looking out for the welfare of their people, but they are directly reporting to the higher up, who reports to the higher up, who reports to the president. As a result, you have oligarchs who come in and take all the people's tax money, spend 90% of it on their own self-interest, take a whole portion of that into the West. Same with their kids who grew up in the West and live in all these cushy estates here. And for the rest of the money, they build like really shitty bridges for the people who actually live in Russia, and people are living under this vertical elite that doesn't really care about them. It's more like a parasite that just extracts. A horizontal elite where you do have, I mean, look, there's always going to be some unfairness, but where you have a system where the best people are going to rise to the top, and then through all these programs we were talking about before, as far as whether it's the Masons, whether it's the Elks Club, whether they're just people who mutually gather in the city square to talk about how do we make our community better. I see that as also being part of the elites. And my biggest concern is that when people imagine a world without any of that hierarchical structure existing whatsoever, my concern is that they're going to be the first ones put up against the wall by the thugs who end up getting power as a result, as has happened in the Soviet Union.
Can you explain that again? I mean, do you think that's ever going to happen here? Or I guess I feel like that's what the Russian community thinks. I think when I listen to Red Scare and like when I kind of try to imagine their paranoia, I think it's like communism trauma from Russia, as in, oh, look how bad things got. There's the clampdown. What did they do to the intelligentsia? And so they're just...
But that's what always happens.
They just think that's the scenario.
It happened in Cambodia. It happened in China. That seems to be the pattern.
The great leap forward, man.
Yeah, but what's doing it? Is it angry zombies, or is it coordinated?
Well, I think what's doing
because if you have people turning against each other, they'll just wipe each other out, and then what? you might not even have to clean anything up if all you're trying to do is like impose social control through legislation and like dominant force.
So,
you just need riots.
Okay,
things
Tim.
like
When
people
Putin
are a
was
lot
involved
more
in the
ordered,
FSB and he wanted to completely take control of Russia,
expected.
When Putin was head of the FSB and he wanted to take control, right? And the guy who was right before him, Gorbachev, he was about to leave, and they'd already been courting each other for the longest time, and he was in the cabinet and they were close. There were all of these terrorist acts in Russia. There were, I think, 4 major explosions in civilian buildings. At the same time that Putin was like, look, we are under threat of attack, ideological attack. It is domestic. It is subversive cells of people from other countries because of things we've done or whatever. It's not our fault. And for the good of the motherland, we're going to have to come together here. So the further investigations on one of the bombs that didn't go off found that it was 100% made by the government. And there was then footage revealed. A whole bunch of people were killed. It turned into a whole bunch of debacle, and it got buried under all sorts of more false flags and everything else. And the result wasn't, an immediate civil war with people in the streets, and then, we're sweeping up a third of the population and rebuilding downtown. The result was a long, extenuated Patriot Act like suppression of the people that went against dissidents, and that led to a bunch of legitimate punk rock uprisings in addition to CBS punk rock uprisings. Because when you talk about punk, or when you talk about resisting, you got to remember that CBS owned the Clash, the band The Clash. It was owned by CBS. It was owned by a major corporation. So all these songs about bank robber and rebel and get your mohawk and fuck your mom and dad and get the car and go drink beer, that was targeted at young disaffected white kids to make them fuck off and not join the system. Because if the working class started to actually look at the Republican or the Democrat Party, and they started to pay attention instead of just watch Roseanne and end up like Roseanne wanted them to be, like The Simpsons taught them to be, if they didn't look at that stuff instead, you would have seen what the black community did in the late 60s. It was the same exact thing. They started to have influential change that got bought out as the movement itself was made to infight at the end. We watched the same thing happen all over the place. But now that the EU is getting kicked out, we're watching it happen in Scotland and Ireland. It's really disappointing. Antifa doesn't have an ideology. Antifa is a precursor. It's a proxy. You get the structure to start to decelerate, and any legitimate protest, if they show up, it's not a legitimate protest anymore. They've subverted it to their ideology. That's how it works. You read their handbook. It says any event that's happening, you just show up and you make sure that it goes a certain way, because from the ashes, from out of order or out of chaos, order. That concept, look, I've said it before, but if I hadn't gone to prison, I probably would be dead, because that order, having someone who had not just influence, but power over my life, and realizing then that all the influence I would have from then on would be determined by me. Because when you think of a celebrity, or you think of an elite, or however you want to think of it, right? Warren Buffett, whoever you want to think of, these people, you're right. A lot of it's mystique. A lot of it is the idea of ambiguous nonsense they cloak themselves in. But the emperor has no clothes, man. And if you lock these guys in a 1-to-1, if you can get them in a 1-to-1, they have slimy, limp handshakes, and they don't smell very good, and they're not as tall as they look in their pictures. You get close to these people, whatever high level of personality you want to describe. You see them off screen, in person, they got yellow teeth. They're awkward. They list. They're just people. And if you can directly challenge people, if you approach the situation prepped already with the armor of whatever you want to call it, some people say the armor of God, some people say the armor of truth, some people, whatever, you draped yourself properly, you will walk right through them like they're not even there. Because ideas fundamentally can be challenged by other ideas. And that's what's great about, you're right, free speech does threaten every society, because ideas are bulletproof. You can't stop an idea the same way you can stop a human being. I can break your spine and take your jaw away. And you can't threaten me anymore. But if you are able to convince somebody to fight for the same reasons you stood up against me, then if I break your body, I have to break his body too. And if someone sees me break both of you, I'm going to have to break 3 more people. And now my job is never ended. Now I move farther up the hill, and then the people advance. I mean, that ideology, that's a direct response. That's fire to heat and fuel and oxygen. It's just a direct response. The more a pendulum pushes, we talked about this before, a pendulum can get pushed really far left like it is now. They're pushing it, they're backing it all the way up. Eventually, it's either going to snap or it's going to slip, and that thing's going to catch them right in the face. And what I'm worried about is when you have people that don't want to play the game anymore, and they realize, I'm just a dude, I'm just a squirrel, like you're just a squirrel walking around in the woods. And you can't tell me what I can or can't do or where I can put my nuts. Who the fuck do you think you are? We're both just squirrels. We're both just animals. To some degree, that animalistic nature, when it combats another piece of animalistic nature, it's not coming from a place of legitimate, I want what I want, and I'm going to protect what I have and slowly advance my camp. It's just out of a tantrum now. Now, when people go animal on each other, they're just throwing a temper tantrum. Their coffee wasn't hot enough. Their girlfriend didn't compliment their sweater. And they're going to bring that violence against somebody who has been slowly building their life like a pyramid, not a Jenga tower, but a wide base and slowly moving up. And the two ideologies don't mix well because one is soft and floaty and static shock, and the other is a cleaver or a fireman's axe. One has a purpose. The other is just energy.
I would just love to know your sample size, because like I hear you spitting so much truth, but I'm just trying to understand how and where to apply it. But it's just so, I love these talks so much.
Same
because here. Especially with the free for all Friday, I just think it's just maximum passion is always the way to go. And I don't understand when it became cool to just make people completely dispirited and not confident to express themselves for whatever reason.
Dude,
like I would never characterize your behavior on this stream as intolerable or just so grotesquely disagreeable. Like you want to be constructive. Like it's just like clear as day, and you also want to be heard, right? And I think you care about people's mental health. And what makes me feel better than anything at the end of the day is when I get these messages from people that are like, "Hey, man, I think the Trump insults work. I think the Trump insults work really well too, because if you're like dealing with these impossible people, if you're just dealing with impossible people, because sometimes you encounter an impossible person, you really do, and then there's that moment when you're like, oh, this person is being impossible, right? Like, what do you do then, right? I think it's a lot different than, for example, like when I had to go to Alan Stevenson, you had to shake the headmaster's hand to get into the building. But like, I never had like intelligence training or CIA training, but I would like organize teams of like 100 people or more. And I would like organize like multiple shoots at the same time with 40 people. And I had mutiny twice. Like I had like real mutiny once that went real bad on a set. And then I had like a lighter, more manageable mutiny, right? And it's like, you have certain experiences in life that like really teach you about like, oh, maybe there are some circumstances when I should volunteer a weak handshake. Right. And I almost wonder if there's like training that you could even get where it's like sometimes
there's definitely training in how to interact
and mild as possible.
Like, look,
and sometimes you gotta get in people's face.
It took me literally getting stabbed in the back before I realized that how you approach people has to directly link to what you're after, because your goals more often than not, if they're succinct, if you know what you want, it'll be obvious to other people. And I seem like less of a threat when people talk to me individually, because I seem like less of a threat when people talk to me individually only because, right? You can tell that I'm not, like you said, you can tell that I'm not trying to destroy.
Loop.
Alex is
doing
some infinity stuff.
And I'm not trying to come in from any sort of a direction that is hostile necessarily. I'm only trying to preserve and protect and establish.
That was
so
beautiful.
What I find most difficult to contend with is getting stabbed in the back by someone who the mutiny concept where
your friend, right?
Well,
yeah,
no,
it's that.
What bothers me is not the getting stabbed in the back. It's not having the pattern recognition to see that the reason you got swiped was because the fissure was in your own ideology. If I'm coming from a pyramid and my base is flat, right? My problem was like when I was much angrier as a person, I wasn't direct and clear about who I thought. Oh, I used to be a really angry guy. I've really calmed down. I'm glad. Real son of a bitch.
You're extremely passionate. That would be a terrifying force to come up against.
That'd be no, come on.
I don't know.
Him. I couldn't imagine Tim terrifying. I couldn't imagine Tim terrifying in a million years.
The only thing that I think would have made me, quote, terrifying is I used to embrace the idea that hurting people was a good thing because I was capable of doing it and they couldn't stop me. Like, I used to thought that the world owed me something. That whole quote with Johnny Ringo, I want revenge for being born. I wanted revenge for being born. I didn't ask to be here, and I didn't go through a lot of fun stuff. So, like, but I had to wake up in prison. I had to be, like, in a zone full of real monsters before I decided I didn't want to be a monster anymore. Like, and that was a real funny wake-up call for me. because I used to walk around thinking I was a real monster. I got half of the word monster tattooed across my back in that coexist bumper sticker style. And then I stopped getting the tattoo put on when I was in prison. So I was like, this is not who I want to be. This is not a brand I want on my body. So like, it's just, you know, so yeah, I understand. I've gone deep down that path. I get it. I don't sympathize with Antifa. I want to crack their heads open, but I get it. I understand, right? My big problem is people that are in that zone where their only method of expression is to destroy themselves angrily in an attempt to destroy someone else, to say that they care so little about themselves that they're willing to show that by destroying someone else. That's the version of ideology that freaks me out, because it develops everywhere, left, right, and center. It develops apolitically. It develops when you take someone and you strip away their voice, you strip away their agency, and then you convince them their situation is their own circumstantial fault. And that happens when you want to when you want to organize a coup, you do that to the citizenry. You tell them this is what you asked for. And I look at what's happening in this country, and I don't think we're going to get to coup stage, not quite yet. But what I am looking at is the right. The right right now is not the right. And Trump is a Democrat from New York City. Look at his voting record. Yep. We've got somebody who claims to represent one side of the spectrum, and everyone's hoping he represents one side of the spectrum. That, by the way, like 160 million people think this way. It's not some small number. So like, they thought he was this, and now you look at his approval numbers going down. That's not a lie. Don't listen to the MAGA thumpers, the one I talk about how that's a lie. His approval's dropping because he's not putting the boot down. You don't understand what right wing means. It means law and order. It means I get up every day and I do the right thing. So you should have to too. And there's no excuse you can, like, there's no excuse you can come up with that's going to, I grew up in Trenton, New Jersey. 609 was my area code. Any excuse you can say about why somebody won't stop gangbanging, you can lay on me. The only difference is my race, and I don't believe that race is an inherent determinating factor for how smart or capable you are. That's a racist fucking belief system. That means that if you really believe that, because of someone's race born on an island, they will perform differently if you don't help them along than another race, you believe there's a racial hierarchy. That's legitimate superior supremacy. Normally, those people put either Ashkenazi Jews or whites at the top of that pyramid. That's fucked up. So I don't believe that way. I've met black guys that make me feel stupid. I've met white guys that make me realize that not all white guys are awesome. Like, because it doesn't go in some fictional universe of autistic, emotionless environment where I can say a litmus test via your color against the paint scheme on the wall if you're a good or a bad person. That's fucking retarded, dude. Come on. When I was angry, it was easy to believe that way because I just wanted an enemy. I just wanted someone to be angry at. Give me someone to be angry at and just let me break my head against theirs until one of us wins and I'll be fine. That doesn't get you very far. It really doesn't. And like I said, it took me getting stabbed in the back by people to realize I can't put off the wrong ideology. It took me getting shanked to be like, hey, I can't put off the wrong vibes if I don't believe this shit because someone's going to think I meant something I didn't because I was just venting. So like passionate, sure.
It might have nothing to do with what they think you meant because again, people respond to how things make them feel.
It was revealed to me later.
That's what it comes down to, right? And that is a challenge for everyone, all of us. Me too. That's a thing.
You got to be
that's
succinct.
Part of the people puzzle. You know,
people puzzle. In my opinion, if you want to call it part of the people puzzle, like just to put a cap on it, you got to be succinct about what you believe. Like, I'm interested to hear what Tariq has to say. I will listen to it. But because I don't think he's coming at me from a place of bad faith. And if I can tell he's coming at me from a place that's bullshit, I'll call him on it and we'll have an educational conversation. I'll tell him my evidence and my belief and he'll tell me his.
Such a negative reaction to that, though, right? Well, Isn't that unfortunate?
Hold on to it before I address that. Like the problem would be normally with someone who has an extremely different belief system than me or an extremely different worldview than me encounters my worldview, we are conditioned to believe that not only do we not get along, but any determination I make that's aggressing him is against him personally, and he must defend himself against me. These are just ideas. We're both just fucking animals trying to figure out the idea. If we tunnel in the dark and we have the same facts, we'll discover the same ideas. That's the way it works. So we'll come across the same quote and go, holy shit, Thomas Paine wrote that? What? I just thought of that just now. No, wait. Locke wrote this? Hold on. Wait, who the fuck is Foucault? Like, what is Kafka? Tell me. And then you discover that these ideas they're not unique to any one individual. That's the great connected human experience. You can just come up with a great limerick or a joke, and I could go, that's just like this one I heard about this. And you can see the same access to the same door of comedy. You both found the same code to the same lock, just different ways to get there. Well, ideologically, if you're talking from truth, I'm going to be able to hear what you're saying. I'm going to be able to get along with you. A lot of people I encounter, a lot of people everyone encounters on every side of the spectrum, they just want to lash out. They want to say, well, my other side, my other team, my opposing team, Eastville versus Shelbyville versus Westville and fucking sports ball, whatever, they're my enemy. It's like, dude, take the jersey off. Who told you to put that jersey on? In fact, who sold you that jersey? Track down who you gave the money to and find your real fucking enemy, East and West Shelbyville. Come on. Because that guy's playing you both for fools.
I just had a deja vu, not deja vu. I was thinking about touring schools. There was this Russian wrestling coach at Poly Prep, and I remember shaking his hand, and then he shook my dad's hand, and like it felt like my hand broke. Like my hand was throbbing. Like I've never had someone squeeze my hand so hard in my entire life. And then he shaked my mom's hand, and you could just tell like how gentle he was. Like my dad and I are there looking at our hands like, what the hell was that? Like that was so painful and intense, like out of nowhere. And my mom was like, oh, I didn't think there was any problem at all with the handshake. And so I think he probably understands what I was saying.
I know exactly what you're saying, dude. I get exactly where you're coming from. That's look, like whenever Kim has people over the house, she has friends over, and a lot of them they're young ladies and they're very gentle people. She's into gardening, she's got her book club, she has a ladies shotgun club that goes skeet shooting and stuff. I try to be very nice because I am inherently gentle. It's like people say often that I get called the robot thing, like don't you care, don't you have emotions? I'm so compassionate, I cry over people I've never met. Like I read stories and it gets to me, I break down. This world is not a happy place full of succinct people that are having a good time. And there are other people that are happy about that.
Well, it's
there are people smarter, like there are people smarter than me that are happy about suffering, and they know exactly what they're doing. Because if I can think of a system that would work, and I imagine if I had the money, I could implement it, someone else is doing that. It's like sex acts. Anything you can think of doing with your girl, someone has already done. You're not inventing anything. You're not inventing anything new, guys. It's all been done for 150 years. Like maybe it didn't smell as good, but it's been done before.
Well, it's like you were talking about the reason why you would shoot somebody without any hesitation who would be invading your home, because this is how much you care about the welfare of your family. Like that is something.
Exactly.
It doesn't show like any anger. It shows passion.
It sounds like he's signaling a lot too. Like I think you're just kind of in the public square. I personally think there's a lot of potential for backfire in that kind of messaging, but you know, I know it's common, and I know, and I don't think that's unhealthy. I think a lot of people would probably just be better off with variations of that kind of.
Well, we have different human beings. That's the whole beauty of it, right? It's great that we have people on different frequencies. Like Tim is very passionate, very intense. Other people are a little bit more, you know. So I think it's great. It's a whole variety of people.
Well, it's like, look, we were talking about power before, and how I was taking a very Nietzsche approach. I was literally taking that out of the first third of a will to power, points 1 through like 1100, or points 1 through 800, or whatever. I don't know if you guys have dug through that, but it's a whole basket of.
I believe it was a forgery too, but I'm sure it's an interesting read.
Dude, which
was a forgery?
The Will to Power. I believe Nietzsche's sister actually put it together in order to endear him to, you know, the Nazis.
No
Either
kidding.
way, the first part that I read through, something he continues to.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it was stitched together using some of Nietzsche's notes. Some sections of it are entirely added in by his sister, but again, I'd love to hear that.
What's your source for that?
Yeah, you could, you know, look it up or whatever. I took a class on Nietzsche once, but yeah, the Will to Power is a forgery.
You just turned blue. You're blue.
Oh shit. That's pretty crazy. I don't know what my webcam is doing.
So it says on Wikipedia.
Have you ever seen any of our shows?
No, I haven't actually.
There's a legendary. We have like a legendary friend named Gary, and he's I say he's a miracle worker.
All right. Well, anyway.
But, yeah, I'd love to hear what Tim has to say.
Oh wait, I just want to say something about will to power. I'm reading here just right now in Wikipedia. It says, so the will to power was not a text completed by Nietzsche, rather an anthology of selections from his notebooks, misrepresented as if it were something more.
Right. A lot of the thoughts are definitely incomplete, so that makes a lot of logical sense. But what I was grasping from it, basically, was what I was trying to say about power before. And I don't want to say power or influence, because I don't mean either. I think I mean instead, like, if you think of your brain and body kind of in the Sam Harris thought as software and hardware, right? We all have very rather similar hardware, not the same, because there's no such thing as equality anywhere but under the law. The same way that Yao Ming will always be a better basketball player than me, I will always be a better lumberjack than, I don't know, like Kevin Hart. Like it's what I do. I'm really good at it. I can swing a 10-bit axe better than most other people. I practiced at it. I cannot throw a baseball. I'm terrible at it. I can't throw a baseball at all. But my wife can throw a better baseball than I can, faster. She's a Yankees fan. For me, it's sports ball, man. I was never into team sports. Is what it is. We're all better at different things. No two people are equal. And to use force, to use power, to try to make people equal to what you think they should be, instead of give them not only self-determination, but the tools to self-determine, that's where I get into the idea of, and I know Jules hates the concept, but the idea of a cabal. The concept of someone who understands how to break down the way people relate to each other and control it from such a distance that when there is dispute, they can program the language in a way that the dispute is handled in a way that benefits them. Like,
I don't have a problem with that at all. I think it's very common. I just think that those are everywhere, and that they're horizontal in the way Lev wishes them to be. That they're not actually like that hierarchical in reality.
I think that the hierarchy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, so you mean to say that, you know, the wealthiest, most powerful, most well-connected people are all the wealthiest and most powerful and most well-connected because they're just simply, you know, smarter and more adept than everyone else, and not because they might have been born into it?
I was actually going to say that.
Because people born into it, like, frequently leave, right?
When do they leave?
People that, I mean, Nassim Taleb was talking about this frequently, but people that are born with money are not people that like end up having money like all the time, right?
So like,
it's
true. I mean,
right?
there are some rich kids
money. You have lots of new money. No, but it's
Anyone
just
heard of Gimbals? Anybody heard
generally
of Gimbals
after 3 generations, if a family has a lot of money, it's something like after 3 generations, it's usually gone. Like it's usually like middle class or lower.
Okay, yeah, sure. Which is why there's not that many families that have kept their money for generations. But many of these families just happen to be, again, some of the most powerful and well-connected families in the world. And they exist.
I know very wealthy people that have very little social pull. Right.
Well,
so
look, sure, but it's not just about wealth, though.
With no social.
Wait, what are the Gimbals? Tim, you were mentioning Gimbals. What's Gimbals?
I was just going to say Gimbals was a store, and nobody's ever heard of it anymore. But if you mentioned it to your grandparents, they'd go, "Oh, of course! What a shame." Gimbals was bigger than J.C. Penney. It was bigger than Macy's. It was bigger than. There was no Walmart. There was no Kmart. Sam Weiss hadn't built anything. I'm saying Gimbals was it. Gimbals was where it was a big department store. Never even heard of it anymore. It's gone. Completely shut down. The Vanderbilts. Listen to that song by Cole Porter. Anything goes. Like, if folks knew the Vanderbilts kids go without baby clothes, well, anything goes. They were referencing, I think the Willett family was another family they mentioned. I mean, people fall out of fortune. People fall into fortune.
There's Anderson Cooper.
Yeah, right. Well, new money is disgusting. It's a fact.
Why?
New money is disgusting because new money, in comparison to old. Let me explain. Right? If you want me to explain, let me explain. I get that you disagree or whatever. New money is disgusting because the way it is formed now has nothing to do with earning your money. There's no merit involved. You have people like Bella Delphine, right? You know how much money she makes making those videos? That's new money, dude. That's the new money now. Welcome to 2020. That's new money.
And actually, I want to circle back to something Jules said earlier
like my aunt
about the idea that like billionaires are bad people being like, silly or whatever. Like, okay, you used Bill Gates as an example. Well, like there are child slaves in the Congo, mining the cobalt, the whatever other rare earth metals is required to make the silicon in the various computers that obviously, his companies used to sell. Fucking Steve Jobs, like the same thing. If you want to talk about like child labor in like Chinese factories and stuff like that, and even like just basketball players that have shoe lines or whatever, not like those shoes are being stitched together by like 12-year-olds in Bangladesh. Like, simply put, there's no fortune, like there's no wealth without a massive amount of suffering.
If we were to take away, though, let's say with Bangladesh, the ability for those kids to do that, and let's say we would take away coercive government elements. So, for example, if there wasn't a government that would go to a farm somewhere like in China or whatever and would completely dismantle their way of life and put a factory there and give people no choice but to work in that factory, then I'd understand. But if it's a choice between, let's say, that kid, and it's a horrible choice to make, by all means, but if it's a choice to either do that or child prostitution, like that's really the tough question when it comes down to that. Like, are people making choices of their free will to do these things?
Billionaires are complacent in that is the problem.
The thing is, these countries, these countries in Africa and Asia, what have you, like they're in the situations they are now because of the uneven development that comes from imperialism, and they're kept there by IMF structural adjustment programs, by predatory loans, by all of those things. So, it's this very, very vicious cycle, obviously, where most people in these countries are doomed to a life of backbreaking labor for very, very low wages, because these countries' economies are structured to benefit people in the global north, not the people who actually live in these countries.
I would agree with that.
It's a very interesting point. I have not done as much research as far as what the alternatives would be for these countries. I know that
just what I find like, all right, Francis Ngannou, or the guy from UFC, who was a sand farmer, literally a sand miner, and now he's breaking people's bones with his bare hands like they're made out of freaking pork fat, man. Just snapping them in half. It's ridiculous because he spent his whole life from age like 12 in a sand mine, hauling up buckets of sand, coarse limestone, some of the heaviest material on the planet. They had this dude literally working. I think he was either indentured servant or an actual slave. And now he's a millionaire in the UFC, just performing dentistry with gloved hands for the millions of people. And it's
Tom Cruise could not do that.
I'm sorry?
I said Tom Cruise could not do that.
Well, not Tom Cruise.
I know. I was just saying.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. So, and what's both interesting and fucked up here, and you can feel how you're gonna feel about it, but I'm standing by this, right? If we didn't have such ridiculous disparities in wealth across places like across this planet, the entertainment factor in the West wouldn't exist for what it is. Because look at all the sports teams, look at where they import their players from. Look at all the major competitions for example, like the STEM fields and where they grab their star new look at the addition we have to show how diverse we are. You have people in the third world existing not beyond tokenism. We're looking at the concept of like, okay, well, look at how awesome we are because of this pet we have that does this minor function in $1 trillion corporation that couldn't give less of a fuck about kids dying in a slave labor assembly line. And it's like, hold on. So you're completely anti-human and we're looking up at you as ants and you're an ant too. And that's the most fucked up part. It's like, I hear what you're saying with, okay, if it's just the money that gave them that position of authority, why do we give so much of a shit about them? Because they haven't earned it, right? It's like, well, then why do we care when celebrities, actors, who are paid to say what someone else wrote down, and the more convincingly they say what someone else wrote down and you believe it, the more convincingly they do that, the more you believe that actor. So it turns into they come on and say something political, and you got to go, okay, well, that's nice, but whose hand is up your ass, puppet? Because all you do is say things someone else said that make it seem emotionally satisfying for a living. So I don't give a shit if you're going to get on camera and, oh, look at Denzel Washington stopping this homeless man from his interaction with a cop. Look at the Aaron Paul saying, I am so sorry that I'm white, guys. Like, look at these fucking ridiculous videos online, and you're like, yo, what are you doing and who are you doing it for? Who's paying you to do that? Who paid you to have the house you're living in right now that makes you so far above the average human being? You don't understand the value of $1. How much, you ever seen those clips where they ask celebrities what stuff costs? What's a cup of coffee? I don't know, like 14, 15 bucks.
Dude, I wouldn't be able
like,
to answer this stuff, and I can't even afford it. It's just, I think it's this has to be therapeutic. This has, I can't imagine you talk to everyone like this all the time.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, when we met at the party.
Because I would love to have people that are even like just even more divergent, because like we always have divergent guests, but I would love some like we visited a DSA person here in New York. Her poster's currently on my apartment building. She calls me from time to time, and she wants help, and I would just love imagining you guys having a constructive conversation. And I know it's possible.
Oh, it's possible.
Because I know you're not gonna, just.
The biggest problem here that people move into these discussions assuming is that because I have a different view than them, or someone has a different view than me, I could give a shit what side of the paradigm any of you fall on. That's as long as you're listening to me as a human being. If you look at me and see white guy, I'm going to stop listening. Go fuck yourself with an iron rake. If you look at me and want to hear what I have to say, that's a different thing.
It's like, why? But also, like, how cool is it to not give a fuck? How cool is it for someone to like be rude to you?
I'm just saying.
How cool is it for someone to fuck with you, or toy with you, or be a jerk to you?
I'm not saying that.
And to like literally just not even care.
I'm not saying that I can't talk to someone because they don't like me. I did years living next to people that really didn't like me. It's fine.
Yeah.
The difference is like
impossible.
The difference is, can I communicate with? No, trust me. Like, all right, at one point, I was living with a 5-star general for sex, money, murder. We had the same cell. It was only for about 6 months. This dude didn't like me. I didn't like this dude. I'd had problems with people in his set for over a year. We weren't good. We never had a single altercation because from day one, we knew exactly where each other stood. I'm not going to fuck with you or your shit. You're not going to fuck with me or my shit. And if we happen to have an altercation, only one of us is leaving it. So, like, anytime you want to gamble that, go ahead and roll the dice. And neither of us wanted to gamble that because we both wanted to leave. We both wanted to go home. I wanted to see a visit on Saturday. I didn't want to be in the medical wing with 30 stitches in my face. Same there. And unfortunately, that was the paradigm with which I built a lasting friendship. When he died, I was devastated. I really liked the guy. We built a really close friendship. It took time, but it had to come from a place of complete mutual understanding, where it's like, hey, we will tolerate each other, but we want nothing to do with each other past that level. It's not socially, nothing. Like, we're not going to apologize.
Then you became friends?
We did become friends, somewhat. I mean, I was hurt when he died. I was very upset.
Fascinating.
But it's like, I don't know. Like, dude, I wasn't into religion before I got arrested either. I would be Antifa if I hadn't gone to prison. I'd be dead, or I would have been in the streets shooting people and throwing bricks, having a hell of a time.
Antifa? Why would you?
Because that looks like a hell of a time. If you don't care about anything, why wouldn't that be exciting as hell? Go out and set something on fire. Go shoot at somebody and blame somebody else. Like, oh my God, are you kidding me? You get to wear a MAGA hat and smash some old lady. Like, do whatever you want. It's fucking video game central. That's what they're doing.
I wonder if that was the what the French Revolution was like too. Hearing about all the carnage that went on.
You know what France was like? You know why Savate, the martial art, exists? Because they had to ban carrying swords in Marseille and Paris because people were killing each other every single night in such high numbers. They said no more swords. No one can carry swords anymore. So then they invented Savate, which is a fighting style that uses shoes that have wooden and steel tips and long canes. It's fucking badass.
It is.
It's France.
Wow.
French Revolution.
So I think we may be coming near the end here. We talked a lot about a lot of interesting things. I want to thank everybody here, but let's just get some final words. So starting from Tarig, thank you so much for coming in, Tarig. Let us know, like, did you learn anything new? Did you have a good time? What do you think?
Tarig was our MVP.
It was
Tarig
great
just
talking.
came in here and schooled all of us. Tarig, you came in here and schooled all of us. You're the absolute MVP. Like,
well, I don't know. I learned a lot from lots of the folks here. It was really great talking to all of you. Tim, you're a real passionate, cool, solid guy.
Thanks, man.
Hero, it was great talking to you too. Lev, Jules, thanks for having me on. This was really great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And
I'm excited. I hope you come back. I hope you come back
too.
Yeah, I'd definitely be willing to come back on.
Sweet.
Awesome.
And I would love to talk about Babylon later on as well, because it's a very inspiring background you have. And I'm all about the Graham Hancock stuff having to do with ancient civs and all that. It's very interesting to me.
Tariq, how old are you?
I'm 20.
20?
Oh, someone younger than me.
Yes. You're amazing. You're amazing.
Well, thank you. All right.
There we go. I'm not the youngest anymore, Lev.
Yes.
Oh, how old are you, Hero?
23.
Cool.
How old do you think
You guys
I am?
are so ahead of the game. You guys are so ahead of the game.
How old do I think you are?
Yeah.
I'd probably say like 27.
Thank you. I'm 31.
Oh.
You got 2 years left.
I'm just using the immortality cream. Hey, Kim.
Hey,
How are
guys.
you?
Hey, Kim.
Hi, Kim.
Sorry, I've been hella busy today. I didn't mean to miss most of this, but I'm sure you guys are doing just fine without me.
Well, I would love to have you back for the next one. Tim was amazing as always. Tim, do you have any final things to say? And then we'll move it to Hero for the final say.
I liked having the one-on-one with Tim. I wasn't.
He's wonderful. My boy's wicked smart, and he's easy on the eyes too, if I do say so myself.
It's just the way my skin looks on the outside of my skull. I did nothing about that. It's got nothing to do with me. It's not who I am.
I know you're naturally pretty. We all know.
So what I was going to say, if I'll leave it with a final word, guys, look, we're all men, and we have decisions to make as we move forward in life. And if anyone viewing, if you're not a man, that's fine. You don't have to be. I mean, evidently you could just choose to be. So this is applying to you too. Okay, you can man up at any time. At any time, you could decide to put aside childish things, to put aside bullshit, and say, is this next action I'm making working towards building something that I can be proud of and I can give to my child? Or is this helping me destroy something out of childish angst? Because trust me, I've been there. It feels so good to smash something. It feels so good to just squeeze the cup, but you end up with these ugly fucking scars all in your shit. So, don't do it. Just don't. You can go shooting. Go shooting. Do a constructive hobby. Go join a gun club and shoot something. It feels great. Go buy a baseball bat and go to a Goodwill and buy some ceramic statues and smash the fuck out of them in the woods. Do whatever you want, but don't do something that's going to ruin not just your life now, but your future because you want to spite somebody who doesn't want you to have a future. If you think crime is rebelling against the system only functions because there's so much crime. How would these corrupt DAs, these corrupt cops, these corrupt chiefs and mayors, these corrupt senators and congressmen, how would they make so much money if you stopped committing crime? How would the private prisons not sue the fuck out of the government, who promised to keep them 90% full when they opened in your states, if there wasn't any crime? People think they're being rebels. They're being sheep. Stop doing anything to get the law involved in your life. Just do what you got to do. And that's it.
And Bill Clinton is a rapist. Infowars.com.
Oh my god.
Hero, your final say, and then we're gonna end this thing.
Putting me on the spot a bit. Let's see. I think I'll kind of go with something that ties in some things that me and Tarek were saying, and then also some differences that we kind of had in between. I'd like to say that I think one of the things that has kind of come to my attention with all the crazy stuff going on, but isn't really getting a lot of limelight necessarily, is what we were talking about at the beginning on how this exposes the problems with our economic system. I think Alex really hit the nail on the head with a lot of that stuff. I think, Tarek, you really hit it on the head with a couple things, so I might differ in a few ways. What I think we need to do is, I would like to see all of us, and I think all of us on a lot of different ends of the spectrum can come together on the idea that the system is failing us. We don't have a lot of options to move up the ladder like previous generations did. If we want to live a wholesome life, if we want to live a life that isn't exploiting other countries for the resources, isn't disempowering workers, isn't replacing workers with new technology and new immigrants to the country, I think we need to come down and settle on what it is that we value and what kind of society we want to live in. And I think something that this kind of comes to is we need to sit down and figure out what values represent us as a country, even maybe in smaller communities. But we need to come down and figure out what values are the most healthy, what is the best for us. And that's probably something that's going to put people like me and Tarek on opposite ends. But I think that's something that we need to start having the discussion on, because we can come together on, hey, this system is screwing us over, we can't make money. But we need to figure out what values we can not put in place, but we can embrace, that'll allow us to be safe and secure and stable, so that we can experiment and figure out what economic system or what replacements or what fixes we need to make to the economic system. I'll leave it at that.
That sounds great, and I just want to thank everybody for having this amazing, I think, very constructive conversation. And on Sunday, we are going to have with us the distributist on to talk about outsider art, together with Giovanni Panacchietti, aka Giant Geo, who was joining us today, and also my friend Benton C. Bainridge, who is also an artist. And that's going to be at 8 p.m., so much later than we usually do these streams, but I hope all you guys could join us here for the discussion. And don't forget, for those who have not done so already, don't forget to subscribe. For the people who
like
are
and
watching
subscribe
this,
and hit the bell.
exactly, hit
Hit
that
the
bell,
bell.
and go to patreon.com/loveandjules so that we can grow. You guys are the best watching this, the most diverse, interesting, and most underrated YouTube stream of all time, at least the ones that I know. So thank you guys so much once again. This has been amazing. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to end the stream now, but thank you and have a great night.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.